now, like countries
It's the
like
top of the
Qatar,
hour,
like
and
Kuwait,
we
like,
welcome you
I
to
mean,
Morning
just
Mic Drop
understood
at
very
Truth
soon that
Talks
Americans
Live,
are pushing
where
them
your
under the bus,
voice
and they
matters.
try to
Stay
withdraw,
tuned for
and
our
the
breaking
Saudi
world
Arabia
news
and
coverage
UAE
this
even are
hour.
not in the same
Like,
boat now.
subscribe,
They
and
are
hit the
becoming,
notification
they
bell
are
for
hurting
when
each
we go
other,
live.
and there's
And now,
lots of
breaking
animosity
news.
between these two. So I think that what UAE is doing now is only, as I said, making a puppet of the United States and Israel. And as Naftali Bennett said, that they are a strategic ally to the Israel. And UAE is not even popular in the Islamic world and actually to other countries, with as a source of terror in Syria, in Sudan, in Gaza. So not only inciting Americans and Zionist regime to attack militarily against Iran, but also they have a sort of coordination with the Americans and Israelis that made them absolutely unpopular to the whole region.
Okay, can I just go back to the question, though, which is that these attacks have fractured or they have impacted regional neighbours of Iran. So how does Tehran's leadership feel, and is it worried about Iran's relationship with its regional neighbours, given how this conflict is playing out and what the future of those relationships will be, united or not?
Actually, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei in different statements were trying to give the chance to the these Arab dictatorships to have friendly, to have brotherly, brotherly Muslim relations to be preserved. And it's very much, I think, that the ball is in their court to actually give hints that they are not letting their territory and the sea and the air to be the platforms of aggression against Iran. It's really vital. And actually not questioning the very legitimate control Iran has over Strait of Hormuz as a coastal state to guarantee the innocent passage of the vessels. And I think if these are actually done by them, would be much better in future.
All right. Sorry Kharazmi, an associate professor at the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. Thank you for your time. Disruptions to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz has raised concerns in another critical maritime corridor. The Strait of Malacca will be the top of the agenda at this week's ASEAN summit. Last month, Indonesia's foreign minister suggested the possibility of imposing levies on vessels transiting through it. While the proposal's been withdrawn, it's highlighted underlying tension over control of another vital global trade route. Patrick Fock reports from Singapore.
Following pushback from shipping industry players as well as governments across the region, Indonesian Finance Minister Pabaya Yudi Sadewa clarified that Indonesia has no plans to impose tolls on ships passing through the Strait of Malacca. But his remarks have raised concerns about vulnerabilities in a critical maritime corridor, just as the world is reeling as a result of disruptions caused by the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Minister Pabaya actually said that it was inspired by Iran's plans to charge ships for transiting the key waterway in the Middle East. The Strait of Malacca links the Indian Ocean with the South China Sea and the wider Pacific, and its waters are administered by Singapore, Malaysia and Indonesia. About 100,000 ships passed through last year, and to give a bit of context, 23.2 million barrels of oil were shipped through here in the first half of 2025, compared to 20.9 million barrels shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. So any disruptions in the Strait of Malacca could have far-reaching ripple effects. But it is governed by international rules which guarantee ships the right of passage. But the episode highlights a deeper dilemma for ASEAN. There's currently no framework for who ultimately governs the strait as a shared global choke point. Existing cooperation is limited mainly to preventing illegal activities such as piracy. And as global trade tensions rise and the US and China are expanding their presence in the Indo-Pacific, the stakes are shifting. The challenge for ASEAN is asserting greater control over the waterway without destabilizing a critical trade route. Patrick Fock, Al Jazeera, Singapore.
At least 26 people have been killed in an explosion at a fireworks factory in central China. The blast happened in the city of Changsha in Hunan province on Monday afternoon. At least 61 others have been injured. Authorities are investigating the cause of the explosion and have evacuated people from surrounding areas. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
There was also damage to homes at nearby villages. Footage showing that glass was shattered and some doors also broken at some homes at nearby villages. Also, residents reported that heavy rocks were blown onto the road in the blast. Now, rescue efforts and response efforts are ongoing. Around 480 personnel, including firefighters, rescuers, and medical personnel, they have been on the scene to try to treat the injured and try to find those who have been injured. Rescue robots also being deployed to those efforts. And people within 3 kilometers of the blast have also reportedly been evacuated. There were reports that 2 warehouses used by the company to store gunpowder had posed a risk, but firefighters have been using water cannons to completely soak the scene to help prevent further accidents. The local police department has also reportedly detained the company's senior executives for an investigation into the cause of the accident. As the state broadcaster says that there will be a press conference held by the local authorities later this afternoon, so we'll watch to see what other developments come from that press briefing. President Xi Jinping also has called for proper handling of this, the aftermath. He's called for a prompt investigation, and he's also stressed that those who are involved must be held accountable. Now, he's called for the relevant authorities to draw lessons from this accident and to reinforce responsibility for workplace safety.
People in Germany have paid their respects to the victims of a car ramming incident in the city of Leipzig. 2 people were killed and 3 others were injured when the car drove into a pedestrian zone on Monday. The driver, a 33-year-old German man, was arrested shortly after the incident. Germany has seen a number of similar car ramming incidents since 2016. Mali's President Assimi Goïta has named himself Defence Minister after last month's coordinated attacks by armed groups. Critics say the military government's conducting a purge, targeting soldiers, retired officers and civilians accused of links to the violence. Nicholas Haak has this exclusive report.
These are Malian soldiers in Kidal. They've been stripped of their uniforms and are being held as prisoners of war by Tuareg separatists. We've concealed their faces for their safety and to protect their identities. He introduces himself as a paramilitary soldier. Another says he's an army officer. This one says he's a policeman. He says the wounded are receiving care in hospital, but we were not allowed to film inside the hospital. The Liberation Front of Azawad, known as the FLA, says it respects human rights and does not target civilians. But after toppling Malian forces in Kidal, it's now sharing power with the Al-Qaeda affiliate, which human rights group accuse of rape, torture, and abuse.
Today, we're trying to set up ways to coexist not as allies, but as a temporary arrangement. We don't really have a choice. We're forced to do it.
The Tuareg separatists want a homeland they call Azawad. Al-Qaeda wants an Islamic state. But for now, they have a shared enemy, Mali's military government in Bamako. In late April, they launched coordinated attacks from Kidal and Sévaré to Bamako and Kati, the garrison town at the heart of Mali's military power. That's where Defense Minister Sadio Camara was killed. Since then, officers, politicians, and even lawyers are being rounded up. Critics have called it a witch hunt. They're being accused of colluding with the enemy. Authorities say last month's attack were only possible because of traitors within.
The current situation of the country is critical, so we really need to look into who may be involved and who is not.
We need to stop pretending as if we have a normal democratic situation in place. Mali is at war.
Transitional President Assimi Goïta has taken over the defense portfolio himself. His deputy, Umar Diarra, is another senior officer who has trained in Russia. Around 2,000 Russian paramilitary fighters from Africa Corps are on the ground. Their mission? Protect Mali's military leadership. But at what cost? 130 Malian soldiers are being held captive in Kidal after Russian fighters abandoned their positions to Al-Qaeda fighters and Tuareg separatists. Their contract, it seems, is not to protect every Malian soldiers, only those in power. Their lives now lie in the hands of their captors, not just prisoners of war, but perhaps bargaining chips where the chain of command is breaking, and where any talk of peace now begins with their fate. Nicholas Hawke, Al Jazeera.
The lightning offensive in Mali has seen several army bases and towns falling to fighters battling government troops assisted by Russian paramilitary forces. Laura Khan explains.
The situation in Mali is at a critical point as the violence intensifies. Armed groups linked with Al-Qaeda alongside Tuareg separatists launched coordinated attacks on April the 25th, striking at the heart of the military government. They seized the towns of Kidal and also Tasset. And this is where Russian paramilitaries have been working to back the government. Many of those have had to withdraw. Now, there is footage circulating online from an area called Tasset, and that's along the Algerian border. You can see some of those fighters operating along there. Attacks have also hit a major garrison in Kati, and that's not far from the capital, Bamako, just northwest of there. But this is also where Defense Minister Sadio Kamara was killed at home while he was with his family. Now, armed groups say they've laid siege to the capital, Bamako, but also areas across the country. They say also in Timbuktu, in Gao, and also Manaka. But Mali's leader, Assimi Goïta, insists the situation is, in his words, under control, and he's vowing to neutralize those responsible. Now, Mali's military leaders had previously kicked out French and other Western forces who've been operating by battling armed groups. Now, the main force, Jamaat al-Nusra al-Islam wa Muslimin, or JNIM, they've been fighting them and they've been calling to bring down the junta. Now, let's look at some of the figures from the United Nations. They're essentially saying that those with Al-Qaeda, but also with ISSP, and they're associated with ISIL in West Africa, number around 15,000 to 22,000 fighters in West Africa. They've joined forces with Tuareg separatists. Now, this group is the Azawad Liberation Front that's been operating in Mali, and that's essentially seeking an independent state in the north. But Mali's government say they are now taking action. But it's important to note that this is a fast-moving conflict with regional and often global consequences.
Top security officials in Mexico have travelled to the troubled state of Sinaloa to reassure the public after a major political shake-up. The regional governor resigned following US allegations that he and other senior officials were working with a drug cartel. Julia Galliano reports from the state's capital.
The highest-ranking members of Mexico's security forces, including the defense minister and the minister of security, Omar Garcia Harfuch, is a clear way of closing ranks behind the interim government here after the former governor stepped down over the weekend following a very controversial indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice, which essentially accuses him and other officials from the state of collaborating with the Sinaloa cartel.
We are here today to send a clear message to the people of Sinaloa. The government of Mexico is here. It will not withdraw, and it will continue working every day for the safety of the Sinaloan families, strengthening whatever actions need to be strengthened and correcting whatever needs to be corrected.
The presence of the armed forces is evident here. You can find these checkpoints. We've seen them throughout the city with different members of the security forces, the National Guard, the police. This is a military checkpoint. They're stopping vehicles, checking the drivers, checking the cars, and basically asserting their presence here. But these displays of control haven't changed the fact that for nearly 2 years, the state has been at the forefront of the violence in Mexico, as opposing factions of the Sinaloa cartel battle it out for territory. In that time, more than 3,000 people have been killed and many more have been forcibly disappeared. The fear now is that the power vacuum left by the former governor and other officials implicated in the U.S. indictment will be filled not by rule of law, but by further bloodshed as organized crime takes advantage of the government instability. Julia Galeano, Culiacan, Mexico.
The US military says it's carried out another strike on a suspected drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean, killing 2 people. The Trump administration's targeted alleged trafficking vessels since early September, but not provided any evidence. At least 188 deaths have been reported since. Despite the Iran war, the strikes have ramped up in recent weeks. Results from India's state assembly elections show major upsets in states long considered opposition strongholds. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP has won control of West Bengal for the first time, while a party led by an actor-turned-politician has secured victory in Tamil Nadu. The run-up to the elections was marred with allegations that more than 9 million voters were removed from electoral rolls. Manel Fernandez reports.
Celebrations in West Bengal state as results poured in from one of India's most fraught assembly elections. The governing Bharatiya Janata Party, or BJP, pulled out all the stops to campaign here in West Bengal, the country's second largest state assembly with 294 seats. And its efforts appear to have paid off.
We feel persecuted by this Trinamool government. Any protester faced death threats. False cases were slapped on them. That's the reason we want a new government in 2026.
There was heavy security with tens of thousands of personnel deployed across the state. The state's governing All India Trinamool Congress and its 3-time Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee have accused the central government and election authorities of manipulating the election, charges both have dismissed. Changes to the electoral roll stripped millions of their right to vote, stoking tensions. Even so, turnout was a record. More than 9 million people were removed in what activists described as a rushed and arbitrary exercise before the election. Naeem Mullah is among them. The 42-year-old tailor says he's voted many times before, but he, along with his brother, have been removed because their father was named as the father of more than 6 people.
We are Indian citizens and we love our country. Therefore, we feel sad if we are unable to carry out our constitutional duty. The vote is an important constitutional right, and snatching this away without giving us an opportunity for redress is a random, arbitrary act.
Across the country in Tamil Nadu, the story resembles the many blockbusters that actor-turned-chief minister hopeful Vijay has starred in. His 2-year-old party, the Tamilaha Vetri Kazhagam, has emerged ahead of the 2 main political parties. The BJP has returned to power in Assam with its chief minister Himanta Biswa Sarma heading for a 2nd consecutive term. The state assembly results do not have a direct bearing on national politics, but will allow Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his party to strengthen their influence. Manel Fernandez, Al Jazeera.
To Yemen now, where years of conflict and limited job opportunities has left graduates struggling to find work in their respective fields. Many are being forced to take alternative jobs just to make ends meet. Yusuf Mori has more from Sana'a.
With careful hands and quiet determination, Khalid al-Khouli's hands move with delicate precision, transforming ordinary objects into shimmering possibilities. Not long ago, Khalid graduated at the very top of her class as a geologist from Sana'a University. But instead of exploring layers of rocks, she now explores gems and rhinestones, which she uses to decorate cups, shirts, and shoes.
I graduated at the top of my class with the highest scores. I was unable to get an internship because of my financial responsibilities, so I worked from one job to the next, none of which were related to my field of study. Because of the war and the economy, I was forced to settle for any job I can find. I decided to pursue a career in something that doesn't cost much and I can do from home.
What began as a necessity has become something deeper, a space where Khalid keeps her dreams and creativity alive.
The idea is deeper than the actual work. It's about taking an idea and transforming it into something more meaningful and distinguished, something that can overcome challenges. I used it to develop my professional skills for the future.
Across Yemen, thousands of students are preparing to graduate, eager to pursue their dreams. They are hoping for the best and are prepared for the many challenges that await.
My dream is to be a director and uplift Yemeni cinema. I believe cinema plays a critical role in improving the economy. The problem is we as students and future graduates don't have much opportunities due to years of war. The issue is when we graduate and try to land our first job, they tell us we don't have experience. How on earth can we have experience when we just graduated?
Everyone knows Yemen is going through perilous times. Job opportunities are scarce and unemployment is very high. Opportunities for skilled workers are very limited, but we students know very well that there will come a time when our degrees will be worth something. More opportunities are ahead, and hopefully we will play a role in this change.
Khaloud's glitter may not reveal the secrets of the earth, but perhaps it is unearthing the resilience of Yemen's youth who are determined to succeed.
Well, despite few jobs being available for students after they graduate, many say getting a university degree is still critical in order to help develop transferable skills, build professional networks, and increase long-term earning potential in an uncertain Yemeni job market. Yusuf Maudi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
Space researchers in Japan have detected an object on the edge of our solar system that has a thin atmosphere, a discovery astronomers had thought impossible. Scientists observed the object while it passed near a bright star 2 years ago. It found the light of the star slightly dimmed when it passed behind the celestial body, suggesting the presence of an atmospheric layer. Pluto was, until now, the only dwarf planet in the region of space with a detectable atmosphere. That's it from me. Stay with us. The news continues at the top of the hour with my colleague.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Good morning to the best morning audience on YouTube. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
Hello, I'm Fuli Batibo. This is the News Hour on Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, claims and counterclaims in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. says it's hit Iranian military boats. Tehran says there were civilian vessels. The United Arab Emirates says Iran is behind an attack on one of its oil refineries. Iran blames what it calls U.S. adventurism in the region. Also this hour, Russian drones and missiles target Ukrainian gas plants and rail facilities, killing at least 5 people. Plus, using parties and progressive policies to grow its base, why more and more people in the UK are throwing their support behind the Green Party. Thank you for joining us. Iran says it did not have a pre-planned program to attack the UAE after the Gulf nation blamed Tehran for a fire at an oil facility in Fujairah. Tehran is blaming what it calls U.S. military adventurism in the region. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz remains critical, with a potential for further escalation between the U.S. and Iran. Both countries insist the shipping traffic in the waterway is under their control. According to the U.S., 9 ships have passed through the strait under the protection of its navy, which Iran denies. The U.S. also said it destroyed 7 Iranian military boats for trying to interfere. Tehran says 2 of those were civilian boats in which 5 people were killed. Meanwhile, Iran's parliamentary speaker and top negotiator Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf has warned his country hasn't even started in its standoff over the Strait of Hormuz. Well, we have a team of correspondents in Doha and Tehran covering the latest developments. We begin with Rasul Sadar, who's in the Iranian capital. Rasul, tell us more about what exactly the Iranians are saying about those attacks on the UAE on Monday.
Well, the language of the statements coming from the Iranian officials is vague, and I believe that is deliberately vague. So the country's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, had a social media post on X and saying that as talks are making progress with Pakistan's gracious effort, the U.S. should be wary of being dragged back into the quagmire by ill wishers. So should the United Arab Emirates. So he is clearly accusing the United States and the United Arab Emirates of these recent tensions. And then a military official talking to the state TV saying that the Islamic Republic had no pre-planned program to attack the mentioned oil facilities, particularly Fujairah, and saying what has happened was a result of the American military adventurism. And then the U.S. military must be blamed, must be held accountable for what has happened. So when you look at these both statements, they are neither claiming the responsibility nor denying it. And I think this is a deliberate strategy. It is a strategic ambiguity. So this ambiguity is giving Iran the room that it doesn't look like the one that is the side that is breaking the ceasefire or violating the ceasefire. However, on the other hand, by doing so, they are standing firm and sending a clear message that any attempt to change the new reality or pass through the Strait of Hormuz without the coordination, without the Iranian armed forces, is going to be met by force.
Right. Stay with us, Rasul. I'm going to bring in Natasha Turak, who's a journalist in Dubai. Natasha, as you heard there from Rasul, the Iranians are not claiming responsibility or denying the attacks on the UAE on Monday. What's the latest first on that fire in Fujairah? What are Emirati authorities saying about the extent of the damage there?
Well, they managed to contain the blaze. That is what we've heard from authorities. And there were 3 injured individuals who worked there. They are being treated at the hospital. But this was a significant strike because Fujairah is a very strategic location for the country. So the site that was attacked was Fujairah Oil Industries, which houses the Habshan Fujairah pipeline. Now, that is so important because it is positioned on the Gulf of Oman, which means that the exports of oil that go through this pipeline are able to bypass the Strait of Hormuz and get to the global market. And that carries about 50 to 60% of the UAE's oil exports. So targeting this facility is a direct message from Iran that we can target your most important economic points, pain points, even if you think you can get around the Strait of Hormuz. Now, as you mentioned, Iran's government officially says that it, that it didn't attack the UAE or that it did not plan to attack the UAE. However, these statements are quite contradictory because there's an IRGC-owned Telegram channel that actually took responsibility for some of the attacks that we saw last night. Right. So that also kind of highlights the fragmentation within Iran, where you have one thing coming out of the sort of, let's call it the civilian government, the president, the foreign minister, the speaker of the parliament, and you have IRGC units doing what they want. And effectively, the IRGC is the most powerful institution in the country.
Natasha, let me ask you about how Emirati authorities are reacting to this. I mean, they have said they reserve the right to respond. What sort of response can we expect?
Well, we don't know for sure yet. Certainly in the last several weeks, there has been frustration expressed by UAE officials that the response to Iran was not strong enough across the Gulf, and there was a lot of kind of displeasure and discontent expressed there at a lot of the other Arab Gulf neighbors, because the UAE would prefer to take a more aggressive position to really deal with the Strait of Hormuz closure and to defend itself, because of course the UAE was the recipient of the largest volume of attacks from Iran since the 28th of February. So there's a lot of frustration. It feels like it's not adequately supported by its neighbors. At the same time, it has made more alignments with Israel. There have been reports about defense technologies shared between the two countries recently, and of course the UAE leaving OPEC. It's an interesting time where we're seeing more fragmentation in the Gulf, even as a lot of the Gulf states try to project this image of unity. But in reality, that picture of unity is kind of a facade, because different states want different approaches. And so we may see a more muscular approach from the UAE, but as so far as it stands, we don't know yet what they will do. Currently a defensive posture, but we just have to watch and see what the authorities, what the leadership says.
Indeed, and we will have more on the Gulf reaction in just a few minutes. Natasha Turak in Dubai, thank you very much for bringing us the latest from there. Rasul, let me come back to you and ask you about the situation currently in the Strait of Hormuz. We've seen violence there and these claims and counterclaims about who attacked whom first. What is the current situation in the Strait?
Well, the Iranians, they have their own version of the story. So simply they're saying that the speedboats or the boats that were targeted by the United States are actually not military speedboats, and they do not belong to the Revolutionary Guards. So Iranians are insisting that these boats were civilian, and civilians were on board. And as a result of the U.S. naval ships attacks, so 5 civilians have been killed in the Gulf. And when it comes to the military engagement with the U.S. naval forces, they're saying that the U.S. destroyers yesterday attempted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and the radars were off. But once the radars were on, the naval forces of Iran have detected their positions and then militarily got engaged. And there were the warning shots, including the combat drones, the rockets, and the cruise missiles. And as a result of this military engagement, the U.S. destroyers were forced to turn away and to leave the area. And also they're now warning that any further attempt trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz without coordination, without the Iranian forces, is going to be met forcefully. Sorry. And while that is happening, so Iranians are insisting on a new reality. They're saying, well, the strategic environment now is just changed, and they're not going to give up on this new reality. Iran's spokesperson of the parliament and also the chief negotiator, Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, has just posted talking about Iran solidifying its position in the Strait of Hormuz and saying that we know full well that the continuation of the status quo is intolerable for America, while we have not even begun yet. So this is a solid position of Iran. Iran is saying it's not going to give up on its position, while Americans are insisting on the unconditional reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. And this lack of flexibility is making the things extremely delicate here. While saying that, tomorrow the country's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, is going to travel to Beijing. And also, while that is happening, now, an MP of the parliament and former foreign minister of the country, Manouchehr Mottaki, has just said that Iran, in 1 or 2 days, is going to respond to the U.S. proposal. So there are hopes that somehow there could be a diplomatic breakthrough, but Iranians are saying that while they're engaging diplomatically, they're also preparing for another round of the war.
Thank you for that, Rasul. That's Al Jazeera's Rasul Sedar in Tehran. Let's get more now on the reaction across the Gulf and bring in Asad Beg, who's here in Doha. Asad, the journalist that we just spoke to in Dubai a moment ago, has said that there's a feeling there that other Gulf countries have not adequately supported the UAE enough. What's been their reaction first to this latest flare-up during the ceasefire?
Well, Qatar here in Doha, Qatar and Saudi Arabia have both pledged support to the UAE in what they say is any actions that they take to preserve the security, sovereignty and territorial integrity. Many countries across the Gulf have condemned the attack against the UAE. And remember, many of these countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, have also been targeted during that war. In fact, there were over 6,000 missile and drone strikes carried out by Iran against 7 Arab countries. Many of those attacks were targeting the UAE. So there is considerable amount of condemnation. But as for taking a stronger stance, many countries also feel that this wasn't a war of their making. They've been dragged into this, and they're looking at this fragile ceasefire very closely because they don't want to be dragged back into this conflict. They want a lasting peace in the region, and they want stability and security.
Yeah, and also important to point out that the volatility in the Strait of Hormuz has had a great effect on the economies of these countries.
Absolutely. Even the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, volatility, even a threat of disruption has an immediate impact on the economies. About a fifth of the world's oil goes through there. Large amount of the world's gas also goes through there. Yes, prices have increased, but if you can't physically get the oil and gas out, you're still losing revenue. Now, some countries have been okay, Saudi Arabia and Oman, who have alternative routes. Oman has ports outside the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia has alternative pipelines, but the other countries are suffering. So that's why they're keen for there to be a lasting peace and stability and security. And according to Goldman Sachs, they say that the Gulf Cooperation Council states are losing roughly around $700 million of oil revenue daily, and that could go up. But it's not just that. The conflict has affected infrastructure. You've had damaged infrastructure and also weakened tourism, another source of income. And yes, these countries do have large economic reserves, but as this conflict continues to drag on and this disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, it's having a real impact on economies, and that has a knock-on effect in terms of investment, but also the view that the Gulf is a safe and secure place where people come to live and work.
Asad Beg in Doha, thank you for that. Let's just remind you now of what Iran's parliament speaker has been saying. He has blamed the U.S. for the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media, he said the security of shipping and energy transit has been jeopardized by the U.S. and its allies through the violation of the ceasefire and the imposition of a blockade. He goes on to say the continuation of the status quo is intolerable for America, while we have not even begun yet. Let's get the perspective from Iran and speak to Zoreh Karazmi, who's an associate professor in the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. She's joining us from the Iranian capital. Professor Karazmi, good to have you back with us on Al Jazeera. So based on that statement from Speaker Kalibaf, is Iran effectively walking away from the ceasefire when it says that it hasn't even begun yet?
Actually, already Dr. Ghalibaf had also another tweet that indicated that there are still unplayed cards like the Bab al-Mandab, like the pipelines. And I think that is still the same consistent actually in this position that if the United States and his allies in the region, like United Arab Emirates, are going to start new adventures and not actually end the blockade, Iran has new cards to play with. And one of these can be adding the territory of the Emirates ports to the restrictive actually territory that Iran is claiming to have a dominance on over the Strait of Hormuz.
But what exactly, Professor, did what exactly
act against what they're doing?
What exactly prompted the attack on the UAE on Monday, even though we haven't had a direct claim of responsibility? What was it that sparked that attack?
Actually, you see, Iran has not admitted it yet, but UAE has hostile intentions against Iran that is very much opened up. And it actually became in coordination with the United States, they started the so-called Freedom Project that Dr. Araghchi said it was a dead-like actually project to question the Iranian as the coastal state hegemony and dominance over the Strait of Hormuz. And also you see that UAE tried to have actually exited OPEC to change the oil equation, and at the same time is having very different indications of breaking the ceasefire from the very beginning. The Mirage 2000 was striking over Syrian and Lebanon, and there are actually a variety, a long list of their sabotage, nesting Mossad, inciting Americans to have to start military act against Iran. So I think that still the striking over Minab school from Azovre is something that that makes it actually unforgivable.
Okay, so are you saying that, okay, do Iranian decision makers to understand that attacks on a place like Fujairah, which is a key oil hub, reinforce that narrative that Iran is a threat to global energy security and not a victim as it presents itself?
No, Iran has very determined idea. If Iran is not, the Iranian ports are not the places and platforms of export of the fuel, then nobody can actually export it from this region. It was the position that from the very beginning Iran had, and it's very consistent in that.
But is it not concerned that this will permanently damage relations with its neighbors, with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain?
They are not in the position of the neighbors. Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei many times tried to invite them to brotherly relations, but they are only platforms of aggression. They are conspiring against Iran. They are nesting Mossad and American bases, their air, their territory, their sea is well actually given access to the Americans, and they are even pushing the United States to restart and resume military action against Iran. So I think that it's the ball is in their court how to behave and change the situation.
Well, these countries have, of course, denied these claims. Thank you so much, Professor, for joining us and bringing us a view there from Tehran. Professor Zori Karazmi
of course, there are many
from the
objective
University
evidences
of
for
Tehran.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. In other developments, South Korea says it will review its position on joining U.S. operations in the Strait of Hormuz. This comes after an explosion on board a South Korean commercial vessel in the strait. Barnaby Lowe has more from Seoul.
Well, the South Korean government says it is carefully reviewing its position on joining the U.S. mission in the Strait of Hormuz, that its stance will be based on international law, the safety of international maritime routes, its long-standing alliance with the United States, as well as the security situation on the Korean Peninsula. The Ministry of Defense here adding that it has been in discussions with other partners led by France and Britain to support the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but that sending a warship would be a last resort and that would require the approval of the National Assembly, as the Strait of Hormuz is an active war zone. So essentially what Seoul is saying is that it is not committing, it is not giving a hard no at the moment, but that it is a complicated decision to make. Now, the damaged ship will be towed to the port of Dubai. That's according to the operator. And we are learning that it was hit by an explosion just outside the Iranian-controlled part of the Strait of Hormuz in the territorial waters of the United Arab Emirates. Local media here also reporting that other South Korean vessels in the territorial waters of the United Arab Emirates will be moved closer to Qatari waters. And while US President Donald Trump has said that the South Korean vessel was struck by an Iranian projectile, the South Korean government has been more measured with its statement, saying only that it can confirm that there was an explosion, that the fire began at the port side of the engine room, but it is still investigating the cause of the explosion, whether it was caused by an external attack or was because of some trouble in the engine. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Israel has threatened more people in southern Lebanon to leave their homes, with the military issuing new forced evacuation threats in Jebshit and Srifa. Both villages lie outside Israel's so-called Yellow Line, a military zone that extends about 10 kilometers into Lebanese territory from the border. Israel continues to occupy the area where towns and villages have been demolished. Let's find out the latest with Rory Challenge, who's in Beirut. So more violations of the ceasefire by Israel, more forced evacuation threats. Tell us about what's been happening on the ground.
Well, we've got a
formal ceasefire on paper, haven't we, Folly? But reality is that on the ground in the south, we have a daily grinding military confrontation. These two settlements that have been given the forced evacuation orders earlier today, they are both, as you said, outside of the yellow line, this exclusion zone that Israel has about 10 kilometers in from the Lebanese border. One of them, Jibchit, is actually north of the Litani River. It's in the Nabatea district, and Israel has been focusing a lot of its fire on the Nabatea district in the last few days or so. Nabatea is north of the Litani River. Litani is basically the boundary, the barrier that Israel set out as the limit of its buffer zone that it's trying to create in southern Lebanon. So going beyond that proves that Israel is essentially expanding its area of operations at the moment. The other focus of the Israeli military at the moment is down in the Bidjabil area, closer to the Israeli border. Israel has 5 divisions on the ground at the moment on Lebanese territory, and Hezbollah is pledging that it will continue attacking them. We have heard from Hezbollah in the last few hours that it attacked a Merkava tank, an Israeli tank, in the Bayada district, Bayada area. It did that, it says, with a rocket-propelled missile of some sort. It also says that it's struck at other military equipment and troop formations, and that it also hit a tank with a drone, an attack drone. A reminder that Hezbollah has been using these FPV fiber optic drones, which have become a feature of the battlefield in Ukraine. These are cheap to produce. They are very, very difficult to avoid because they are essentially unjammable, and they've been causing immense frustration for the Israeli military on the ground in southern Lebanon.
And so how is all of this, Rory, affecting people's lives and livelihoods in Lebanon?
It's a spiraling humanitarian crisis in Lebanon at the moment, with so many people displaced from their homes, both in the south of the country and Beirut's southern suburbs. A fifth of the population, 1 in 5 people, essentially, is currently homeless. Now, the unluckiest of them are on the streets because there's nowhere else for them to go. There has been torrential rain in Beirut in the last 24 hours, making life pretty miserable if you're camping out. A lot of people are in displacement shelters of some form or other. Others have found other accommodation with relatives or renting places. But this catastrophe, this crisis has second-order effects, particularly on kids, children, because with so many educational facilities currently being used as displacement shelters and so many schools out of action, this is having real ramifications for their educational prospects. We can watch a report that we put together on this now.
This war is a catastrophe for Lebanon's kids, and I've come to speak to a family about it. This building is a technical college in Beirut, but it's not a technical college right now. It's actually sheltering about 2,000 of the 1 million or so people displaced by Israel's bombs from their homes in southern Lebanon and Beirut. So I want to make an introduction. This is Mariam and 2 of her kids, Zainab at the back in the orange, and Ahmed here at the front. They're preparing for exams starting tomorrow. But how can you do exams when everything is gone?
The internet here is really weak. When online lessons started, we were still under warplanes and bombardment. I only have one phone for all of them. 3 children. Their classes are often scheduled at the same time, so they simply can't attend properly.
10-year-old Zainab is doing her best.
I like studying. I'm studying on my phone and getting ready for exams. It really upsets me that I'm not going to school because of the war. I don't really understand online lessons. Sometimes I can't hear anything or connect.
Zainab's mum thinks under these conditions, exams are unfair. They should be delayed. Indeed, the numbers are dire. 339 schools were closed because they were in war zones. At least 430 schools, colleges and universities are shut because, well, they're now homes for the displaced. The education of 250,000 kids has been disrupted. That was UNESCO's count from early April. Things have got a little better according to the Education Ministry, but still only 55% of Lebanese kids are studying in schools.
We are still hearing many complaints saying that, what about these who left their homes? Where will you do the exams? We want to make sure that the exam centers are in safe places. And we know that in many areas in the south, there's nothing called as safe. Not doing an exam for everybody is not the choice. So we want to cut the problem into chunks to be able to deal with it.
As Lebanon knows from earlier wars and as the world knows from COVID, when children face a long disruption to their educations, the effects are felt for years to come. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera in Beirut.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Still ahead on this Al Jazeera News Hour. A huge explosion at a fireworks plant in China kills at least 26 people and injures more than 60.
Well, despite few jobs being available for students after they graduate, many say getting a university degree is still critical.
A lost generation. Yemen's young graduates struggle to find work after years of conflict. And inside Kidal, exclusive footage from northern Mali, we hear from soldiers taken captive by armed groups. Stay with us.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
And good morning to you. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now. And
are y'all ready to roll? Let's go. They want to get clicks. They want to put it on social media.
The role of the media is supposed to be to hold the White House to account.
Most of U.S. media is owned by oligarchs.
The Iranian regime is tapping into something so universal.
What Israelis are allowed to see of this war, that is being tightly controlled.
You know that you're not getting the full picture, and that tells you that it's something that the state doesn't want you to know about.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
Anyone could become a target. We have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place.
Facing realities.
Does Qatar still trust Iran enough to mediate?
Let's say that this aggression brings a benefit for no one.
Thought-provoking answers.
How many have been displaced inside Iran?
I've heard 3 million. It could be more.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories on this news hour. Iran says it did not have a pre-planned program to attack the UAE after the Gulf nation blamed Tehran for a fire at an oil facility in Fujairah. Tehran is blaming what it calls U.S. military adventurism in the region. The U.S. says 9 ships have passed through the Strait of Hormuz under the protection of its navy, which Iran denies. Washington says it destroyed 7 Iranian military boats for trying to interfere. Iran says the U.S. hit 2 civilian boats, killing 5 people. Now, on Monday, the U.S. launched an operation to guide stranded ships through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. says vessels transiting the strait should consider sailing through Oman's territorial waters south of the shipping lanes known as the Traffic Separation Scheme, a vital route connecting the Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has responded to the U.S. military operation in the Strait. He says events in Hormuz make clear that there is no military solution to a political crisis. As talks are making progress with Pakistan's gracious effort, the U.S. should be wary of being dragged back into a quagmire by ill wishes. So should the UAE. Project Freedom is Project Deadlock. Let's speak to Lorenzo Kamel about this. He's a Middle East historian and a professor of international history at the University of Turin and is joining us from there. Thank you so much, Professor, for being back with us on Al Jazeera. So this ceasefire is looking shaky, especially with what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Do you think, first of all, that this moment is part of a familiar escalation pattern?
Yes, of course, it's a part of many patterns that we've seen in this region, but there are also some new elements connected to the Trump administration with the threat, the genocidal threat that we heard in the past few weeks, the Netanyahu administration with the interest of having a permanent war at least until the Israeli elections. But let's say, putting aside these elements, I see 3 main points here and 3 main elements. First, Iranians are conventionally a very patient people, and from their perspective, time is on their side. There is a very famous Persian way of saying patient is bitter, but it has a sweet fruit. This is very much part of, let's say, Iranian culture. So waiting, in the sense, is certainly more on the side of the Iranian than on the side, for instance, of the US and Israel. Then the second main point out of 3 is the fact that Netanyahu was working hard in the last few years to push the US to attack Iran, and it's extremely unlikely that now the Israeli authority will allow the US to backtrack if this is the interest of the Trump administration, as it seems here and there.
Right.
Last but not least, we say that there is a strong interest by the Iranian authorities to impose new regional coast on the Persian Gulf countries from where the attacks on Iran are coming, or at least they arrived in the last few weeks.
Right, and I'll ask you about that in a minute, and the implications for the Gulf region. But you talked about new elements in this conflict. What was it about this war, rather than last June's or any other point in history, that led the Strait of Hormuz to become a weapon of war?
Yes, first of all, the point is that the red line was passed, in the meaning that the extent of the Israeli-American attack was larger than unprecedented, at least if you consider the history of the last few years in relation to the Persian Gulf, Iran, and so on and so forth. So once that red line was passed, the Iranian authority passed their own red lines, and so the attempt to take full control of the Hormuz Strait is something that was enabled by the red lines that were passed by the American and the Israeli authorities. Let's just say that Iran, however, needs to win peace and not just to win war. So in this sense, if they think just to use these tools that are important for them, but they are unable to find a solution for a regional order, right, so that take into account the interests of all these partners, most likely they will also fail.
On the regional order, Professor, what implications for it? We've seen, Gulf countries heavily impacted, some more than others, like the UAE, for example. And we were hearing earlier from a journalist in Dubai who says that the feeling there is that there hasn't been enough support from other countries in the region. What do you see the region looking like after this conflict?
Yeah, first of all, let's always remember that some of the missiles that the US has used against Iran have a range of about 400 kilometers, which means that they were launched from the United Arab Emirates or other countries in the Persian Gulf. So in the sense, if the United Arab Emirates or other GCC countries will decide to attack Iran, it would not strictly speaking be a retaliation, but rather, let's say, a counter-retaliation. Obviously, no one should attack no one, but we should not somehow downplay the role that these military bases in these countries plays in attacking Iran. Now, what this also the way out and how this will look like, once again, there are too many players that have an interest in not really having a stable region. Stable does not mean to have regimes that rule and they can do whatever they want on the skin of millions of people in this region. Let me conclude by reminding you what I was just writing down, the words that one former Israeli general said in 2015 to the former ambassador to the US, Michael Oren. It's just one sentence that he said, "Why won't Americans face the truth? To defend Western freedom, they must preserve Middle Eastern tyranny." So once again, this is the mentality in addressing the region. And until this mentality won't change, most likely we won't want to have a real stable regime.
Very interesting. Now, Professor, you're a historian. If you had to choose one historical event or element that connects the dots of what the Gulf and this region are currently experiencing, what would it be?
Most likely it would be connected to an anniversary of today. I spent many years in Israel and Palestine, and no one is discussing the anniversary of today related to Haifa. So why Haifa and why connect the dots? First of all, let's remind everyone that at the beginning of last century, 96% of the population of Haifa was composed by Palestinians, and today they are about 22%. And today, exactly today, 78 years ago, Golda Meir, that became the prime minister of the state of Israel, after visiting emptied Haifa, wrote these words. She wrote that, "Next to the port, I found children, women, they all waiting for a way to live. I entered the houses. There were houses where the coffee and the pita bread were left on the table, and I could not avoid thinking that this indeed had been the picture in many Jewish towns in World War II. So why this is important? Because history matters. In this sense, we can't discuss Southern Lebanon, the demography of Southern Lebanon, without taking into account the scars. Because 100,000 Palestinians, for instance, ended up as a consequence of these policies in Southern Lebanon. And what is happening in Iran, what is happening in Gaza, what is happening throughout the region, to a large extent, is connected to these scars. And in the sense, if we don't address these scars, once again, also in this case, we will remain on the surface.
So very interesting to get your historical perspective, Professor. Thank you so much for joining us on Al Jazeera. Lorenzo Kamel in Turin there. In other world news, Russia has attacked gas production plants and railway facilities in parts of Ukraine overnight, killing at least 5 people. In Kharkiv, a drone targeted a wagon, and in the Poltava region, a drone hit the tracks near a diesel locomotive and damaged a wagon. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has shown, quote, utter cynicism by asking for a ceasefire and then launching missiles and drone attacks on his country. Let's get the latest with Audrey McAlpine in Kyiv. So more attacks overnight. Bring us up to speed with what's happened.
The largest of these overnight attacks, Foley, was in Poltava, a city about 250 kilometers east of the capital here in Kyiv. Multiple missiles as well as drones hit this state-run energy facility. 2 workers were killed, as well as 2 rescue workers. Now, after 4 years of war, it's easy for these numbers to feel abstract, but one of these rescue workers was a man named Viktor Kuzmenko, who has responded to over 50 attacks in Poltava, one notably in 2024, where he saved over 17 people. But it wasn't the only location that was hit overnight. Also, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Nikopol, Dnipro, Zaporizhia all came under attack. The alarm first sounding just before midnight on Monday, and then around 3 a.m., ballistic threats were noted across Ukraine. Now, President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that these attacks were aimed at Ukraine's energy infrastructure. And Naftogaz, who owned the facility in Poltava, has noted that over last year, there were more strikes on its facilities than the previous years of the war combined, which really speaks to this tactic, both by Russia and Ukraine, to target one another's energy production facilities.
Audrey, thank you for the update. That's Audrey McAlpine in Kyiv. At least 26 people have been killed in an explosion at a fireworks factory in central China. The blast happened in the city of Changsha in Hunan province on Monday afternoon. At least 61 others have been injured. Authorities are investigating the cause of the explosion and have evacuated people from surrounding areas. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
There was also damage to homes at nearby villages. Footage showing that glass was shattered and some doors also broken at some homes at nearby villages. Also, residents reported that heavy rocks were blown onto the road in the blast. Now, rescue efforts and response efforts are ongoing. Around 480 personnel, including firefighters, rescuers, and medical personnel, they have been on the scene to try to treat the injured and try to find those who have been injured. Rescue robots also being deployed to those efforts. And people within 3 kilometers of the blast have also reportedly been evacuated. There were reports that 2 warehouses used by the company to store gunpowder had posed a risk, but firefighters have been using water cannons to completely soak the scene to help prevent further accidents. The local police department has also reportedly detained the company's senior executives for an investigation into the cause of the accident. As the state broadcaster says that there will be a press conference held by the local authorities later this afternoon, so we'll watch to see what other developments come from that press briefing. President Xi Jinping also has called for proper handling of this, the aftermath. He's called for a prompt investigation, and he's also stressed that those who are involved must be held accountable. Now, he's called for the relevant authorities to draw lessons from this accident and to reinforce responsibility for workplace safety.
Mali's President Assimi Goïta has named himself defense minister after last month's coordinated attacks by armed groups. Critics say the military government is conducting a purge, targeting soldiers, retired officers, and civilians accused of links to the violence. Nicholas Hack has this exclusive report.
These are Malian soldiers in Kidal. They've been stripped of their uniforms and are being held as prisoners of war by Tuareg separatists. We've concealed their faces for their safety and to protect their identities. He introduces himself as a paramilitary soldier. Another says he's an army officer. This one says he's a policeman. He says the wounded are receiving care in hospital, but we were not allowed to film inside the hospital. The Liberation Front of Azawad, known as the FLA, says it respects human rights and does not target civilians. But after toppling Malian forces in Kidal, it's now sharing power with the Al-Qaeda affiliate, which human rights group accuse of rape, torture, and abuse.
Today, we're trying to set up ways to coexist not as allies, but as a temporary arrangement. We don't really have a choice. We're forced to do it.
The Tuareg separatists want a homeland they call Azawad. Al-Qaeda wants an Islamic state. But for now, they have a shared enemy, Mali's military government in Bamako. In late April, they launched coordinated attacks from Kidal and Sévaré to Bamako and Kati, the garrison town at the heart of Mali's military power. That's where Defense Minister Sadio Camara was killed. Since then, officers, politicians, and even lawyers are being rounded up. Critics have called it a witch hunt. They're being accused of colluding with the enemy. Authorities say last month's attack were only possible because of traitors within.
The current situation of the country is critical, so we really need to look into who may be involved and who is not.
We need to stop pretending as if we have a normal democratic situation in place. Mali is at war.
Transitional President Assimi Goïta has taken over the defense portfolio himself. His deputy, Umar Diarra, is another senior officer who has trained in Russia. Around 2,000 Russian paramilitary fighters from Africa Corps are on the ground. Their mission? Protect Mali's military leadership. But at what cost? 130 Malian soldiers are being held captive in Kidal after Russian fighters abandoned their positions to Al-Qaeda fighters and Tuareg separatists. Their contract, it seems, is not to protect every Malian soldiers, only those in power. Their lives now lie in the hands of their captors, not just prisoners of war, but perhaps bargaining chips where the chain of command is breaking. And where any talk of peace now begins with their fate. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera.
To Yemen now, where years of conflict and limited job opportunities have left graduates struggling to find work in their respective fields. Many are being forced to take alternative jobs just to make ends meet. Yusuf Mauri has the story from Sana'a.
With careful hands and quiet determination, Khalid Al-Khouli's hands move with delicate precision, transforming ordinary objects into shimmering possibilities. Not long ago, Khalid graduated at the very top of her class as a geologist from Sana'a University. But instead of exploring layers of rocks, she now explores gems and rhinestones, which she uses to decorate cups, shirts, and shoes.
I graduated at the top of my class with the highest scores. I was unable to get an internship because of my financial responsibilities, so I worked from one job to the next, none of which were related to my field of study. Because of the war and the economy, I was forced to settle for any job I can find. I decided to pursue a career in something that doesn't cost much and I can do from home.
What began as a necessity has become something deeper, a space where Khalid keeps her dreams and creativity alive.
The idea is deeper than the actual work. It's about taking an idea and transforming it into something more meaningful and distinguished, something that can overcome challenges. I used it to develop my professional skills for the future.
Across Yemen, thousands of students are preparing to graduate, eager to pursue their dreams. They are hoping for the best and are prepared for the many challenges that await.
My dream is to be a director and uplift Yemeni cinema. I believe cinema plays a critical role in improving the economy. The problem is we as students and future graduates don't have much opportunities due to years of war. The issue is when we graduate and try to land our first job, they tell us we don't have experience. How on earth can we have experience when we just graduated?
Everyone knows Yemen is going through perilous times. Job opportunities are scarce and unemployment is very high. Opportunities for skilled workers are very limited, but we students know very well that there will come a time when our degrees will be worth something. More opportunities are ahead, and hopefully we will play a role in this change.
Khalid's glitter may not reveal the secrets of the earth, but perhaps it is unearthing the resilience of Yemen's youth who are determined to succeed. Well, despite few jobs being available for students after they graduate, many say getting a university degree is still critical in order to help develop transferable skills, build professional networks, and increase long-term earning potential in an uncertain Yemeni job market. Yusuf Maudi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
People in Germany have paid their respects to the victims of a car ramming incident in the city of Leipzig. 2 people were killed and 3 others injured when the car drove into a pedestrian zone on Monday. The driver, a 33-year-old German man, was arrested shortly after the attack. Germany has seen a number of similar car ramming incidents since 2016. The U.S. military says it's carried out another strike on a suspected drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean, killing 2 people. The Trump administration has targeted alleged trafficking vessels since early September, but not provided any evidence. At least 188 deaths have been reported since. Despite the Iran war, the strikes have ramped up in recent weeks. Top security officials in Mexico have traveled to the troubled state of Sinaloa to reassure the public after a major political shakeup. The regional governor resigned after American allegations that he and other senior officials were working with a drug cartel. Julia Galliano reports from the state's capital, Culiacan.
The visit to Sinaloa by the highest-ranking members of Mexico's security forces, including the defense minister and the Minister of Security, Omar Garcia Harfush, is a clear way of closing ranks behind the interim government here after the former governor stepped down over the weekend following a very controversial indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice, which essentially accuses him and other officials from the state of collaborating with the Sinaloa cartel.
We are here today to send a clear message to the people of Sinaloa. The government of Mexico is here. It will not withdraw, and it will continue working every day for the safety of the Sinaloan families, strengthening whatever actions need to be strengthened and correcting whatever needs to be corrected.
The presence of the armed forces is evident here. You can find these checkpoints. We've seen them throughout the city with different members of the security forces, the National Guard, the police. This is a military checkpoint. They're stopping vehicles, checking the drivers, checking the cars, and basically asserting their presence here. But these displays of control haven't changed the fact that for nearly 2 years, the state has been at the forefront of the violence in Mexico as opposing factions of the Sinaloa cartel battle it out for territory. In that time, more than 3,000 people have been killed and many more have been forcibly disappeared. The fear now is that the power vacuum left by the former governor and other officials implicated in the U.S. indictment will be filled not by rule of law, but by further bloodshed as organized crime takes advantage of the government instability. Julia Galeano, Culiacan, Mexico.
The U.S. Secret Service says its officers have shot an armed suspect who opened fire in their direction near the White House. Agents say they approached a suspicious individual who fled before turning to shoot at officers. The incident led to a brief lockdown. Security in the U.S. Capitol has been on high alert since a shooting at the annual White House press dinner in late April. To India now, where results from the state assembly elections show major upsets in states long considered opposition strongholds. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP has won control of West Bengal for the first time, while a party led by an actor-turned-politician has secured victory in Tamil Nadu. The run-up to the elections was marred with allegations that more than 9 million voters were removed from the electoral rolls. Minel Fernandez reports.
Celebrations in West Bengal state as results poured in from one of India's most fraught assembly elections. The governing Bharatiya Janata Party, or BJP, pulled out all the stops to campaign here in West Bengal, the country's second largest state assembly with 294 seats, and its efforts appear to have paid off.
We feel persecuted by this Trinamool government. Any protester faced death threats. False cases were slapped on them. That's the reason we want a new government in 2026.
There was heavy security with tens of thousands of personnel deployed across the state. The state's governing All India Trinamool Congress and its three-time chief minister Mamata Banerjee have accused the central government and election authorities of manipulating the election. Charges both have dismissed. Changes to the electoral roll stripped millions of their right to vote, stoking tensions. Even so, turnout was a record. More than 9 million people were removed in what activists described as a rushed and arbitrary exercise before the election. Naeem Mullah is among them. The 42-year-old tailor says he's voted many times before, but he, along with his brother, have been removed because their father was named as the father of more than 6 people.
We are Indian citizens and we love our country. Therefore, we feel sad if we are unable to carry out our constitutional duty. The vote is an important constitutional right, and snatching this away without giving us an opportunity for redress is a random, arbitrary act.
Across the country in Tamil Nadu, the story resembles the many blockbusters that actor-turned-chief minister hopeful Vijay has starred in. His 2-year-old party, the Tamilaha Vetri Kazhagam, has emerged ahead of the 2 main political parties. The BJP has returned to power in Assam with its chief minister Himanta Biswa Sarma heading for a second consecutive term. The state assembly results do not have a direct bearing on national politics, but will allow Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his party to strengthen their influence. Minel Fernandez, Al Jazeera.
British voters head to the polls on Thursday for local elections set to pile more pressure on Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer and cement the rise of right and left-wing politicians. The Green Party is gaining momentum ahead of the vote, attracting voters disillusioned with the major parties. Sonia Gego reports from London.
Closer to a movement than a traditional party campaign. This is how the Green Party has found an audience at late-night socials, gaining ground where the governing Labour Party is losing trust with young voters. It's led by self-styled eco-populist Zach Polanski.
We're here because we want to get people elected, and we want to get people elected to change our society, to change our communities, to make sure people feel vote and they feel that plan.
He says the party is still focused on the environment, but it has broadened its message. Polanski has put issues such as solidarity with Palestine at the forefront of their campaigning, together with policies such as abolishing private landlords, decriminalizing drugs, and even withdrawing from NATO.
That confidence to say we're a socialist party, we care about working people, we care about people over profit, that's definitely what drew me.
And it's working. Green Party membership has more than tripled since Polanski took over.
It's here on the campaign trail in London where the Greens are working hard to transfer that surge in support into political power. They are a party on the rise, attracting voters who are disillusioned with the bigger, more established parties. But as that support grows, there is also the challenge of keeping together a coalition with very diverse priorities.
Former deputy leader Shara Ali says the party has moved away from its principles.
We've become very politically opportunistic. We'll try and grab your vote at all costs. We'll try and shield you from policies that we might think you'll find unpalatable and just emphasize the one that we think you'll like. That's populist in a bad way.
For now, the momentum is with them. The Green Party's appeal is broad, but pulling in different directions.
Can I give you one of our leaflets? No.
Coming under further scrutiny, the closer it moves to power. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Space researchers in Japan have detected an object on the edge of our solar system that has a thin atmosphere. It's a discovery astronomers had thought impossible. Scientists observed the object while it passed near a bright star 2 years ago. It found the light of the star slightly dimmed when it passed behind the celestial body, suggesting the presence of an atmospheric layer. Pluto was until now the only dwarf planet in that region of space with a detectable atmosphere. The findings will help scientists understand how objects beyond Neptune's orbit behave and study how atmospheres occur and evolve. And that is it for this news hour on Al Jazeera. That's it from me, Fuli Batibo. Stay with us. Anna Burns-Francis is with you next. Thanks for watching.
The latest news as it breaks.
2 people were killed and 22 people were injured, including 5 children in that strike.
With detailed coverage.
You can definitely see that he was sending the message that the United States needs the United Kingdom as much as the UK needs the US.
From around the world.
A diplomatic spat is unfolding between Ukraine and Israel after Ukraine accused Israel of purchasing stolen grain from Russia.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
In every story, truth is priority. Beyond the headlines, providing context, insight, and meaning. Seeking balance in every narrative we cover. Al Jazeera, from the front lines.
Good morning to the best morning audience on YouTube. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
Live from Doha, coming up. Claims and counterclaims in the Strait of Hormuz. The US says it's hit Iranian military boats. Tehran says they were civilian vessels. The United Arab Emirates says Iran is behind an attack on one of its oil refineries. Iran blames what it calls US adventurism in the region. Also ahead, Russian drones and missiles target Ukrainian gas plants and rail facilities, killing at least 5 people. Plus,
well, despite few jobs being available for students after they graduate, many say getting a university degree is still critical.
a lost generation. Yemen's young graduates struggle to find work after years of war. Iran says it did not have a pre-planned program to attack an oil facility in the UAE after the Gulf nation blamed Tehran for a fire at an oil facility in Fujairah. Tehran is blaming what it calls US military adventurism. 3 Indian nationals were injured when a fire broke out at a petroleum facility in the eastern port. The UAE says it intercepted several Iranian missiles on Monday. Tehran says the Strait of Hormuz remains under its control and that what happened in the UAE is the result of US actions aimed at creating a passage for the illegal transit of ships. On Monday, Iran released a new map outlining what it claims is its territory over a large part of the waterway. According to the US, 9 ships have passed through the strait under the protection of its navy, which Iran denies. Washington says it destroyed 7 Iranian military boats for trying to interfere. Iran says the US hit 2 civilian boats, killing 5 people. We'll have the latest on the attacks now. We're going to go to Asad Beg, who joins us from Doha. Asad, can you talk us through what is the latest on that fire at the ports at Fujairah?
Well, we understand from the UAE authorities that they had fire teams on site to try and contain that fire. We don't know the extent of the damage in Fujairah, but what we do know is that the UAE says that their anti-air defenses were activated and they intercepted missiles and drones. Now, according to the Ministry of Defense, they dealt with ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. And according to the UAE, they are pointing their finger firmly at Iran, although there's been somewhat of a denial from Tehran. But the UAE says that they do have the right to respond. But this is an important or the largest escalation since the start of that ceasefire early in April. That fragile ceasefire, and other Gulf countries are watching very, very closely as to what happens next, because no one really wants to return to war. Many countries in the Gulf are dragged into it, and it's had a considerable impact.
Asad, tell us, the renewed violence surely then prompting some concern, as you alluded to, from Gulf neighbours. How are they reacting?
Well, they've reacted with condemnation here in Qatar. Qatar condemned the attack. Saudi Arabia has condemned them. Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan, Pakistan, for example, and many other countries around the world. Now, what Qatar and Saudi Arabia have said is that they fully support UAE in preserving its sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, because during the war, many countries were attacked, 7 Arab countries, in fact. And just to give you the numbers, over 6,000 drones and missile strikes across these 7 countries. And many of those were targeting the UAE. But it's not just those attacks that's having an impact. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz, or the disruption there, is having an impact on economies, the loss of confidence, the tourism industry. Everything is really having an impact, and all eyes are on this fragile ceasefire. For example, Qatar has been very clear that they want a return to negotiations. They want a lasting peace, because it's not good for the region and it's not good for the entire world.
Asad Beg, thank you, joining us live from Doha. South Korea says it will review its position on joining US operations in the Strait of Hormuz. It comes after an explosion aboard a South Korean commercial vessel in the strait. Barnaby Lowe has more from Seoul.
Well, the South Korean government says it is carefully reviewing its position on joining the U.S. mission in the Strait of Hormuz, that its stance will be based on international law the safety of international maritime routes, its long-standing alliance with the United States, as well as the security situation on the Korean Peninsula. The Ministry of Defense here adding that it has been in discussions with other partners led by France and Britain to support the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but that sending a warship would be a last resort and that would require the approval of the National Assembly, as the Strait of Hormuz is an active war zone. So essentially what Seoul is saying is that it is not committing, it is not giving a hard no at the moment, but that it is a complicated decision to make. Now, the damaged ship will be towed to the port of Dubai. That's according to the operator. And we are learning that it was hit by an explosion just outside the Iranian-controlled part of the Strait of Hormuz in the territorial waters of the United Arab Emirates. Local media here also reporting that other South Korean vessels in the territorial waters of the United Arab Emirates will be moved closer to Qatari waters. And while US President Donald Trump has said that the South Korean vessel was struck by an Iranian projectile, the South Korean government has been more measured with its statement, saying only that it can confirm that there was an explosion, that the fire began at the port side of the engine room, but it is still investigating the cause of the explosion, whether it was caused by an external attack or was because of some trouble in the engine. Barnaby, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
All right, let's go now to Russell Soda, who joins us live from Tehran. Russell, we'll get to those events in the Strait of Hormuz in a moment, but Iran, with the attacks on the UAE, Iran is not accepting direct responsibility. So what are they saying about the incident that unfolded yesterday?
Well, they're keeping their message quite vague here, though there have been two statements. So first is from the country's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, on a social media post, simply saying that the U.S. should be wary of being dragged back into the quagmire by ill-wishers. So the United Arab Emirates as well. And so he's accusing the United States and the UAE of these actions, and he's saying they're responsible for these recent tensions, without mentioning about Iranian actions here. And then there is another statement from a military source talking to the state media, simply saying that the Islamic Republic of Iran did not have any pre-planned program to attack to these mentioned locations, oil facilities, particularly Fujairah, and saying what has happened is a result of the U.S. adventurism, and the U.S. military must be held accountable for what has happened. So through both of these statements, it is not clear whether they're accepting or denying it. But I think this is a kind of strategic ambiguity. The language is deliberately being kept that vague, because by doing so, on one hand, so they're not going to be seen as the party that is violating the ceasefire, but on the other hand, they are quite standing firm that any attempt of somehow changing the reality on the ground without Iranian permission getting Strait of Hormuz is going to be met forcefully.
Okay, because as you point out, there is supposed to be a ceasefire, but there is, of course, growing global concern about the events unfolding in the Strait of Hormuz and who is hitting who and what is unfolding. What is Iran's leadership saying about events there?
Well, Iran have its own version of the story. So Iranians saying first about the boats that were hit by the U.S. naval forces were not military speedboats, and they did not belong to the IRGC, the Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Rather, Iran insists that they were civilians and on board, and as a result of the U.S. attacks, so 5 civilians have been killed. And on the other hand, regarding their military engagement with the U.S. naval forces, Iranians are saying that the U.S. destroyers attempted to pass the Strait of Hormuz and the radars were off. Then once the radars were on, they have been detected by Iran's naval forces that are scanning and monitoring the region. And then they immediately engaged militarily. So they were warning shots, including the combat drones, the rockets and cruise missiles. And as a result, the U.S. destroyers were forced to turn away and to leave the area. So this is what Iranians are narrating here. And they're also warning that any further attempt trying to bypass the Strait of Hormuz without a coordination with Iranians is not going to be acceptable. While all that is happening, so Iran is now clearly talking about a new strategic environment, saying that Strait of Hormuz is under our control and we are not going to give up on it. Indeed, the spokesperson of the parliament and the chief negotiator, Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, also saying that we have not even begun yet. So Iranians are having a solid position and Americans are having another solid position. So there is a lack of flexibility here, and that is making the things extremely, or the situation on the ground, extremely delicate.
Russell Sturder reporting live from Tehran. Thank you. Well, Israel has threatened more people in southern Lebanon to leave their homes, with the military issuing new forced evacuation threats in Jibshit and Sifra. Both villages lie outside Israel's so-called Yellow Line, a military zone that extends about 10 kilometres into Lebanese territory from the border. Israel continues to occupy the area where towns and villages have been demolished. Ori Challens has more from Beirut.
We've got a formal ceasefire on paper, haven't we, Folly? But reality is that on the ground in the south, we have a daily grinding military confrontation. These two settlements that have been given the forced evacuation orders earlier today, they are both, as you said, outside of the Yellow Line, this exclusion zone that Israel has about 10 kilometers in from the Lebanese border. One of them, Jibshit, is actually north of the Litani River. It's in the Nabatea district, and Israel has been focusing a lot of its fire on the Nabatea district, with so many people displaced from their homes, both in the south of the country and Beirut's southern suburbs. A fifth of the population, 1 in 5 people, essentially, is currently homeless. Now, the unluckiest of them are on the streets because there's nowhere else for them to go. It's been there has been torrential rain in Beirut in the last 24 hours, making life pretty miserable if you're camping out. A lot of people are in displacement shelters of some form or other. Others have found other accommodation with relatives or renting places. But this catastrophe, this crisis has second-order effects, particularly on kids, children, because with so many educational facilities currently being used as displacement shelters and so many schools out of action, this is having real ramifications for their educational prospects. We could watch a report that we put together on this now. This war is a catastrophe for Lebanon's kids, and I've come to speak to a family about it. This building is a technical college in Beirut, but it's not a technical college right now. It's actually sheltering about 2,000 of the 1 million or so people displaced by Israel's bombs from their homes in southern Lebanon and Beirut. So I want to make an introduction. This is Mariam and 2 of her kids, Zainab at the back in the orange and Ahmed here at the front. They're preparing for exams starting tomorrow. But how can you do exams when everything is gone?
The internet here is really weak. When online lessons started, we were still under warplanes and bombardment. I only have one phone for all of them. 3 children. Their classes are often scheduled at the same time, so they simply can't attend properly.
10-year-old Zainab is doing her best.
I like studying. I'm studying on my phone and getting ready for exams. It really upsets me that I'm not going to school because of the war. I don't really understand online lessons. Sometimes I can't hear anything or connect.
Zainab's mum thinks under these conditions, exams are unfair. They should be delayed. Indeed, the numbers are dire. 339 schools were closed because they were in war zones. At least 430 schools, colleges and universities are shut because, well, they're now homes for the displaced. The education of 250,000 kids has been disrupted.
That was UNESCO's count from early April. Things have got a little better, according to the Education Ministry, but still only 55% of Lebanese kids are studying in schools.
We are still hearing many complaints saying that, what about these who left their homes? Where will you do the exams? We want to make sure that the exam centers are in safe places. And we know that in many areas in the south, there's nothing called as safe. Not doing an exam for everybody is not the choice. So we want to cut the problem into chunks to be able to deal with it.
As Lebanon knows from earlier wars and as the world knows from COVID, when children face a long disruption to their educations, the effects are felt for years to come. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera in Beirut.
Russia has attacked gas production plants and railway facilities in parts of Ukraine overnight, killing at least 5 people. In Kharkiv, a drone targeted a wagon, and in the Poltava region, a drone hit the tracks near a diesel locomotive and damaged a wagon. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has shown utter cynicism by asking for a ceasefire and then launching missile and drone attacks on his country. Earlier, Audrey McAlpine spoke from Kyiv to my colleague Folly Batibo.
The largest of these overnight attacks, Folly, was in Poltava, a city about 250 kilometers east of the capital here in Kyiv. Multiple missiles as well as drones hit this state-run energy facility. 2 workers were killed, as well as 2 rescue workers. Now, after 4 years of war, it's easy for these numbers to feel abstract, but one of these rescue workers was a man named Viktor Kuzmenko, who has responded to over 50 attacks in Poltava, one notably in 2024, where he saved over 17 people. But it wasn't the only location that was hit overnight. Also, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Nikopol, Dnipro, Zaporizhia all came under attack. The alarm first sounding just before midnight on Monday, and then around 3 a.m., ballistic threats were noted across Ukraine. Now, President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that these attacks were aimed at Ukraine's energy infrastructure. And Naftogaz, who owned the facility in Poltava, has noted that over last year, there were more strikes on its facilities than the previous years of the war combined, which really speaks to this tactic, both by Russia and Ukraine, to target one another's energy production facilities.
At least 26 people have been killed in an explosion at a fireworks factory in central China. The blast happened in the city of Changsha in Hunan province on Monday afternoon. At least 61 others were injured. Authorities are investigating the cause of the explosion and have evacuated people from surrounding areas. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
There was also damage to homes at nearby villages. Footage showing that glass was shattered and some doors also broken at some homes at nearby villages. Also, residents reported that heavy rocks were blown onto the road in the blast. Now, rescue efforts and response efforts are ongoing. Around 480 personnel, including firefighters, rescuers and medical personnel, they have been on the scene to try to treat the injured and try to find those who have been injured. Rescue robots also being deployed to those efforts. And people within 3 kilometers of the blast have also reportedly been evacuated. There were reports that 2 warehouses used by the company to store gunpowder had posed a risk, but firefighters have been using water cannons to completely soak the scene to help prevent further accidents. The local police department has also reportedly detained the company's senior executives for an investigation into the cause of the accident. As the state broadcaster says that there will be a press conference held by the local authorities later this afternoon, so we'll watch to see what other developments come from that press briefing. President Xi Jinping also has called for proper handling of this, the aftermath. He's called for a prompt investigation, and he's also stressed that those who are involved must be held accountable. Now, he's called for the relevant authorities to draw lessons from this accident and to reinforce responsibility for workplace safety.
Mali's President Assimi Goïta has named himself Defence Minister after last month's coordinated attacks by armed groups. Critics say the military government's conducting a purge, targeting soldiers, retired officers and civilians accused of links to the violence. Nicholas Haak has this exclusive report.
These are Malian soldiers in Kidal. They've been stripped of their uniforms and are being held as prisoners of war by Tuareg separatists. We've concealed their faces for their safety and to protect their identities. He introduces himself as a paramilitary soldier. Another says he's an army officer. This one says he's a policeman. He says the wounded are receiving care in hospital, but we were not allowed to film inside the hospital. The Liberation Front of Azawad, known as the FLA, says it respects human rights and does not target civilians. But after toppling Malian forces in Kidal, it's now sharing power with the Al-Qaeda affiliate, which human rights group accuse of rape, torture, and abuse.
Today, we're trying to set up ways to coexist not as allies, but as a temporary arrangement. We don't really have a choice. We're forced to do it.
The Tuareg separatists want a homeland they call Azawad. Al-Qaeda wants an Islamic state. But for now, they have a shared enemy, Mali's military government in Bamako. In late April, they launched coordinated attacks from Kidal and Sévaré to Bamako and Kati, the garrison town at the heart of Mali's military power. That's where Defense Minister Sadio Camara was killed. Since then, officers, politicians, and even lawyers are being rounded up. Critics have called it a witch hunt. They're being accused of colluding with the enemy. Authorities say last month's attack were only possible because of traitors within.
The current situation of the country is critical, so we really need to look into who may be involved and who is not.
We need to stop pretending as if we have a normal democratic situation in place. Mali is at war.
Transitional President Assimi Goïta has taken over the defense portfolio himself. His deputy, Umar Diarra, is another senior officer who has trained in Russia. Around 2,000 Russian paramilitary fighters from Africa Corps are on the ground. Their mission? Protect Mali's military leadership. But at what cost? 130 Malian soldiers are being held captive in Kidal after Russian fighters abandoned their positions to Al-Qaeda fighters and Tuareg separatists. Their contract, it seems, is not to protect every Malian soldiers, only those in power. Their lives now lie in the hands of their captors, not just prisoners of war, but perhaps bargaining chips where the chain of command is breaking, and where any talk of peace now begins with their fate. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera.
The US military says it's carried out another strike on a suspected drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean, killing 2 people. The Trump administration has targeted alleged trafficking vessels since early September, but not provided any evidence. At least 188 deaths have been reported since. Top security officials in Mexico have travelled to the troubled state of Sinaloa to reassure the public after a major political shake-up. The regional governor resigned after US allegations that he and other senior officials were working with a drug cartel. Julia Galliano reports from the state's capital, Coyoacán.
The visit to Sinaloa by the highest-ranking members of Mexico's security forces, including the defense minister and the minister of security, Omar Garcia Harfuch, is a clear way of closing ranks behind the interim government here after the former governor stepped down over the weekend following a very controversial indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice, which essentially accuses him and other officials from the state of collaborating with the Sinaloa cartel.
We are here today to send a clear message to the people of Sinaloa. The government of Mexico is here. It will not withdraw, and it will continue working every day for the safety of the Sinaloan families, strengthening whatever actions need to be strengthened and correcting whatever needs to be corrected.
The presence of the armed forces is evident here. You can find these checkpoints. We've seen them throughout the city with different members of the security forces, the National Guard, the police. This is a military checkpoint. They're stopping vehicles, checking the drivers, checking the cars, and basically asserting their presence here. But these displays of control haven't changed the fact that for nearly 2 years, the state has been at the forefront of the violence in Mexico, as opposing factions of the Sinaloa cartel battle it out for territory. In that time, more than 3,000 people have been killed and many more have been forcibly disappeared. The fear now is that the power vacuum left by the former governor and other officials implicated in the U.S. indictment will be filled not by rule of law, but by further bloodshed as organized crime takes advantage of the government instability. Julia Galliano, Culiacan, Mexico.
Sudan has recalled its ambassador to Ethiopia, accusing the government there of launching drones into its capital, Khartoum. A top army general says an investigation into Monday's incident revealed the drones were supplied by the United Arab Emirates. Brigadier General Asim Awad Abdul Wahab also said there's evidence previous attacks all came from the Ethiopian city of Bahir. In response, the Ethiopian government accused Sudan's military of arming mercenaries that are opposed to it.
What Ethiopia and the UAE have done is a direct aggression against Sudan and will not be met with silence. Our armed forces are fully prepared to deal with any threat in a way that preserves the dignity, sovereignty, and security of the nation.
To Yemen now, where years of conflict and limited job opportunities have left graduates struggling to find work in their respective fields. Many are being forced to take alternative jobs just to make ends meet. Yusuf Mori has more from Sana'a.
With careful hands and quiet determination, Khalid al-Khouli's hands move with delicate precision, transforming ordinary objects into shimmering possibilities. Not long ago, Khalid graduated at the very top of her class as a geologist from Sana'a University. But instead of exploring layers of rocks, she now explores gems and rhinestones, which she uses to decorate cups, shirts, and shoes.
I graduated at the top of my class with the highest scores. I was unable to get an internship because of my financial responsibilities, so I worked from one job to the next, none of which were related to my field of study. Because of the war and the economy, I was forced to settle for any job I can find. I decided to pursue a career in something that doesn't cost much and I can do from home.
What began as a necessity has become something deeper, a space where Khalid keeps her dreams and creativity alive.
The idea is deeper than the actual work. It's about taking an idea and transforming it into something more meaningful and distinguished, something that can overcome challenges. I used it to develop my professional skills for the future.
Across Yemen, thousands of students are preparing to graduate, eager to pursue their dreams. They are hoping for the best and are prepared for the many challenges that await.
My dream is to be a director and uplift Yemeni cinema. I believe cinema plays a critical role in improving the economy. The problem is we as students and future graduates don't have much opportunities due to years of war. The issue is when we graduate and try to land our first job, they tell us we don't have experience. How on earth can we have experience when we just graduated?
Everyone knows Yemen is going through perilous times. Job opportunities are scarce and unemployment is very high. Opportunities for skilled workers are very limited, but we students know very well that there will come a time when our degrees will be worth something. More opportunities are ahead, and hopefully we will play a role in this change.
Khalid's glitter may not reveal the secrets of the earth, but perhaps it is unearthing the resilience of Yemen's youth who are determined to succeed. Well, despite few jobs being available for students after they graduate, many say getting a university degree is still critical in order to help develop transferable skills, build professional networks, and increase long-term earning potential in an uncertain Yemeni job market. Yusuf Mawdi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
That's it from me, Anna Burns-Francis. Stay with us. The news
We're
will be back
incredibly
after
grateful for
Inside
every
Story.
single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
They are helping each other to just survive. So the situation here is quite dire.
Israeli forces detained 2 activists after stopping the Gaza-bound Samud flotilla off the coast of Greece. It happened in international waters nearly 1,000 kilometres from the Strip. So was this action legal? This is Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the program. I'm Tom McRae. A fleet of boats with activists headed for Gaza has been stopped by Israeli naval forces, this time much further away than before. 1,000 kilometres from Gaza, in fact. Marine commandos boarded the Samud global flotilla in international waters off the coast of the Greek island of Crete. Spain says the interception is illegal, describing the detention of 2 activists taken to Israel as an abduction. The Israeli Foreign Ministry says the 22 boats had no prospect of reaching Gaza and that supplies can go through only approved routes. The flotilla's supporters say it's a vital demonstration of solidarity with the people of Gaza. Critics in Israel and elsewhere, however, say it's a provocation and a publicity stunt, accusing it of links to Hamas, which are strongly denied. So how did this interception happen in European and international waters? And is Israel's action legal? We'll speak to our guest shortly, but first, this report from Amar Boateng.
On hunger strike in Israel, in defense of their mission, Saif Abu Keshek and Tiago Avila remain in detention after being seized by Israeli forces on Wednesday night off the coast of Greece. They were taking part in the global Samud flotilla, a coalition of more than 170 international activists on more than 50 boats. They set sail from Spain on April 12th, aiming to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza and to break Israel's blockade of the Strip. On the night of April 29th, Israeli forces intercepted several boats off the coast of the island of Crete. The Israeli Navy transferred the activists onto Greek boats, and they were disembarked on the island, more than 1,000 kilometers from Gaza. That's in contrast to last October, when activists taking part in that global Samud flotilla mission were able to go further. According to the group, several boats were able to reach near the coast of Gaza before being intercepted by Israeli forces.
Attempts to breach the lawful maritime security blockade of the Gaza Strip.
The Israeli Foreign Ministry said that earlier action this time was due to the large number of vessels taking part. Israel accuses the men of being affiliated with the Popular Conference for Palestinians Abroad, a group designated by Israel and the US as a terrorist organization. Activists from the global Samud flotilla say the allegations are politically motivated. A lawyer for the 2 men says they've been mistreated.
It's important in the beginning to note that both of them were subjected to torture and violence since the moment they were abducted by the Israeli Navy. They were kept handcuffed and blindfolded.
Spain's Prime Minister has condemned the Israeli government.
We have seen that the Israeli authorities of Netanyahu's government have kidnapped several citizens who are on the flotilla heading towards Palestine to deliver humanitarian aid and continue reminding the world that there are people suffering in Gaza, in the West Bank, and throughout Palestine. Now that Netanyahu has done this, kidnapping foreign citizens, one of them Spanish, and taking them to Israel, I have several things to say to Prime Minister Netanyahu. The first is that Spain always will protect its citizens. Second, we will always uphold international law. And this is yet another violation of international law.
Italy's Prime Minister has a different view. Giorgia Meloni says the global Samud flotilla's actions are not meaningful.
As for my opinion on the flotilla, I haven't changed my mind much. I still don't see the usefulness of these initiatives that don't benefit the people of Gaza and instead give us many more problems to solve, as if we didn't already have enough.
There have been protests in several countries demanding the release of the activists. Their lawyers and organizers of the flotilla say the Israeli actions are a serious violation of international law, and that it's part of a pattern of sustained attack on Palestinian life and those who act in solidarity with it. Amar Boateng, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, Let's bring in our guest now. In the Canadian city of St. John's is Heidi Matthews, Assistant Professor at Osgoode Hall Law School at York University in Toronto. She provided legal support on board the Global Samud Flotilla during their mission last year. In Tel Aviv, Dan Perry, the former editor of the Associated Press for Europe, the Middle East and Africa. He is also the publisher of Ask Questions Later on Substack. And in Brussels, Lynn Boylan, a member of the European Parliament for Dublin and chair of the European Parliament Delegation for Relations with Palestine. Thank you so much for being with us. We really do appreciate your time here on Inside Story. Heidi, if I can begin with you. Unlike previously, Israel intercepted this flotilla 1,000 kilometres away from Gaza and in international waters near Crete, as we saw. Can you just talk us through what happened and why you think Israel changed its strategy this time?
Yeah, it's a great question. Notably, what's different this time around is that Israel did take custody of some 180 volunteer participants on the flotilla, in addition to the two that have now been taken to Israel and may or may not be subjected eventually to criminal charges. Those 180 other participants were let off in Greece, although there are very serious allegations of physical and other sorts of mistreatment sort of en route to Greece. But the thing that looks really different is that Israel is now no longer interested in detaining for around 2 to 6 days dozens of volunteers, which it did do in October of last year with the last wave of the Global Samud Flotilla. We can speculate about why that might be the case. There are serious reasons to believe that actual charges, criminal charges, might be brought domestically with respect to the two organizers. Clearly, the attempt now is to indict the organization as a whole, to echo some of the sentiments that Prime Minister Maloney was quoted as saying just now around the sort of allegedly criminal nature of the flotilla and its organizers itself, rather than the many dozens of participants who had previously been subjected to attack.
Dan, for its part, Israel is calling this a PR stunt and a provocation, and saying that it conducted a peaceful, lawful operation. From Israel's point of view, how do you read what is happening there? Is this significant at all, and how is it being portrayed there?
I have to tell you, this is not big news in Israel. It barely made any headlines. The Israeli public views this generally as a PR stunt and a provocation, just as you said. It isn't taken that seriously, again, among the public as a major criminal action. It's simply viewed as part of the blizzard of politicking and propaganda that has arisen around everything to do with Israel and Gaza. Why the government has chosen to be more litigious in this case, or so it would appear, just as your other guest said, I too can only speculate, because they haven't explained themselves. In the past, of course, for example, in October, the Greta Thunberg show, they brought her to Ashdod. She made a whole big thing of being kidnapped. They let her go. They gave her a sandwich. And the aid, I believe, that wasn't a flotilla, to the extent that that existed, was indeed sent to Gaza, I think. I can't follow it, but that's the claim. Is this a better way to be? Does it matter that much if Saif is a member of a group affiliated with Hamas? Are they going to get intelligence out of him? I really cannot say. I would note that this particular Israeli government has seemed especially ham-fisted about its own, the damage it causes itself reputationally. And it's not surprising to me that they're by no means trying to explain themselves and essentially handing a PR victory to their critics. That's where it appears to stand right now. Whether it might turn out that the two detainees are master terrorists, I cannot say.
Okay, Lynn, I know that you've been outspoken about this. What was your reaction when you saw the way that the Israeli authorities have handled this? And what does it really say about the relationship between Israel and European leaders, as we heard from Maloney, saying that this is just adding to more problems that need to be solved?
Well, I suppose the first thing to say is that the activists shouldn't have to get on a boat. They shouldn't have to put their lives in danger if the European institutions and the international world were actually doing their job and holding Israel to account for the illegal blockade of Gaza. So people have only put their lives at risk on these boats because they feel so frustrated and heartbroken at the failure of governments across the world to hold Israel to account. I think what we've seen with the much more heavy-handed approach by Israel is probably a sense of frustration by Israel that the activists aren't going away, that the drive and the support that the international community has for Palestine is not diminishing, and that they're seeing that as a distraction now with the flotilla when they obviously have all of these other fronts open in Lebanon, Iran, and still, carrying out attacks on Gaza and the illegal settlements. So I think they've taken a heavy-handed approach to try and deter another flotilla from going ahead. But I would make the point that if politicians like myself were doing our jobs, people shouldn't be getting on the boats and having to bring aid because that blockade should have been lifted a long time ago.
Well, let's take a closer look at who the two activists are that have been detained by Israeli forces. Now, the Global Samud Flotilla organisers say Thiago Avila is a socio-environmentalist from Brazil who has dedicated himself to solidarity with Palestine for more than 20 years. The group says he was part of a mission in June last year that was also intercepted by Israeli forces. And organisers say Saif Abu Keshek is a dual Spanish and Swedish national. He's a Palestinian activist who the coalition says has been organising Palestinian solidarity rallies across Europe for more than 20 years. Before joining this year's flotilla, he was the lead organiser of the global march to Gaza. Heidi, if I can come to you now, on what basis do you think that these two men in particular have been singled out, and exactly what have they been accused of, and what do you believe their fate to be?
So again, it's my understanding from the latest legal updates from lawyers working with Adala, the NGO that is supporting and has historically supported participants in the flotilla, that actually, as yet, there are no formal charges, although there's discussion of various quote-unquote terrorism-related domestic charges for these two individuals, but as yet they remain uncharged. In a way, I mean, I think this approach, looking at these two individuals in particular, as opposed to detaining the many dozens and likely hundreds of participants in the flotilla, because the flotilla continues to sail. So as we're speaking, ships are continuing to prepare to sail from various European ports, from Turkish ports as well. And so the flotilla isn't over, right? These two leaders have been taken into detention and may be charged in a much wider context. And so I think focusing on demonizing these two organizers in a way lets Israel off the hook of having to actually deal again with the hundreds of participants who were volunteering from all walks of life in order to do what Lynn has adequately or excellently described as attempting to break what is an unlawful blockade. And when we say an unlawful blockade, what we mean is this is a blockade that has the effect of disproportionately negatively affecting the civilian population, namely by being a key tool in the arsenal of Israeli leaders' starvation campaign. And let me remind listeners that Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant remain charged by the International Criminal Court for a host of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including the deliberate use of starvation. And the blockade is a key part of that process. And so Israel doesn't have to contend now with the governments of dozens of governments representing participants if it had taken them into custody along with these two organizers. So this is clearly an attempt to demonize the organization as a whole. At the same time, as an attempt to not have to deal with all the consular staff, governments, et cetera, of the volunteers on board the boats, which, as I said, are continuing to prepare to leave and leaving as we speak.
Dan, you said that the Israeli government has dealt with this in a ham-fisted way. Does it care, or is it worried about its relationship with Europe, seeing that these two men are European nationals?
I think it does, and I also think it doesn't as much as it should. I think in Israel there is an exaggerated sense that Europe is lost, which is false. Europe is Israel's primary trading partner. Europe is critical for Israel. Israel remains an associate member, in a way, of the European Union. Israel faces a complex situation, and I fear that what we're hearing from my two esteemed fellow guests is a highly simplistic narrative. That, too, is part of the equation. What are they supposed to do? They are blockading Gaza. This is seen by some as illegal, but was seen by the Palmer Report in 2011 as legal. It is not so clear what any of us would do if we were in charge of dealing with that situation. Hamas is an organization dedicated, A, to Israel's destruction, and B, to running a jihadist theocracy of sorts in Gaza. If Lynn Boylan and others were truly concerned about the welfare of the Palestinian people, they'd be working to implement the plan presented by the U.S. last fall that was supported by everyone, including the Arab League, that is aimed at dislodging Hamas from Gaza. Because, for God's sake, you have to be spectacularly ignorant of history to not know that the blockade was A, imposed because Hamas took over Gaza, intending to use it as a platform to bombard Israel and attack Israel, and B, that the same blockade, it is only a true blockade because Egypt completes the encirclement of Gaza. And I almost never hear these critics talking about Egypt. And yet there would be no blockade if that land bridge to Egypt was not itself blocked by Egypt. Why is everyone blockading Gaza? Why do people not want materiel to go into Gaza? It's not to starve the population, no matter what some idiot Israeli minister at some point said about pressuring Hamas in that way. No one wants to starve the population.
Okay.
They want to smoke out Hamas. That is the essence. And anyone who favors the Palestinians but misses that essence is doing the Palestinians no favors at all.
Lynn, I can see that you're desperate to jump in here. I want to give you a right to respond to what Dan just said.
Well, I think first and foremost, you cannot defend the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. That's, that is against international law, and that is what Israel is doing in Gaza. There is no Hamas in the West Bank, and they're there with the brutal, violent, illegal settlers who are aided and abetted by the Israeli Defense Forces. So Israel is committing numerous international crimes and has not been held to account, and that is why it feels so emboldened to continue to just run roughshod across international law. And as regards the peace plan, I mean, Donald Trump is trying to undermine the UN. He's trying to undermine the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, by setting up this board of peace, which doesn't have Palestinian involvement in it. And as a member of the European Parliament, I'm not going to defend the setting up of a sort of a parallel system when we have a system that, yes, needs reform, but that actually is the one that we should be using, which is the UN, and that the Palestinians have to be front and center of any future plans for Gaza. So, I mean, you cannot allow Israel to just be a flagrant deny that international law exists. It is a trading partner with the EU. The EU needs to hold Israel to account. They have already accepted that Israel is in breach of Article 2 of the trading agreement with the EU, and yet they have failed to act. And on Wednesday, the Trade Committee of the European Parliament will meet to discuss whether or not to suspend the trading agreement with Israel. And I will be making the case very strongly that at this point, Israel has shown it has no interest in upholding the human rights of Palestinians, and therefore the trade agreement must be suspended.
Heidi, we heard Dan reiterate that Israel is accusing the flotilla organisers of links to Hamas. Is there any substance to that claim at all, or is it a legal and political strategy to try and justify the interception of the flotilla, but also the ongoing blockade of Gaza as well?
Look, I am not a lawyer representing these two individuals, but to my knowledge, there's no credible evidence of any kind of links to Hamas or other terrorist organizations on the part of these organizers, or indeed anybody participating in the flotilla. By virtue of my own participation as an independent legal observer alongside the flotilla last fall, I ended up personally being smeared for materially supporting Hamas and terrorism as well. And so we know what the purpose of these allegations are, whether they end up holding weight in court, whether they end up actually even leading to any actual charges. The point of these allegations and these rumors is to smear and shut down activists in their work, to shut down academics like myself in their legal analysis. And as Lynn has done, the essential thing to remind ourselves of, from my perspective as an international lawyer and legal academic, is to say that even in some alternate universe, right, where let's imagine the blockade is lawful. Let's, take seriously a report that was written in 2011 that your other esteemed guest mentioned. We're now in 2026, in the middle of genocide. Even if the blockade were lawful, civilians can never be the object of direct attack. That's a basic principle of international law. Attacks cannot involve unnecessary and superfluous injury and suffering. And certainly, per the Rome Statute, it's a war crime to intentionally attack a humanitarian mission. Those are what those crimes are revealed by the facts in this case, as opposed to spurious allegations of relation to terrorism, which, as I've said, is designed to smear these particular activists and indeed anybody who works alongside them.
Dan, we know that the US has thrown its support behind Israel, not just throughout this war, but in regards to intercepting the flotilla as well. Is America and Donald Trump providing political cover, and is the Israeli government using that to take actions like this against the flotilla?
I think Israel obviously feels it has the backing of the American government. I have much criticism of both the Israeli government and the American government on a whole host of international issues. But I have trouble coming up with a better recommendation than the blockade, which my fellow panelists here seem to think is so illegal and such an attack, by definition, on a Palestinian people. And I would just ask anyone who really wants to go public with such a position, what on earth would you do instead if you were the Israeli prime minister? And let's suppose not a prime minister is problematic and difficult and objectionable as Netanyahu, but a normative Israeli prime minister. What on earth would you do with Hamas being in charge in Gaza still? Would you blockade it or not? My suspicion is you would. And then you would face spurious charges of attacks on a Palestinian people with words like international law thrown around with reckless abandon. I don't think that's fair. And throughout my career, I've tried to be fair. I'm not representing a side here, but I'm telling everyone that this is a weird and difficult situation with Hamas in Gaza, that it's been there for 20 years, which has included 2011, by the way. Nothing has changed since then. Is an affront to justice and a crime upon a Palestinian people, and it puts Israel and Egypt in an extremely difficult situation. And I do not think that enforcing this blockade, when you say from the beginning that whatever aid is brought in on these flotillas, which are clearly a method of harassing Israel, will be sent to Gaza, how is that an attack on the Palestinian people? By repeating such calumny, I don't think you're doing anyone any favors. And as a journalist, I have to check.
Okay, Lynn, if we can bring you back in and talk a little bit further about what the EU can do at this point in time. What concrete leverage or actions do European governments actually have at their disposal right now, beyond just strongly worded statements? Because I know that you have called repeatedly for a call to action. So what sort of actions are you talking about?
The EU has an enormous amount of leverage, probably second only to the US in terms of the leverage it has with the Israeli state. So in terms of being a huge trading partner at an EU level, so the EU-Israel Association Agreement, which, as I've already said, the EU has accepted that Israel is in breach of Article 2 of that trade agreement. Secondly, they are also supplying, numerous member states are supplying the arms that are carrying out the genocide on the people of Gaza, so they could have a two-way arms embargo. But number one is around the suspension of the EU-Israel Association Agreement, because they have accepted that Israel is in breach of it. And we only seen last week, and this is, I suppose, when the EU says we prefer to have negotiations, we prefer to have dialogue with Israel. When it came to the illegal grain coming from Ukraine on a Russian ship that was due to dock in Israel, when the EU threatened sanctions, Israel refused that ship to dock. So it shows that when the EU actually speaks with purpose, when it actually threatens to use its leverage, Israel listens. But to date, unfortunately, wheat appears to have more value than Palestinian lives when it comes to the European institutions. So the one thing they can do is suspend the trade. The second thing at a member state level is have that two-way arms embargo. And then I suppose just in general, we would call for civil society to continue with the boycott, divest system.
Heidi, the other issue here is accountability. If we run through a number of these issues, treatment of detainees, boarding vessels in international waters, disabling boats, who realistically, if anyone, do you think is going to be held accountable or face any sort of consequence here?
Look, these attacks, interceptions, and the violence that we know has taken place, we know that through various testimonies of participants, including the 2 that have been detained by Israel. Israel obviously bears responsibility for that violence. Investigations are open at the ICC with respect to the overall situation in the state of Palestine, and bringing this allegedly criminal behavior within the scope of the ICC is absolutely on the table should the prosecutor wish to do so. And it's open to civil society, certainly, to press the prosecutor to extend his work to the work of the flotillas. There are also avenues for states, some of which are legal and some of which are political.
Right.
And Lynn has gone through some of the political avenues as well.
Dan, Israel's intercepted a number of flotillas, now detained hundreds of foreign nationals, faced international condemnation. You posed this question earlier. What, if anything, should it be doing differently?
No, I think Israel needs to revise its entire approach to the Palestinian, to the conflict with the Palestinians. And that applies mainly to the West Bank. But in the case of Gaza, as I suggested before, I don't think it has much of a choice but to insist on the blockade and on the removal of Hamas. And by the way, it is true that the U.S.-led plan and the otherwise seemingly farcical Board of Peace is preventing the Palestinians from having a representation in this process. The interim government, that is essentially an extension of the Palestinian Authority, which is the legal authority in Gaza and not Hamas, they are represented, and they were at that showy press conference that was held, I believe it was 4 or 5 months ago. There is a genuine effort to find a way, to finesse a way to disarm Hamas and remove them from Gaza, establishing a pathway to an interim Palestinian government that hopefully with a future moderate and reasonable Israeli government can engage in good faith talks on achieving a partition of Palestine. That is the goal. The current government of Israel is going to stand in the way of that, and I don't expect them to do anything particularly good, but the blockade as such is very far from their biggest malfeasance.
Well, yeah, despite that Board of Peace and the ceasefire in place in Gaza, we're still seeing Palestinians being killed on a weekly basis, and many, many people continue to go hungry. Thank you so much. We'll have to leave it there. We've run out of time. Dan Perry, Heidi Matthews and Lynn Boylan, thanks for joining us. Thank you too for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
And good morning. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
Outside of the federal courthouse, where international media are packing the sidewalks, so are demonstrators, some of them celebrating Maduro's arrest, others calling for his release.
I'm Anna Burns-Francis. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Coming up. Claims and counterclaims in the Strait of Hormuz. The US says it's hit Iranian military boats. Tehran says they were civilian vessels. The United Arab Emirates says Iran is behind an attack on one of its oil refineries. Iran blames what it calls US adventurism in the region. Also ahead, Russian drones and missiles target Ukrainian gas plants and rail facilities, killing at least 5 people. Sudan's army accuses Ethiopia of allowing drones targeting the capital Khartoum to be launched from its territory. Iran says it did not have a pre-planned program to attack an oil facility in the UAE after the Gulf nation blamed Tehran for a fire at an oil facility in Fujairah. Tehran is blaming what it calls US military adventurism. 3 Indian nationals were injured when a fire broke out at a petroleum facility in the eastern port. The UAE says it intercepted several Iranian missiles on Monday. Tehran says the Strait of Hormuz remains under its control and that what happened in the UAE is the result of US actions aimed at creating a passage for the illegal transit of ships. On Monday, Iran released a new map outlining what it claims is its territory over a large part of the waterway. According to the US, 9 ships have passed through the strait under the protection of its navy, which Iran denies. Washington says it destroyed 7 Iranian military boats for trying to interfere. Iran says the US hit 2 civilian boats, killing 5 people. For more on this, let's go live now to Ressel Serdar, who joins us from Tehran. Ressel, Iran is not accepting direct responsibility for the attacks on the UAE. So what are they saying about what happened?
Indeed, they're neither claiming the responsibility nor denying it. So there have been 2 statements. One is from the Foreign Ministry, Abbas Araghchi, and the Foreign Minister is saying that the United States should be wary of being dragged back into quagmire by ill wishers. So should the United Arab Emirates. So he is accusing the United States and the United Arab Emirates and saying that their actions are causing these tensions, ongoing tensions. Then there has been a statement from a military official to the state TV, and he's saying the Islamic Republic had no pre-planned programs to attack these locations, the oil facilities, particularly Fujairah, and saying that what has happened is a result of the U.S. adventurism, and the U.S. military should be blamed for that, and it should be held accountable. So when you look at these 2 statements, the language is quite vague. It's quite...
All right, we're going now to...
Well, as you know, President Trump has directed U.S. Central Command to restart the free flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz under the umbrella of Project Freedom. To be clear, this operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression. American forces won't need to enter Iranian waters or airspace. It's not necessary. We're not looking for a fight, but Iran also cannot be allowed to block innocent countries and their goods from an international waterway. Iran is the clear aggressor, harassing civilian vessels, threatening mariners from every nation indiscriminately, and weaponizing a critical choke point for its own financial benefit, or at least trying to. For too long, Iran has been harassing ships, shooting at civilian tankers from all nations, and trying to impose a tolling system. Iran's plan, a form of international extortion, is unacceptable. That ends with Project Freedom. 2 U.S. commercial ships, along with American destroyers, have already safely transited the strait, showing the lane is clear. We know the Iranians are embarrassed by this fact. They said they control the strait. They do not. So American ships led the way, commercial and military, shouldering the initial risk from the front, as Americans always do. And right now, hundreds more ships from nations around the world are lining up to transit. CENTCOM, along with partner nations, is in active communication with hundreds of ships, shipping companies, and insurers. All of these ships from all around the world want to get out of the Iranian trap that they have been stuck inside. As a direct gift from the United States to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. American destroyers are on station, supported by hundreds of fighter jets, helicopters, drones, and surveillance aircraft, providing 24/7 overwatch for peaceful commercial vessels, except Iran's, of course, which is why our ironclad blockade remains in full effect as well. In fact, 6 ships tried to run the blockade out of Iranian ports as Project Freedom commenced, and they were all turned around. This is more than strategy, it's also humanitarian. By breaking Iran's illegal stranglehold, we're protecting the lives and livelihoods of sailors from dozens of countries, securing global energy routes, and preventing shortages that hit the world's poorest people the hardest. Once again, America is using its strength to lift up others. Iran is trying to subjugate the world. To what remains of Iran's forces, if you attack American troops or innocent commercial shipping, you will face overwhelming and devastating American firepower. The president has been very clear about this. We prefer this to be a peaceful operation, but are locked and loaded to defend our people, our ships, our aircraft, and this mission without hesitation. To Iran, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control. To our partners, allies, and the rest of the world, this is a temporary mission for us. As I've said before, the world needs this waterway a lot more than we do. We're stabilizing the situation so commerce can flow again, but we expect the world to step up. At the appropriate time and soon, we will hand responsibility back to you. To the incredible Americans executing this mission right now, simply thank you. Your courage, your readiness, your unmatched professionalism and precision are why the world can breathe easier today and every day. You are and always will be the greatest fighting force in human history, unmatched always. Project Freedom is underway. Commerce will be flowing, and America is once again leading with strength, clarity, and purpose for the benefit of the entire world. Our will is unshakable. God bless our troops, and God bless the mighty United States Navy as well. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. On Sunday, at the direction of the President, CENTCOM initiated Project Freedom with the objective of facilitating the safe passage of international commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the past 7 weeks, Iran's repeatedly threatened and attacked commercial shipping in the strait in order to effectively cut off commercial traffic and damage the global economy. By obstructing one of the world's most critical maritime checkpoints, a vital transit route for approximately 1/5 of the global oil consumption, Iran is weaponizing the global supply chain. This action disregards established navigational rights and the law of the sea, and the regime led by the IRGC is effectively attempting to hold the entire global economy hostage. Let me give you an update of the last few days of activities. And if you take a look at the map here, as the Secretary said, the United States has established Project Freedom to open up the Strait of Hormuz. This graphic highlights the kinetic engagements that the Iranians have attempted to make or have taken against the region. The green dots and blue dots show the groupings of commercial cargo and tanker vessels. And the United States has established a significant presence over the strait here in order to open up the free flow of commerce, noting the blockade still continues along the eastern flank. The map shows the examples and samples of Iranian attacks against commercial vessels in the strait, as well as the Gulf of Oman and up in the Arabian Gulf. Since the ceasefire was announced, Iran has fired at commercial vessels 9 times and seized 2 container ships. And they've attacked U.S. forces more than 10 times, all below the threshold of restarting major combat operations at this point. You can also see the group of tankers and cargo vessels in the U.S. blockade line, as I mentioned. As a result of Iran's indiscriminate attacks across the region, there are currently 22,500 mariners embarked on more than 1,550 commercial vessels trapped in the Arabian Gulf, unable to transit. In addition to shipping, Iran has continued to deliberately attack its neighbors. Just yesterday, Iran attacked Oman once and the UAE 3 times, including an attack on Fujairah oil terminal, which was successfully defeated. They also launched cruise missiles, drones, small boats at U.S. forces defending commercial shipping in the Straits, and United States Navy MH-60 helicopters and Army AH-64 Apache helicopters successfully defeated those threats. Thus far, today is quieter. Let me describe this defensive operation just a few clicks down for you. As the Secretary said, Project Freedom is designed to protect commercial shipping and help restore the flow of commerce through the strait and sustain freedom of navigation. CENTCOM has established an enhanced security area on the southern side of the strait that is now protected by U.S. land, naval, and air assets to help defeat further Iranian aggression against commercial shipping. I'd like to share a little bit more about U.S. capabilities, but for operational security purposes, I'm not going to get into specific details out there. On the surface, guided missile destroyers and other warships are detecting and defeating Iranian threats. This includes fast boats and one-way attack drones. In the air, more than 100 fighters, attack aircraft, and other manned and unmanned aircraft, synchronized by the 82nd Airborne Division, are in the air 24 hours a day, providing defensive overwatch for the enhanced security area and its approaches that I discussed. These forces are comprised of over 15,000 American service members and have established localized air and sea control to protect against Iranian threats. Commercial vessels that transit through the area will see, hear, and frankly feel U.S. combat power around them on the sea, in the skies, and on the radio. And as of this morning, as was mentioned prior, 2 U.S. flag merchant vessels have transited, and we anticipate more to transit over the coming days. Further up the Gulf, U.S. Naval Forces Central Command continues to work to identify and mitigate any threats. Beyond Project Freedom, CENTCOM and the rest of the Joint Force remain ready to resume major combat operations against Iran if ordered to do so. No adversary should mistake our current restraint with a lack of resolve. And the President has said, as the Secretary has, that now is the time for those with equity stake in the strait to come assist. Before I turn it back to the Secretary, I want to take a moment to highlight part of our joint force today. And today I want to talk about the paratroopers of the United States Army 82nd Airborne Division. When the President or the Secretary need immediate, scalable, and lethal combat power in CENTCOM or elsewhere, the All-American Division answers the call. The 82nd is the core of our nation's immediate response force and ready to deploy within hours of notice. These paratroopers are capable of accomplishing any mission in any environment, constantly training, constantly ready to jump from Air Force aircraft into ground combat and seize key terrain if ordered to do so, just like their predecessors did in Sicily and Normandy in World War II. or to secure or enable the follow-on forces to flow into theater as they did in Grenada or Panama. They can do the range of missions from counterinsurgency to counterterrorism operations to power projection, as they have many times over the course of the history of this great division. They can do all these things because they're incredibly well-trained, well-equipped, and well-led, but also because of the indomitable spirit of the all-American paratrooper. Every single one of them volunteered for this role, volunteered to go to airborne training, and volunteered to serve. But this division is now more than just a formation that we use for forcible entries. For example, just today, they are out there coordinating, integrating, and synchronizing land, air, space, sea, and cyber forces using joint all-domain command and control. They use next-generation tactical networks that are AI-enabled to augment intelligence and operations, and they seamlessly synchronize all of these effects and are doing so in support of Project Freedom as we speak. The relentless focus on technical innovation allows the commanders out there in the field to see, sense, and understand the opportunities that are in front of them, along with the associated risks, and make smart decisions out on the objective. With incredible courage, tenacity, and grit, they are going all the way every day. And whenever the nation calls on them, they are there to answer the call. We are grateful for their service and their leadership. Lastly, before I close, as I often do, I want to remember some of our fallen. Today, we remember Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Brianna Moffett, and Specialist Kennedy Sanders of the 718th Engineering Company, U.S. Army Reserves, out of Fort Benning, Georgia. They were tragically killed on January 28th, 2024, when attacked by an Iranian-backed proxy force at Tower 22 in Jordan. We continue to carry on their memories. We remember their names. We remember their families. And the Secretary and I are deeply grateful for all of our deployed forces who are out there doing our nation's work. And sir, with that, I'll kick it back over to you.
Very good. We'll take a few questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Do you assess, Mr. Secretary, do you assess what's left of this small boat fleet to be a significant threat or a nuisance to be managed? And then secondly, what is your message to critics who say that the U.S. doesn't have a strategy in this mission?
Well, any threat needs to be taken seriously. And just like those 6 attack boats that the chairman mentioned were taken seriously and dealt with before there were any real threat to the American military vessels that they were approaching. And that is it. Small craft like that are all that Iran has left. Their ability to get close with a destroyer of the capabilities that we have is limited, but we're going to take it very seriously and kinetically, quickly. We're not going to allow a threat to gather. And I can tell you, even from just this morning, the strategy remains laser focused. In fact, what I think you see from Project Freedom is that we're not allowing ourselves to get distracted. This is a separate and distinct effort, temporary in nature, that we plan to hand over to the world. The world has expressed a desire to be a part of this, as is often the case, or maybe almost always the case. American leadership is required. So the president was willing to undertake this, send commercial ships through, send destroyers in, provide this red, white, and blue bubble of protection, and encourage the world to step up. Because ultimately, this waterway is, as I said, far more crucial to the rest of the world, and they need to have the ability to defend it. So I think this is a reflection of a laser-focused strategy, actually, right here.
Morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zia, Real America's Voice. I wanted to ask you of any of the fast boats that have been either sunk or identified, are there any armaments larger than, say, small, AK-47 type stuff, or any anti-ship cruise missiles identified? And my second question is, if there's a divide between the IRGC and Tehran, is there a way to get Tehran to agree to let us go after the IRGC that is doing these attacks without violating the ceasefire?
Well, right now, anything coming at our crafts, regardless of what's on it, has to be defended against, and that's the case. I don't know what the exact armaments were on those fast boats.
Small arms, nothing significant on the fast boats.
Rifles or small machine guns. There were some small coastal cruise missiles shot down as well. So there's been I think there's some frothiness in the beginning aspects of this that were dealt with very directly by our destroyers, and we're communicating both overtly and quietly to the Iranians to allow this defensive operation to happen on behalf of the world. There are some actions the IRGC takes sometimes that are outside the bounds of what maybe Iranian negotiators would like. That's their job to rein that in and ultimately create a condition for a deal, right? That's not something I talked about in these remarks, but that's happening in real time. Iran has an ability to make that deal. But what we're demonstrating with Project Freedom is they don't control the strait. I mean, we know Iran is embarrassed by the fact that our blockade is holding and we can run ships through, and we're going to help the world run ships through. And if they hold it at issue, the whole world knows who's doing it. It's not us. We're willing to open it up. It's Iran. And that creates a dilemma for them. We hope they make a deal. Yes.
Thank you, sir. My first question is for General Kane. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. You said that the attacks by Iran so far are below the threshold of restarting major combat operations. What is that threshold? And then for Secretary Hegseth, are there still concerns about mines in the Strait? And can you kind of clarify these reports of kamikaze dolphins that we've heard about?
I haven't heard the kamikaze dolphin thing. It's like sharks with laser beams, right? The threshold of restarting is a political decision above my pay grade. What I'll say is it's low harassing fire right now. It feels like Iran is grasping at straws to try to do something across the southern flank. To your question, David, their command and control structure remains very fractured, and I think they're struggling to maintain control down echelon at the edge. But it's still pretty low level kinetics at this point in time.
And I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins, but I can confirm they don't. Ultimately, any follow-on effort, if there are mines identified, would be something that some of our units could undertake or the world could undertake. But right now, we know we have a lane of safe passage that commercial shipping can flow through.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Last 24 hours or so, Iran's fired at us. We fired at Iran. Just going to ask you more directly, is the ceasefire over?
No, the ceasefire is not over. Ultimately, this is a separate and distinct project. And we expected there would be some churn at the beginning, which happened. And we said we would defend aggressively, and we absolutely have. Iran knows that. And ultimately, the president's going to make a decision whether anything were to escalate into a violation of a ceasefire. But certainly we would urge Iran to be prudent in the actions that they take to keep that underneath this threshold. This is about the straits. This is about freedom of navigation. This is about international waterways. This is about free flow of commerce, all the things that happened before, and only Iran is contesting. So right now, the ceasefire certainly holds, but we're going to be watching very, very closely. Absolutely.
Secretary
James, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. General, thank you. I want to first express my gratitude and admiration for the work you do and for everyone involved in our armed forces, and also for the accomplishments of Operation Epic Fury, which I think are too often dismissed too lightly. But those accomplishments don't obscure, I think, a central default that has occurred here, and I would like you both to address it. On the first day of this conflict, President Trump addressed the Iranian people directly and said, when we're finished, take over your government. It'll be yours to take. And then on the seventh day of the conflict, in a Truth Social post, the president said, quote, there will be no deal with Iran except, all caps, exclamation mark, unconditional surrender. What happens to that pledge to the Iranians? And when did the president decide to capitulate on his demand for unconditional surrender?
Well, James, I wouldn't, you started out nicely, but you ended exactly where we knew you would end. The president hasn't capitulated on anything. He holds the cards. We maintain the upper hand, and Project Freedom only strengthens that hand. And so he will ensure that whatever deal is made or whatever end state is reached creates ensuring that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, which is number one, and he's been focused on that, and the deal and discussions are centered on that. And what the Iranian people take advantage of after the fact is up to them, and he's been very clear about that. And maybe you do it now, maybe it happens later, but ultimately he's also been clear, we're not going to entangle this into some nation-building project. Our objectives are clear. They've been pursued from day one. Hopefully the Iranian people take advantage of that because they're being taken advantage of by this regime. As you know, 45,000 Iranians, innocent Iranians, killed before the outset of this. That's what this government does, kills their own innocent civilians. Getting out from underneath that is going to be a challenge of the Iranian people, and we certainly hope they take advantage of that. Thank you.
Can I have one follow, please?
Go ahead. Everybody else
one follow.
Directives. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Can you share any information regarding the South Korean ship that was reportedly hit by Iran? Is Seoul in contact with the U.S. military about it? And is there any indication that they would heed Trump's call made on social media to join Project Freedom?
We hope so. We're in contact with that ship, CENTCOM, I should say, and the Maritime Coordination Forces are in touch. And I think targeting like that is a reflection of the indiscriminate nature of what Iran is doing. We hope South Korea would step up, just like we hope Japan would step up, just like we hope Australia would step up, just like we hope Europe steps up. But we're not waiting for them to do so. We're looking to set the conditions to hand to them. But the president was clear in his truth message that, hey, this is your ship. You should take part in helping to defend it. We very much hope they do. Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, in terms of new U.S. intelligence reports suggest that the timeline for the war in Iran to get a nuclear weapon has not changed since last summer, still at 9 to 12 months. Is that intelligence wrong? How can this be after so much bombing? And for General Kane, going on back onto what you're talking about, the Strait of Hormuz, the president recently said that the blockade is even more effective than bombing. So why didn't we start the campaign with the blockade? And initially, how many planned ships do you plan to escort or take through commercial ships to the Strait of Hormuz today or in the coming days?
Well, we don't discuss the specifics about intel, and anybody that does shouldn't be. And I can't confirm or deny whether that is indeed correct. Speculation, as far as I'm concerned, coming from you. But ultimately, what Operation Midnight Hammer did in the obliteration of those facilities was set back their program. And then, because of the efforts of that 12-day war, the president was able to recognize that this threat, while they continued to seek nuclear capabilities, their will was still there to seek a nuclear bomb. Ultimately, they were creating a conventional umbrella of so many missiles and so many capabilities that no one would want to challenge them. Think of the North Korea. This is the North Korea strategy. We have so many conventional capabilities, you won't do something about it. And underneath that, we're going to develop more nuclear capabilities. So the will was still there. President Trump had the courage to say, we have to dismantle and take on those conventional capabilities while the nuclear facilities are watched 24/7 and overwatched. And we will ensure one way or another, hopefully Iran chooses a deal, that they give up those ambitions, give up those capabilities, and we're able to confirm that every step of the way. So that has been, President Trump's been focused on it. He's set them back like no other president. He ripped up the terrible deal that would have given them a bomb. He took care of it in Midnight Hammer. We're watching it right now, and ultimately feel good about the fact that the end state will ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. Go ahead.
Sir, I'll let CENTCOM talk to the number of ships they're going to take through because they're the nearest ones to talking to the commercial shippers, and I don't want to get out in front of them. On the order and sequence around the military objectives, that's a decision the president and the secretary go get us at, and at the time we were focused on the primary objectives that were in front of us. Thank you.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. On Friday, President Trump notified Congress that the hostilities that began on February 28th had terminated. That came on the deadline of the 60-day war powers deadline. Will this administration be seeking congressional approval for any further military operations if the ceasefire breaks down?
Our view is the one you described, that ultimately with the ceasefire, the clock stops. If it were to restart, that would be the president's decision. That option is always there, and Iran knows that, and that's why their choices in Project Freedom are important. The president retains the opportunity and the capabilities, more capabilities than we had at the start of this, to restart major combat operations if necessary. If Iran is not willing to follow through on its side of the bargain or make a deal, then the War Department is postured, locked, loaded, and ready to go. We hope it doesn't have to go in that direction. But Admiral Cooper and our forces are in a three-point stance and ready to go. Yeah, last question.
Thank you. Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. In recent weeks, both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's head of Mossad have stated their intent not to cease combat with the Iranians. Netanyahu put this on Twitter. Israel's head of Mossad said Israel's goals are not finished until the Iranian government collapses. And so they're referring to the government that President Trump has brokered a ceasefire with and is working on a lasting peace in the region with. And so that's something many Americans, especially American farmers, are hoping he does get to a lasting peace. And so if President Trump is successful in that and the Israelis are explicitly stating their intent to continue fighting at a later date, how can you ensure America doesn't get roped back into a war if that comes? And secondly, with Netanyahu comfortable tweeting something like that out, and also Netanyahu has continued bombing Lebanon despite President Trump
I would
explicitly
say your
telling him not
question is
to.
based on the false premise that somehow President Trump is being pulled in by Prime Minister Netanyahu to any of these actions. And that's where you're going. Just to be clear, President Trump has led at every step of this based on his view of American interest and America first. And we're grateful that Israelis have been very capable partners at many steps of this. And they may have some objectives at times that are slightly different than ours. But there's only one hand on the wheel ultimately directing this, whether it's Project Freedom or previously Operation Epic Fury, and it's President Trump. So we're grateful for their input, their insights, the existential nature of the threat they face from an Iranian bomb, the capabilities that they can bring to that, but ultimately the coordination will happen with the leadership of President Trump. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening to a Pentagon press briefing by the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, talking about a new operation in the Strait of Hormuz undertaken by the United States Navy, involving around 15,000 troops, hundreds of vessels, craft and air combat power to escort international ships through the vital waterway that has been, of course, blockaded by both Iran and, in retaliation, by the United States. For more on the press briefing, we're going to go now to Paddy Culhane, who joins us live from Washington, D.C. Paddy, what do we know about how come the US has been pushed to this point? What has led it to make this decision to start this operation?
Well, what's led to this mission is because this war is increasingly unpopular with the U.S. voters. Donald Trump's approval ratings, President Donald Trump's approval ratings are the lowest they've been in his second term. The gas prices are exceptionally high. Farmers can't get fertilizer. The entire world is suffering because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So now we've seen the U.S. take this position that it's going to reopen the strait. And the Pentagon press conference right there was aimed to send the message that everything's fine, the strait is open. The U.S. isn't the only one who gets a vote in that. They still have to make sure that the ships want to actually go through it, that they trust the U.S. can protect them, and that insurers are willing to take that chance. They talked a lot about the assets they have in the region, the 100 airplanes, the U.S. Navy destroyers. I think it's important to point out that it only takes one getting through, which is why military experts for decades have talked about how dangerous a mission it would be for the U.S. to try and forcibly reopen the straits. Interesting that we heard from Hegseth, that this Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, that this is temporary, that the U.S. is going to do it for a limited amount of time, and then they expect the world to take over, and something the world other leaders have said they will do after hostilities are in fact done. So the U.S. saying that, look, this is successful. We've escorted 2 ships through. Others can come now. But whether or not that's going to happen remains to be seen.
Paddy, you mentioned there the other countries that would need to be involved eventually, and the US, of course, the Secretary of Defense there, Pete Hegseth, making that quite pointed remark about the need for other countries to eventually step in and take over. But so far, of course, the situation is still rather volatile, and yet both Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Pete Hegseth saying there that the tit-for-tat had not reached a level yet at which they would consider that the ceasefire had broken.
I think what the message they're sending to the Iranians there is, if in fact a U.S. Navy ship or a commercial ship gets attacked, that they could resume the bombing campaign. They're really, though, trying to send the message that this is a low-key operation, that everything's under control. And I want to point out for our listeners, that's not what you just heard is not the usual press conference that you would expect from the Pentagon, the reporters in the Pentagon. I don't think any mainstream media was allowed a single question. Obviously, the press has been essentially kicked out. The mainstream press has been essentially kicked out of the Pentagon, and they decide who has access to those press conferences. So not a lot of really challenging questions. One journalist even expressing gratitude for their efforts, which again, highly unusual. But this is, again, just perspective. They talked about the number of ships that are behind that line that Iran has been limiting access. He said there's 22,500 sailors, 1,150 vessels. So that just puts in perspective the fact that just 2 American flag ships were able to get through. And again, this whole press conference announced by the president on social media was to send the message to the shippers, to the insurance companies, that it is safe to transit the strait. Is it going to remain safe? Well, that remains to be seen, because like in this war from the beginning to now, Iran gets a vote as well. So trying to send a tough message, projecting calm, whether or not that will continue, whether or not any other countries will step up. They are insisting they will, but they're not providing any evidence or any information on exactly who is going to come in and secure the strait.
Patty Colhane joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you. We're going to go now live to Ressel Surda, who joins us from Tehran. Ressel, obviously this press conference and the briefing notes from it still coming in and being evaluated, no doubt, by Tehran's leadership. One of the statements made by Pete Hegseth there, Iran is embarrassed that ships are getting through. Has Tehran made any comment about the passage of the strait and just what is happening, who is getting through and who is not?
Well, there is a dramatic difference between what Americans are saying and what Iranians are claiming. So it has to saying that the Americans now have their warships or destroyers passing through the Strait of Hormuz, providing security for the commercial vessels, while Iranians are insistingly saying that no American warships have made their way to the Strait of Hormuz. They're confirming that there have been attempts. However, they militarily engaged it and they forced them to turn away. So there is one fundamental difference here. And then, of course, so the American side saying that what Iran is doing is to take the global economy hostage, while Iranians are saying that there is a new reality after this war. This waterway has been used against us. So now we are changing the status quo of there, and there will be new regulations. And then, so the American side saying that they have hit the speedboats belong to the Iranian IRGC. Iranians are saying, well, they did not belong to the IRGC. They were not military speedboats. They were civilians and civilians on board. And the American attacks on that boats have killed 5 civilians. And also, so now, while the American side saying that Iran is embarrassed and they have no control over the Strait of Hormuz, Iranians are insisting that they have full control over the Strait of Hormuz, and any ships, any vessels passing in and out, so has to be in coordination with the Iranian armed forces. So, and here, another perhaps important point is that there are ongoing efforts. According to the United States, still there's providing security to the vessels is happening, while Iranians saying it happened. So there was an attempt yesterday and that they were repelled. So today there hasn't been an attempt by the United States to enter or to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So, and also another thing is the military equipment. So now the Americans are saying that the military equipment that Iranians have used are not significant, while Iranians are saying that when they detect the American destroyers attempting to pass through Strait of Hormuz, so the Iranian armed forces engaged militarily, and there were warning shots, including the combat drones, the cruise missiles, and the rockets. So this is also, there is a huge inconsistency between the two statements here. But there are two things that perhaps the statements are overlapping. So first, both sides are confirming that there have been a military engagement. So here had been a military confrontation. Iranians are saying that that confrontation was a warning, and Americans are saying, no, it was an attack. But they confirmed that there was a military confrontation. And the second point that they are agreeing on is that the ceasefire is not collapsed yet. So Iranians are saying the American actions are risking the ceasefire, and Americans also saying that the Iranian actions here are risking the ceasefire, but both sides are confirming that ceasefire is still holding.
Risa Surda joining us from Tehran. Thank you very much. Well, Alexandru Hudishtanu is a military and diplomatic analyst, as well as a maritime security expert. He joins us here in the studio now. Thank you, Alexandru. All right, this is a clear push by the United States to unblock that chokehold in the Strait. Are you concerned, though, that this is an escalation?
As anything that happens between two parties in a war, it's a matter of the perception of the other party if it's an escalation or not. Because U.S. has not targeted specifically any forces of Iran when they started this passageway for the ship. So to that extent, U.S. hasn't started a military offensive action against Iran. It's Iran who, by reports of CENTCOM, has sent wave after wave of assets trying to make this passage unhappen. And unfortunately for them, unfortunately for the rest of the world, U.S. has actually managed to pass two ships through the strait, which have been confirmed by Maersk, at least in one case, which is fairly confident source of information, being one of the biggest shippers out there, and without any damage to the actual ships, either US or commercial. What we need to understand is that there is no air contestation for US over the Gulf. That means helicopters of US military, that means MH-60s or Apaches AH-64, run there uncontested, and it's like literally like shooting fish in a barrel for them to try to get down these speedboats. The other assets, we have to understand that Arleigh-class destroyers are some of the best equipped surface combatants in this air defense role. So for the unmanned systems, for the uncrewed systems, that mean drones or missiles or any of these sorts, the Arleigh barks are well suited to take care. And we have to understand that US has near, if not complete, surveillance of the region. So that means nothing happens in the outer horizon when US is not really prepared for that.
Without them knowing about it, yeah. We just spoke to our correspondent in Tehran. Now, this is obviously a waterway where you and I are not there seeing what is actually happening, but with one side saying that ships have been seized, the other saying they're getting through, the other side saying, well, they're civilian vessels. Now Tehran saying, well, no ships have come through again since we repelled that last attempt. How do we know whether this blockade is going to be successful? You said there was some information from Maersk, but how do we know about whether Iran will launch some kind of retaliatory action?
You mean against the US? US is continuously monitoring. In a ceasefire, that doesn't mean US is not keeping eyes on what's happening in Iran, and especially in the littoral area of the situation in this type of events.
Are you worried, though, that Iran will take action now?
I think Iran feels that its grip on the strait is losing. So what happened now with US doing this particular mission, and even if they don't do anything up after this point for a short period of time that they continue afterwards, is that US basically started two timers. One timer is on Iran losing its grip on the pressure that the actual Strait of Hormuz control gives them in the negotiation. So for every situation where the US will push ships through the strait, Iran loses more and more of its negotiation
power. It's proven
power.
that it can.
Yes. What happened is that they proved that it can be done. The other timer is on the world. US is saying, look, we've done it. At one point, we might stop doing it, but you should take advantage of this moment because we have shown there is a passageway. We will share that passageway with you. You should come into this situation at one point. We have differentiated Project Freedom from Epic Fury in the sense that if you come in this particular framework or a specific parallel framework, you cannot be considered part of the war. What Iran happens is this is a very huge strategic image loss. And for that, in desperation, in my opinion, they attack other states like UAE and Oman
which
after
we have
that.
seen. There is a limit to both sides here, though, isn't there? Now, 15,000 troops, hundreds of vessels, craft, air combat power. It's a very intensive effort. It can be sustained for a short while, but not forever. Even the Secretary of War made note of that. How long do you see the US being able to sustain this level in the strait?
I think here is exactly the situation I was mentioning in many situations like this. US can brute force open the strait, and we have clearly now seen how it can be done. And the efficiency of it, that's a different question, but it can be done. We have to understand that the US Navy, by definition, has been the main body of US military that has to do with power projection. So the staying power of US in that sense is almost unlimited. It's not a matter of technical limitation in projection of power. It's a matter of political decision and how much President Trump wants to contain this situation on its own military power, on its own money, on its own time, on its own resources.
Even that will have a time frame, though.
Of course.
And what would you put on that? Given that they are already saying other countries need to step in.
I think for this type of situation to establish, I think US wants to establish a pattern. So for a pattern of life to establish, for the shipping to resume to some degree, and for the situation to be the new status quo, the new temporary status quo in this situation, this has to happen for a few weeks at least. So I think at the minimum, I would estimate that US would be willing to do this for a few weeks at the minimum alone. Giving signals from other nations that will be willing to join, probably this can be extended until some presence of other states will be there, regardless if under the logic of Project Freedom or a separate, again, neutral maritime presence that will continue keeping. Because we see Iran will try to fight US because they are at war. I don't think Iran has the appetite, or at least the IRGC doesn't have the appetite and the political aftermath of attacking other parties which are neutral to this, okay? But we see that they are clearly losing. They're clearly seeing that they're losing their grip on this Strait of Hormuz issue, and they will react offensively.
If other countries see that, if you see that, other countries may feel that they do not see that yet because there has been no word that they are even willing to step in to the extent that the US has so far. Other countries are unwilling to take that risk so far.
Yeah, I think this is what the political calculus is. This where the political, or at least the risk calculus for the other countries come into. We have to understand that. I've argued many times that the Strait of Hormuz closure will at one point give maximum leverage to Iran, but then it will start going down because the economic pressure will start taking primacy in the political calculus of the other actors in the world. And this is where the breaking point is. And I think US just right now through this situation push that timer a little bit further. So I think the nations see that things can be done. And if you have a coordinated action and you have the proper information, what Iran can throw at a force in the region, especially a belligerent actor as Iran, as US is, it can be still defended. And I think that appetite will actually be lower when military vessels of different nations, especially a broader coalition of flags, will be there. I'm pretty sure if you have something with China, Pakistan, India, European countries going into a framework like this, I'm pretty sure the calculus will be completely different for Iran.
Okay, I want to continue that in a moment. Can we take a step back, though, and look at what got the US to this point? Because when you talk about economic and political pressure on Iran, such pressure also existed on the US, did it not? What was the breaking point for the US that has repeatedly, we've heard, we don't need the strait, we're not involved, we don't take goods from there, but yet they are taking the lead?
I think the social media back and forth of messaging showed some form of bravado.
Between who?
Between US administration and Iran on the other side. I think it was always showing some form of bravado. And I think this is for the appetite of the current logic of information space. We have to understand we are under the logic of multi-domain operation. That means you have 5 domains of action with effects in 3 dimensions, cognitive being one. That means minds of whoever goes around. And Iran has always tried to be settling a specific narrative, while US was always trying to set up a specific narrative. I think what happened is that in discussions with everybody basically being affected, and the entire world was actually affected by this, I think US considered that this is a point where we need to show to the world that we are really committed to open the strait back. Because I think a lot of these discussions were happening and where people started losing confidence that the US will actually want to do something about the strait, especially after those messaging in which they said. In reality, I think US has more skin in the game here in the Gulf area, and opening the strait was its previous status quo is something that I think it's one of the non-negotiable of US, because the situation has to come back to its previous status in the maritime world. Freedom of navigation is something that, even though US is not a signature or even close, has always advocated for in one way or another.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Alexandra Hudashtanu, for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, my apologies. As we have been saying, shipping traffic in the Gulf remains limited because of the growing uncertainty. This is how the Strait of Hormuz looks at the moment. The red arrows on this map by marinetraffic.com show tankers, while the green ones represent cargo vessels. The lines on the map indicate the area Iran says it currently controls. New footage has emerged showing destruction caused by Israeli forces in the town of Maifadoun in southern Lebanon. Several buildings were either destroyed or damaged in Monday's airstrikes. The Israeli army regularly carries out attacks in southern Lebanon despite agreeing to a US-brokered ceasefire with the Lebanese government. Shortly after the agreement, Israel announced plans to establish a depopulated zone on Lebanese territory along its border. Now entering its third month, the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel is taking a heavy toll on Lebanon. Even before, more than 1 million people were displaced by the latest Israeli assault. Around 80% of the population was living in poverty. The ongoing crisis is now driving many further into economic collapse. Zaina Khoda reports from Beirut.
Lives and livelihoods disrupted by the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Some of these men were farmers. Others had businesses and shops. Now they're displaced and unemployed. Hassan, a street vendor who lived on one day's earnings to the next, now depends on handouts to eat. It's a similar situation for many of the more than 1 million people displaced across Lebanon.
The situation is catastrophic. Already we were struggling before the war because of the bad economic situation. Now it is worse. I can't support my sister and mother. There is no work.
It was a problem before the latest confrontation. Lebanon's economy collapsed in 2019.
And then there's the impact of the U.S.-Iran conflict on supply chains and global energy prices. Lebanon, a country which imports almost everything, is feeling it.
A surge in fuel prices is increasing transportation costs, electricity bills. Almost everything is more expensive.
In these days, it's very hard to survive. There's no work. If there is work, the salary is very less. There are a lot of people like me, they have children and they can't survive.
Sandy lives outside areas that are under attack. But before the latest violence, she was among the 1 million people the United Nations said required food assistance.
As you can see, I don't have a refrigerator. I don't have a washing machine. My oven is broken. My husband earns $600 per month. It's very hard to live this life. And we have 5 months rent we haven't paid.
Buying food was already hard for many. Now the World Food Programme says the situation has deteriorated, with food unaffordable for roughly 1 in 4 people. It's just so expensive, Thomas tells us. A kilo of rice is lunch for 6 people. The current conflict exhausted a population where 80% was poor and facing a continuous struggle. They had yet to recover, not just from the financial collapse, but the last war in 2024, which left reconstruction costs in the billions of dollars. Now losses are estimated at $80 million a day, and that doesn't include the damages caused by Israeli strikes. Zaina Khoda, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Sudan has recalled its ambassador to Ethiopia, accusing the government there of allowing its territory to be used for launching drones into its capital, Khartoum. A top army general says an investigation into Monday's incident revealed the drones were supplied by the United Arab Emirates. Brigadier General Asim Awad Abdel Wahab also said there's evidence previous attacks came from the Ethiopian city of Bahir. The UAE has previously denied allegations of any involvement in the Sudan conflict.
What Ethiopia and the UAE have done is a direct aggression against Sudan and will not be met with silence. Our armed forces are fully prepared to deal with any threat in a way that preserves the dignity, sovereignty, and security of the nation.
And Ethiopia's Foreign Affairs Ministry has released a statement dismissing Sudan's claims as baseless. It's instead accusing officials in Khartoum of supporting what it says are mercenaries from the Tigray People's Liberation Front to fight in the conflict. Ethiopia has classified the TPLF as a terrorist organization. Ethiopia says Sudan has provided weapons and financial support to the group. It adds that Sudan is being used as a hub for several anti-Ethiopian forces. Russia has attacked gas production plants and railway facilities in parts of Ukraine overnight, killing at least 5 people. In Kharkiv, a drone targeted a wagon, and in the Poltava region, a drone hit the tracks near a diesel locomotive and damaged a wagon. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has shown utter cynicism by asking for a ceasefire and then launching missile and drone attacks on his country. At least 26 people have been killed in an explosion at a fireworks factory in central China. The blast happened in the city of Changsha in Hunan province on Monday afternoon. At least 61 others were injured. Authorities are investigating the cause of the explosion and have evacuated people from surrounding areas. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
There was also damage to homes at nearby villages. Footage showing that glass was shattered and some doors also broken at some homes at nearby villages. Also, residents reported that heavy rocks were blown onto the road in the blast. Now, rescue efforts and response efforts are ongoing. Around 480 personnel, including firefighters, rescuers, and medical personnel, they have been on the scene to try to treat the injured and try to find those who have been injured. Rescue robots also being deployed to those efforts. And people within 3 kilometers of the blast have also reportedly been evacuated. There were reports that 2 warehouses used by the company to store gunpowder had posed a risk, but firefighters have been using water cannons to completely soak the scene to help prevent further accidents. The local police department has also reportedly detained the company's senior executives for an investigation into the cause of the accident. As the state broadcaster says that there will be a press conference held by the local authorities later this afternoon, so we'll watch to see what other developments come from that press briefing. President Xi Jinping also has called for proper handling of this, the aftermath. He's called for a prompt investigation, and he's also stressed that those who are involved must be held accountable. Now, he's called for the relevant authorities to draw lessons from this accident and to reinforce responsibility for workplace safety.
The US military says it's carried out another strike on a suspected drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean, killing 2 people. The Trump administration's targeted alleged trafficking vessels since early September, but not provided any evidence. At least 188 deaths have been reported since. Top security officials in Mexico have travelled to the state of Sinaloa to reassure the public after a major political shake-up. The regional governor resigned after US allegations that he was working with a drug cartel. Julia Galliano reports from Culiacan.
The visit to Sinaloa by the highest-ranking members of Mexico's security forces, including the defense minister and the minister of security, Omar Garcia Harfuch, is a clear way of closing ranks behind the interim government here after the former governor stepped down over the weekend following a very controversial indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice, which essentially accuses him and other officials from the state of collaborating with the Sinaloa cartel.
We are here today to send a clear message to the people of Sinaloa. The government of Mexico is here. It will not withdraw, and it will continue working every day for the safety of the Sinaloan families, strengthening whatever actions need to be strengthened and correcting whatever needs to be corrected.
The presence of the armed forces is evident here. You can find these checkpoints. We've seen them throughout the city with different members of the security forces, the National Guard, the police. This is a military checkpoint. They're stopping vehicles, checking the drivers, checking the cars, and basically asserting their presence here. But these displays of control haven't changed the fact that for nearly 2 years, the state has been at the forefront of the violence in Mexico, as opposing factions of the Sinaloa cartel battle it out for territory. In that time, more than 3,000 people have been killed and many more have been forcibly disappeared. The fear now is that the power vacuum left by the former governor and other officials implicated in the U.S. indictment will be filled not by rule of law, but by further bloodshed as organized crime takes advantage of the government instability. Julia Galliano, Culiacan, Mexico.
My colleague Rob Matheson will be here in a moment. Stay with us.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through Cash App, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
And insightful documentaries. Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is the News Hour live from Doha, coming up in the next 60 minutes.
We're not looking for a fight, but Iran also cannot be allowed to block innocent countries and their goods from an international waterway.
Your Defense, Pete Hex. The ceasefire with Iran is still in place, despite a recent escalation in the Strait of Hormuz. Sudan's army accuses its neighbor Ethiopia of allowing UAE drones to be launched from its territory. Russian drones and missiles target Ukrainian gas plants and rail facilities, killing at least 5 people. Plus,
well, despite few jobs being available for students after they graduate, many say getting a university degree is still critical.
a lost generation. Yemen's young graduates struggle to find work after years of conflict. U.S. Secretary of Defense has just addressed the media on Washington's plans to help commercial ships leave the Gulf region. Pete Hegseth says the U.S. military is working to end what he described as Iran's illegal blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
By breaking Iran's illegal stranglehold, we're protecting the lives and livelihoods of sailors from dozens of countries, securing global energy routes, and preventing shortages that hit the world's poorest people the hardest. Once again, America is using its strength to lift up others. Iran is trying to subjugate the world. To what remains of Iran's forces, if you attack American troops or innocent commercial shipping, you will face overwhelming and devastating American firepower. To Iran, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control.
Hegseth's comments follow a week-long tension between the U.S. and Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier, 3 Indian nationals were injured when a fire broke out at a UAE petroleum facility in Fujairah. The UAE government said it intercepted several Iranian missiles on Monday. Tehran says the Strait of Hormuz remains under its control. It's released a new map outlining what it claims is its territory over a large part of the waterway. According to the U.S., 9 ships have passed through the strait under the protection of its navy, which Iran denies. Washington says it destroyed 7 Iranian military boats for trying to interfere. Iran says the U.S. hit 2 civilian boats, killing 5 people. Now, in a moment, we're going to hear from our correspondents at the White House and in Tehran. First of all, let's get more on the U.S. Defense Department's operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz from Patty Culhane in Washington, D.C. Patty, Pete Hegseth there, making a distinction between the 2 operations. General Dan Kane also saying Iran's attacks have been below the threshold of restarting major combat operations. What else did we learn about what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, this press conference was very much the Department of Defense's attempt to bring calm to the ships that are behind that line, trying to send the message that the strait is in fact open. But they gave some statistics. They said there were 22,500 sailors and 1,150 vessels basically stuck. And then they talked about the 2 American ships that they were able to escort. They're sending the message and saying there are 100 aircraft 24/7 patrolling the skies, that they are able to deflect any attacks from Iran. They need the shipping companies, more importantly, the insurance companies, to believe that it is in fact safe to transit the strait. They need that because it is having a devastating impact on the global economy and the American voters. That we've seen gas prices their highest level since 2022. They've jumped 36 cents, I believe, in just the last week. And voters are expressing their discontent over this. The President Donald Trump's approval rating is the lowest it's been in his second term. They've been very frustrated by this, but they also made news by saying that this is, in their words, quote, a gift to the world, and that this is a temporary measure by the United States in order to give it time for other countries to come in, repeatedly saying that the U.S. isn't impacted nearly as much by the strait, which isn't in fact true because oil is a global commodity. So what happens in the strait impacts the price of oil here in the United States, even though it is a net exporter. But really, this was to send a message to the shipping companies, the insurers, and the American public and the markets that they believe that they have the strait reopened. And they called that an embarrassment for Iran. So we'll see if that message takes hold, if more ships actually transit the strait in the hours and days ahead.
Paddy, thanks very much indeed. Paddy Culhane there on Capitol Hill. We're going to bring in Al Jazeera's Al-Miqdad Al-Ghaid in Tehran. What has Iran been saying about its claims that it controls traffic in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, actually, what's interesting today that nor United States or Iranian saying that the ceasefire is over, because we know that the escalatory measures and escalation yesterday between the United States and Iranian in the Strait of Hormuz was significant. We know that the Iranian military saying that, released a statement speaking about attention from the United States destroyer to passing through this strategic choke point, and at the same time we have received a lot of messages and stands from different officials here, in the Iranian capital, speaking about geographical control, outlined a very firm conditions to passing through this strategic waterway. And also the top diplomat Abbas Araqji also had a reaction with that, speaking that the event in the Hormuz make clear that there is no military solution to a political crisis. And also he speaks that the talks are making progress with Pakistan gracious effort, and the United States should be wary of being dragged back into quagmire by ill-wishers. So should the United Arab Emirates. So this is a clear message from top diplomat, speaking clearly that he's not confirmed the attack on the UAE, and also left a room for diplomacy, and now he is engaging or traveled to Beijing, to China, to discuss the latest development here in the region. And at the same time, we have received a message from Ismail Baqai, the spokesperson, and also from Speaker of the Parliament and the head of negotiator Muhammad Baqir Qalibaf, speaking clearly that there is a new equation in this strategic choke point. So despite all the escalation in the Strait of Hormuz, the hope that this fragile ceasefire is upholding until this moment.
Are mediation efforts continuing? We were talking there about Abbas Araghchi heading towards Beijing in China. Given the hostilities we're seeing in this strait, is there an indication that there is some attempt at least to keep the lines of conversation open?
What we can sense that the confidence building measures especially from the key mediator, Pakistan, is trying to ease the gap between two sides. We know that Pakistan said yesterday that there is a crew member of that seized vessel by the United States earlier in April. They have been transferred to Tehran. So there is a progress. We can sense that progress when it comes to diplomacy. The both sides left in a room to diplomacy. The Iranian right now is speaking about they are reviewing the response on the latest 14-point plan that have been conveyed to United States, and in 2 days or so they will respond to the United States regarding the agreement and to ending this war in all fronts, and also about building trust between the United States and the Iran. And also they are saying that clearly we are postponing and lifting the complex issue until further notice, until further negotiation round. We are focusing right now on the blockade by the United States on the Strait of Hormuz, or also on the Iranian borders, and also we are focusing about the new situation, new condition on the Strait of Hormuz. We also that there is a double track for reaching a deal. They are speaking that militarily we are ready for any kind of escalation, and at the same time we are ready to negotiate, as Abbas Araghchi speak clearly that we are heading to Beijing to negotiate or to consultation on the regional matters.
Amigdad Al-Rohaid in Tehran, thank you very much indeed. Secretary Hegseth has also stressed the fact that the Iran ceasefire is still in effect.
This operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression. American forces won't need to enter Iranian waters or airspace. It's not necessary. We're not looking for a fight.
Going to bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's at the White House. So, Alan, Pete Hegseth making it very clear that the tensions in the Strait, very much a separate operation from Epic Fury, which were the attacks by Israel and the U.S. on Iran. Is that an indication, do you think, that diplomacy is still possible, that the White House is open to that?
Of course, the significant worry here is that one spark could reignite the fire. And that is why they're making it clear, although the Iranians did attack American ships, it didn't raise to the level of a breach of the ceasefire. So that suggests the Americans are willing to be patient. There are some who suggested that when Project Freedom started, that it was about trying to goad the Iranians to attack the Americans, and then the Americans could restart their operations and put the blame fairly and squarely at the Iranians, saying that they had come under attack. What is clear by the wording that we're hearing from both Donald Trump in his Truth Social post on Monday and now Pete Hegseth is that the United States isn't quite willing to go as far as to say these attacks are a breach of the ceasefire. This is all part of a separate operation. And that further suggests that talks are ongoing. We know that both sides are exchanging ideas. We know that both sides have given each other red lines. We know the Iranians would like to do a deal very quickly if it means lifting the blockade. We know the United States are saying you can't have a nuclear weapon, and that has very much got to be on the table. These things are constantly going back and forth between the Iranians, the Pakistanis, and the United States. And there's nothing that we're seeing in public that suggests there's any significant breakthrough going. But what we do know is that these talks are still continuing and the ceasefire is holding. So many people think that that is a very positive sign. Donald Trump, in an interview he gave on Monday, said if there was to be an attack on the Americans that went above the level that we're seeing at the moment, then he would wipe the Iranians off the face of the earth. I think I'm paraphrasing that, but that was the idea of it. So the threat is still there. The ceasefire still holds for the time being. There is some movement towards talks, but we're still in this stalemate position where we don't really have a full peace, but we're also not at war.
That's our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, at the White House. Thank you very much indeed, Alan. Well, earlier, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi responded to the U.S. military operation in the Strait, as Al-Miqdad al-Rahid was just telling us. Events in Hormuz make it clear, he said, there is no military solution to a political crisis. As talks are making progress with Pakistan's gracious effort, the U.S. should be wary of being dragged back into a quagmire by ill-wishers. So, should the UAE Project Freedom is Project Deadlock? We're going to bring in our guests now. Here in Doha, we're joined by Alexander Hudistano. He's a military and diplomatic analyst, and he's a maritime security expert. And in Tehran, we've got Mohammad Islami. He's a research fellow at the University of Tehran, and he's also co-author of Second Europe. It's a study on Iran-European nuclear negotiations. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Alexander, I want to start with you. The phrasing that we heard from Pete Hegseth, slightly different to what we're used to, coming from the usually bellicose U.S. Secretary of Defense. Operation Project Freedom is separate from Epic Fury. We were just talking about that. We're not looking for a fight. The U.S. won't need to enter Iranian airspace or waters as part of the opening Strait of Hormuz. General Dan Kane making the point that Iran's attacks have been below the threshold of restarting major combat operations. Given what we've just heard from our correspondents, particularly from our correspondent in Iran, saying that Iran is still keen on negotiations, what's your assessment? Is there an element, an effort to try to contain or to play down the situation in the Strait of Hormuz at the moment?
I think both tracks are still active in the sense that the military track in this war is an operational pause, and the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, mentioned exactly for this point. And I've noticed also more clarity and more preciseness into his declaration today, rather those fiery speeches that he was giving. And I think this is to clarify to the world, not necessarily to U.S. audiences, to clarify to the world that what U.S. is doing right now with this Project Freedom is to show that the strait can be open, maintained open. That's the wishful thinking now on the side of U.S. That's the wish to have this maintenance so that companies will pick up confidence so that the traffic will resume to some degree. And then for other nations to feel confident enough to send ships here to continue this particular process, albeit under Project Freedom name or something different, completely disconnected. But I think this was the intent from the very beginning, to disconnect this. But we have to understand that this is not done in absence of the negotiation talk. We know that one of the hurdles in this negotiation to proceed was this squaring of the negotiation table, with the Strait of Hormuz being the main item. Iran pushed the Strait of Hormuz in front of its nuclear desires, and it's banking on that. Now, US is coming here and out, and it basically started two timers. One timer for Iran saying, we will continue to do this. You tried. Maybe we can say it's due to operational surprise. I think Iran was not expecting this to happen at this point, but I'm pretty sure US has calculated that even in the case of more reaction from Iran, they are still willing to go and push this, just to skew a little bit this table and to push basically Iran into understanding that if they continue for the next period with this closure of the strait, they will lose basically negotiation advantage. With the strait out of their hands, then it's just the nuclear file on the table for US. And I think Iran doesn't want necessarily to reach in that point.
I want to pick up on that with Mohammad Islami. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Are we seeing a point at which Iran is getting concerned that whatever leverage it believed it had with the Strait of Hormuz, which does seem to be considerable given the fact that we've seen the impact on energy markets around the world, is Iran, do you think, concerned that its leverage is being chipped away and eroded by US actions in the Strait of Hormuz?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I think it was clear from the very first moment that the US cannot open the Strait of Hormuz by declaring a naval blockade. When we are talking about opening the Strait of Hormuz, it means that eliminating the risks of passing the Strait of Hormuz. So this crisis, in the nature, is a military crisis, but the solution is not a military solution. They cannot guarantee the ships to pass over the Strait of Hormuz without the risks of being attacked by any country or by any means while passing the Strait of Hormuz. So it is, as far as I understand, it is another example of miscalculations and overestimations from the American side. They cannot open the Strait of Hormuz without coming back to the negotiating table and talk with the Iranians about the new framework of the Iranian on the Strait of Hormuz. This is, I think, from the Iranian side.
Can I just get a clarification? Because you were mentioning there that part of this was to protect shipping from the risks of passing through the Strait of Hormuz. But critics of Iran would say, well, the only risks to any shipping passing through the Strait of Hormuz is from Iran, and Iran is attempting to try to get ships and insurance companies to pay for the privilege of not being attacked by Iran. Surely that seems a very circular argument.
You know, from the Iranian point of view, the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Iran has started, even during the war, bilateral negotiations, G2G, with many countries from the European countries to East Asian countries. And right now, the Strait of Hormuz is closed by the Americans. And it is interestingly that the American allies are paying the price for their miscalculation attempts to stop the Iranian negotiations with other countries regarding the opening the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, Iranians think that the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, not controlling the Strait of Hormuz is a kind of historical mistake. It is not about protecting the Islamic Republic. It's about the Iranians' right to control their territory in the Persian Gulf. So I think that the Iranian point of view regarding the Strait of Hormuz is not something tactical, and it's not something, I mean, bargaining chip to negotiate with the Americans regarding the end of the war or regarding the other things related to the war. From the Iranian side, the Strait of Hormuz for them, it's a kind of a strategic thing in order to go out of the regime of sanctions. So Iran is ready to open the Strait of Hormuz. It is not about Iran. It is the Americans that right now close the Strait of Hormuz by declaring naval blockade.
Alexandra, I'm just thinking about what Mohammed was saying there, because it sounds as though that obviously Iran is still determined to use the Strait of Hormuz as leverage when it comes to negotiations, as you were talking about. And nevertheless, we're still seeing, just in the last 24 hours, military activity, firing drones being brought down by the US military, firing on small boats. And Iran says 2 of those boats were civilian boats. What is your assessment of where the tensions are at the moment? Because this is a very crowded waterway. I think we do have a map of it somewhere. You can see get a sense of the shots there of the boats through the Strait of Hormuz. You can see just how crowded that is. And any sort of military action, any sort of kinetic action, as it's known, runs at a tremendous risk, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But we have to understand that on the point of Iran claiming that the attack ships were civilian, we have to understand that it's enshrined in officers' training, the rules of engagement logic. None of the kinetic action happen just because somebody wants them and just they press a button. There are checks and list of checks that need to happen for a target to actually be authorized, especially in this type of tactical level action where a lot of the targeting is done inside. You have, as I said, Iran is not able to contest the airspace above the Gulf, so that means the helicopters that the US has used in order to hunt down these boats have run basically amok, and they are running uncontested. They are hunting down these boats, and for whatever speed the boat has, the helicopter has advantage of speed and maneuverability. So to the point of that, I am seriously doubting that those ships were not positively identified as threats, as active combatants in this situation. On the side of the reaction from Iran, it clearly shows the importance of the Strait in their negotiation game with US. As I said, in the absence of the Strait, there's nothing else on the table for Iran than the nuclear file. And for how Iran has basically played hide and seek with this situation, it's quite telling to, let's say, to the intention of having maybe something like a Seoul moment, under the threat of conventional weaponry, arresting basically a region, and for the sake of not basically going into war, Iran would have probably wanted to have this continuation of whatever nuclear program or not they had. But it's clear that at this point, US has challenged their main point of contestation in the negotiations. They will, if this will continue, and for every ship that will exit, with Maersk for clearly stating that they have pushed one of their ships out yesterday, for each message that like this, the control and the image of this full control, monolithic control on the Strait will chip away, and that will chip away negotiation power. as I said, they started two timers. One is for Iran, and it will lose advantage in negotiation the further this situation will degrade, and the further the US will manage to push shifts. But also they started a timer for the rest of the world saying, we will not be here forever, and this is just a side quest for us. Our main quest is actually the nuclear file. We will push for that. Basically, with this move, US managed to skew a little bit the table, not necessarily maybe turn it, because we need to wait to see how efficient this new operation is, Project Freedom, and maybe we're going to see a turn of the tables.
Mohammed Islami, the language that we were talking about before from US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, certainly seemed to be giving the impression that he was trying to tone down to some degree the American stance within the Strait of Hormuz, saying we're not looking for a fight. The US will not need to enter Iranian airspace. Given what has happened over the last 24 hours or so, do you think that Iran will accept that and will respond in kind?
First of all, honestly, I don't think anybody pays attention to Pete Hegseth. Everybody knows that the ultimate authority in White House is under the control of Donald Trump himself. And interestingly, after Iranians attacked two U.S. warships in the Strait of Hormuz, and when after Iranian preemptively attacked the Emirates and Port of Fujairah, Donald Trump didn't tweet anything the same as he was usually tweeting during the war. So I think that Donald Trump was waiting 3 days for the naval blockade to see that the Iranians accepting his order in the negotiating and declaring surrender. But it didn't happen. And right now, we can wait for this new operation, the so-called, I don't know, something, the name of the operation, and we can wait and see that they cannot succeed in in opening the Strait of Hormuz by pushing more pressure on the Iranians. This is a failed strategy, failed actions by the Americans. And I think that right now the Iranians are continuing their negotiations and their bilateral relations with China, with Russia, even with Qatar, with Saudi Arabia. There are lots of declared negotiations and behind the curtain negotiations, and the Iranians are shaping a new framework for this kind of crisis that the Americans started by the war of choice on Iran.
Mohammed Islami, Research Fellow at the University of Tehran, Alexandru Hudistanu, Military and Diplomatic Analyst. Gentlemen, thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
To Lebanon now, where new footage has emerged showing destruction caused by Israeli forces in the town of Mafadun in the south. Several buildings have either been destroyed or damaged in Monday's airstrikes. The Israeli army regularly carries out attacks in southern Lebanon, despite agreeing to a US-brokered ceasefire with the Lebanese government. Shortly after the agreement, Israel announced plans to establish a depopulated zone on Lebanese territory along its border. Obaida Hito is joining us live now from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Good to have you with us. More Israeli attacks. Tell us about what's been happening.
Well, those attacks that you're describing continue, and the scope of those attacks continue to increase as well over the last 48 hours, especially today throughout the morning and into the afternoon. We've seen a focus of Israeli attacks on the Nabatea region. It's interesting that the attacks are increasing in this area in southern Lebanon because Nabatea is actually north of the Litani River. Initially, as you were describing, Israel was trying to create a so-called buffer zone in the south of the country. Right now, the yellow defense line is about 10 kilometers into Lebanese territory, but Israeli attacks are extending way beyond that 10-kilometer buffer zone. One example is into the Nabatea region today. What I'm hearing behind me is more strikes. You see, my cameraman is going to try and show you there. More strikes. We've seen strikes like this on the southwest front here, south of the city of Tyre throughout the day. This is the town of Mansouri. There have been strikes on Mansouri and Qulayla throughout the morning, both airstrikes and artillery strikes. The Israeli troops are in a town of Bayada, which is very close to the site of that explosion you're seeing there. And Hezbollah and Israeli troops have been exchanging fire for many weeks now on this very exact front. Today, Hezbollah claims that they tried to target a helicopter, a low-flying helicopter with a surface-to-air missile. Israel confirmed that that was the case, but said that no soldiers were damaged and there was no damage to the helicopter. Hezbollah also claims that they targeted a group of Israeli soldiers in this very front as well, around Bayada. This is an example, a clear example of how the situation continues to escalate here in southern Lebanon. Despite an ongoing ceasefire, what people are seeing on the ground is that there's not much of a ceasefire, just a restriction of bombardment on Beirut, the capital. We haven't seen strikes like that. There's been a cautious calm in other parts of the country, especially in Beirut and the southern suburbs. But here in the south, the fighting is ongoing. The strikes continue, as you can see there. This very large plume of smoke that's rising above those several towns where there is intense fighting going on between Hezbollah and Israeli troops. I should note here that at the top of the plume of smoke you see there, there's a little hill. And at that hill, there is a ancient archaeological site called Shema. It has a significance for many reasons. It's an ancient site going back to more than 2,000 years. It's been demolished and destroyed over many times of, or many attempts at trying to destroy all of the remainders of the site. Israel has demolished it in phases. It's also hit the towns around it with repeated airstrikes and repeated artillery strikes, leaving a lot of destruction there. We've seen some footage come out of these areas, especially the towns of Mansouri and Bayada, Majd al-Zoun and Qulayla, which are all in that area there on this hillside that looks over the Mediterranean Sea. And there's extensive destruction there, part of Israel's ongoing systematic destruction of these border towns. These areas are around 10 kilometers from the blue line within this yellow buffer zone that Israel says it wants to create in the south. And that's coming at a huge cost to the people who are watching, many of them from these areas in the city of Tyre, as their homes are destroyed and demolished in airstrikes and controlled demolitions carried out by the Israeli military, which are actually increasing during this ceasefire.
Abaida, it wasn't long ago that you and our teams were reporting on the fact that people were attempting to return to their homes in the south, at least immediately after the ceasefire. Now we have more forced evacuation orders for southern Lebanon. Tell us more about those.
Yeah, these evacuation orders are being called evacuation orders, but they're more like threats, warnings by Israel to civilians in areas in southern Lebanon. The messages are coming through social media with a very cryptic language. This character who's taken on the role of sending out these public service announcements for the Israeli military, Avichai Adra'i, who's become a household name here in southern Lebanon, as well as in other countries like Gaza, where a similar tactic was used. And basically, they continue to release these statements telling people to leave these areas. Today, another one was issued for some towns in the Nabatia district, for Srifa and Jibshit. These are all areas that have been issued these warnings over the last 72 hours multiple times, and then subsequently attacked. So it's not an empty threat that's happening. It's a real threat. And unfortunately for people here in southern Lebanon, these things continue to happen despite there being a ceasefire. So people are getting mixed messages from both Israel and the international community. We continue to hear Lebanese officials call for calm and restraint and calling on the international community to support them to try and achieve a ceasefire. But in response, what we see is Israel continuing to escalate, continuing to threaten towns and villages in southern Lebanon, and then subsequently carry out these very destructive and deadly attacks. Today, there haven't been any deaths reported, but over the last several days, there was a significant increase in the death toll here in Lebanon. And the fear is that if these kinds of attacks continue and these kinds of warnings on places where civilians have returned during the ceasefire continue, then that death toll is going to continue to increase and the number of injured people are going to increase, making the humanitarian situation much worse and putting much more pressure on the already fettered medical system here in Lebanon.
Obaid Hito there talking to us from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Thank you very much indeed. Sudan's recalled its ambassador to Ethiopia, accusing the government there of launching drones into its capital, Khartoum. A top army general says an investigation into Monday's incident revealed that the drones were supplied by the United Arab Emirates. Brigadier General Asim Awad Abdel-Wahab also said there were evidence previous attacks all came from the Ethiopian city of Bahir Dar. In the past, the UAE has denied allegations of any involvement in the Sudan conflict.
What Ethiopia and the UAE have done is a direct aggression against Sudan and will not be met with silence. Our armed forces are fully prepared to deal with any threat in a way that preserves the dignity, sovereignty, and security of the nation.
Ethiopia's Foreign Affairs Ministry has released a statement dismissing Sudan's claims as baseless. It's instead accusing officials in Khartoum of supporting what it says are mercenaries from the Tigray People's Liberation Front to fight in the conflict. Ethiopia has classified the TPLF as a terrorist organization. Ethiopia says Sudan has provided weapons and financial support to the group, and it adds that Sudan is being used as a hub for several anti-Ethiopian forces. Alan Boswell is the Horn of Africa Director of the International Crisis Group. He's joining us now from Nairobi. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Alan. Just give us your take. What's the context on this latest attack?
Well, the attack itself is not necessarily something that's new. Both sides have been
Alan Boswell, it's Rob Matheson in Doha. We're having a bit of problem with your line at the moment. We're just going to try again. Are you able to give us an indication of your context of what's happening? No, we've lost our line to Alan Boswell. Will we try and get it back in subsequent programs? Now, you're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. The U.S. Secretary of Defense says the military is working to end what he described as Iran's illegal blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Pete says comments follow an escalation in tension over who controls the passage of ships through the strait. New footage has emerged showing destruction caused by Israeli forces in the town of Marfadoun in southern Lebanon. Several buildings were either destroyed or damaged in Monday's airstrikes. Now entering its third month, the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel is taking a heavy toll on Lebanon. Even before more than 1 million people were displaced by the latest Israeli assault, around 80% of the population was living in poverty. The ongoing crisis is now driving many further into economic collapse. Zaina Khan reports from Beirut.
Lives and livelihoods disrupted by the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Some of these men were farmers. Others had businesses and shops. Now they're displaced and unemployed. Hassan, a street vendor who lived on one day's earnings to the next, now depends on handouts to eat. It's a similar situation for many of the more than 1 million people displaced across Lebanon.
The situation is catastrophic. Already we were struggling before the war because of the bad economic situation. Now it is worse. I can't support my sister and mother. There is no work.
It was a problem before the latest confrontation. Lebanon's economy collapsed in 2019.
And then there's the impact of the U.S.-Iran conflict on supply chains and global energy prices. Lebanon, a country which imports almost everything, is feeling it.
A surge in fuel prices is increasing transportation costs. Electricity bills, almost everything is more expensive.
In these days, it's very hard to survive. There's no work. If there is work, the salary is very less. There are a lot of people like me, they have children and they can't survive.
Sandy lives outside areas that are under attack. But before the latest violence, she was among the 1 million people the United Nations said required food assistance.
As you can see, I don't have a refrigerator. I don't have a washing machine. My oven is broken. My husband earns $600 per month. It's very hard to live this life. And we have 5 months rent we haven't paid.
Buying food was already hard for many. Now the World Food Programme says the situation has deteriorated, with food unaffordable for roughly 1 in 4 people. It's just so expensive, Imsamas tells us. A kilo of rice is lunch for 6 people. The current conflict exhausted a population where 80% was poor and facing a continuous struggle. They had yet to recover, not just from the financial collapse, but the last war in 2024, which left reconstruction costs in the billions of dollars. Now losses are estimated at $80 million a day, and that doesn't include the damages caused by Israeli strikes. Zena Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
I want to take you back to Sudan, which has recalled its ambassador to Ethiopia, accusing the government there of launching drones into its capital. Top Army General has said an investigation reveals the drones were supplied by the United Arab Emirates. In the past, the UAE has denied allegations of any involvement in the Sudan conflict. Let's go back to Alan Boswell, Horn of Africa Director at the International Crisis Group. Alan, good to have you back. We've got our technical problems sorted out. You were describing to us just a few moments ago your context of what's happening here. You were saying this kind of back and forth is not something new.
Yeah, but this is a worrying escalation that we are seeing between Sudan and Ethiopia. I mean, both countries, as you know, are facing massive internal challenges, and essentially both sides now see the other as supporting their armed opponents and are increasingly openly accusing them of doing so. And that obviously creates a very dangerous dynamic between the two countries, and risks making their own internal challenges much worse, and also makes both of their conflicts even more regionalized.
Why do you think this is happening now?
Well, the main trigger really is just that this war in Sudan just continues to escalate with no clear off-ramp, and it is really starting to tear apart the Horn of Africa region, frankly. And you have a number of outside countries which back the Sudanese army. As you mentioned, there's ample evidence that the UAE is backing the other side of Sudan's war, the RSF, and they all have their own regional allies, and basically we're seeing a region that's getting very polarized. And you're having relations, for instance, between General Burhan, who rules Sudan, and Prime Minister Abiy, who rules Ethiopia. Previously, we did have Abiy and Burhan able to have something of a cordial relationship, if not cordial, at least working relationship, so that they could stop escalation against each other. But we've seen those sorts of relationships start to break down as this region just gets more and more divided and more dangerous.
I should point out again that the UAE has denied allegations that it's involved in the Sudan conflict. Indeed, other countries have done that as well. But you alluded to the external factors, shall we say, the external influences within Sudan that could be exacerbating the situation that is on the ground. What do you think could happen next if this situation continues to escalate?
Yeah, well, both warring parties in Sudan would have run out of munitions very early in this war if it wasn't for the backing they're getting from the outside. And the level of escalation we've seen coming from the outside regional powers on both sides of the war is unprecedented for Sudan and is dramatically changing the shape of this region. And the other major domino that many fear will fall is the ongoing escalation in Ethiopia's Tigray region, where we saw a big civil war just a few years ago. We had an escalation there today as well, and the standoff between Ethiopia and Eritrea. Now, Ethiopia sees two main regional foes in its neighborhood, Eritrea and Egypt, and both of them are backing the Sudanese army in this war. And so that makes Ethiopia feel increasingly cornered, even as from Sudan's perspective, they see Ethiopia increasingly being used to support their opponent in the war, RSF. So you can see how this is getting increasingly entangled, and there's a risk that the two situations in both countries start to become merged, and we see a much wider and messy, entangled war.
Is there any opportunity to try to de-escalate or take the heat out of the situation? And would it have to come from inside both countries themselves, or are there external forces, the other external influences that could actually try to take some of the heat out of this situation?
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Sudan war itself, the outside players are now so deeply involved that some of the de-escalation needs to come from outside within the broader region. And that has been, for instance, a focus of U.S. diplomacy, but that has yet to. In terms of the relations and this escalation between Sudan and Ethiopia, the leaders, General Burhan and Prime Minister Abiy, they have the ability to de-escalate this themselves. Unfortunately, I think they might be being emboldened and encouraged on this path towards escalation by their outside backers. But they have shown in the past that when they need to, they're able to meet together and to de-escalate things. Because really, this is a situation that benefits neither if both sides get more deeply involved in the other's civil war.
Alan Boswell is Horn of Africa Director at the International Crisis Group. We appreciate it, Alan. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Rob.
And Israeli courts extended the detention of 2 activists who were part of the Gaza-bound Global Sumud flotilla. Brazilian environmentalist Tiago Avia and activist Saif Abu Kashek were arrested last Wednesday after Israeli forces intercepted some of the flotilla ships in international waters. More than 100 other activists on board the boats were taken to the Greek island of Crete. To Yemen now, where years of conflict and limited job opportunities have left graduates struggling to find work in their respective fields. Many are being forced to take alternative jobs just to make ends meet. Yusuf Mari has more from Sana'a.
With careful hands and quiet determination, Khalid Al-Khouli's hands move with delicate precision, transforming ordinary objects into shimmering possibilities. Not long ago, Khalid graduated at the very top of her class as a geologist from Sana'a University. But instead of exploring layers of rocks, she now explores gems and rhinestones, which she uses to decorate cups, shirts, and shoes.
I graduated at the top of my class with the highest scores. I was unable to get an internship because of my financial responsibilities, so I worked from one job to the next, none of which were related to my field of study. Because of the war and the economy, I was forced to settle for any job I can find. I decided to pursue a career in something that doesn't cost much and I can do from home.
What began as a necessity has become something deeper, a space where Khalid keeps her dreams and creativity alive.
The idea is deeper than the actual work. It's about taking an idea and transforming it into something more meaningful and distinguished, something that can overcome challenges. I used it to develop my professional skills for the future.
Across Yemen, thousands of students are preparing to graduate, eager to pursue their dreams. They are hoping for the best and are prepared for the many challenges that await.
My dream is to be a director and uplift Yemeni cinema. I believe cinema plays a critical role in improving the economy. The problem is we as students and future graduates don't have much opportunities due to years of war. The issue is when we graduate and try to land our first job, they tell us we don't have experience. How on earth can we have experience when we just graduated?
Everyone knows Yemen is going through perilous times. Job opportunities are scarce and unemployment is very high. Opportunities for skilled workers are very limited, but we students know very well that there will come a time when our degrees will be worth something. More opportunities are ahead, and hopefully we will play a role in this change.
Khalid's glitter may not reveal the secrets of the earth, but perhaps it is unearthing the resilience of Yemen's youth who are determined to succeed.
Well, despite few jobs being available for students after they graduate, many say getting a university degree is still critical in order to help develop transferable skills, build professional networks, and increase long-term earning potential in an uncertain Yemeni job market. Yusuf Maudi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
Mali's President Assimi Goïta has named himself defense minister after last month's coordinated attacks by armed groups. Critics say the military government is conducting a purge targeting soldiers and retired officers and civilians accused of links to the violence. Nicholas Hack has this exclusive report.
These are Malian soldiers in Kidal. They've been stripped of their uniforms and are being held as prisoners of war by Tuareg separatists. We've concealed their faces for their safety and to protect their identities. He introduces himself as a paramilitary soldier. Another says he's an army officer. This one says he's a policeman. He says the wounded are receiving care in hospital, but we were not allowed to film inside the hospital. The Liberation Front of Azawad, known as the FLA, says it respects human rights and does not target civilians. But after toppling Malian forces in Kidal, it's now sharing power with the Al-Qaeda affiliate, which human rights group accuse of rape, torture, and abuse.
Today, we're trying to set up ways to coexist not as allies, but as a temporary arrangement. We don't really have a choice. We're forced to do it.
The Tuareg separatists want a homeland they call Azawad. Al-Qaeda wants an Islamic state. But for now, they have a shared enemy, Mali's military government in Bamako. In late April, they launched coordinated attacks from Kidal and Sévaré to Bamako and Kati, the garrison town at the heart of Mali's military power. That's where Defense Minister Sadio Camara was killed. Since then, officers, politicians, and even lawyers are being rounded up. Critics have called it a witch hunt. They're being accused of colluding with the enemy. Authorities say last month's attack were only possible because of traitors within.
The current situation of the country is critical, so we really need to look into who may be involved and who is not.
We need to stop pretending as if we have a normal democratic situation in place. Mali is at war.
Transitional President Assimi Goïta has taken over the defense portfolio himself. His deputy, Umar Diarra, is another senior officer who has trained in Russia. Around 2,000 Russian paramilitary fighters from Africa Corps are on the ground. Their mission? Protect Mali's military leadership. But at what cost? 130 Malian soldiers are being held captive in Kidal after Russian fighters abandoned their positions to Al-Qaeda fighters and Tuareg separatists. Their contract, it seems, is not to protect every Malian soldiers, only those in power. Their lives now lie in the hands of their captors, not just prisoners of war, but perhaps bargaining chips where the chain of command is breaking. And where any talk of peace now begins with their fate. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera.
Russia's attacked gas production plants and railway facilities in parts of Ukraine overnight, killing at least 5 people. In Kharkiv, a drone targeted a wagon, and in the Poltava region, a drone hit the tracks near a diesel locomotive and damaged a wagon. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has shown utter cynicism by asking for a ceasefire and then launching missile and drone attacks on his country. Earlier, Audrey McAlpine spoke from Kyiv to my colleague Folly Batibo.
The largest of these overnight attacks, Folly, was in Poltava, a city about 250 kilometers east of the capital here in Kyiv. Multiple missiles as well as drones hit this state-run energy facility. 2 workers were killed, as well as 2 rescue workers. Now, after 4 years of war, it's easy for these numbers to feel abstract, but one of these rescue workers was a man named Viktor Kuzmenko, who has responded to over 50 attacks in Poltava, one notably in 2024, where he saved over 17 people. But it wasn't the only location that was hit overnight. Also, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Nikopol, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, all came under attack. The alarm first sounding just before midnight on Monday, and then around 3 a.m., ballistic threats were noted across Ukraine. Now, President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that these attacks were aimed at Ukraine's energy infrastructure. And Naftogaz, who owned the facility in Poltava, has noted that over last year, there were more strikes on its facilities than the previous years of the war combined, which really speaks to this tactic, both by Russia and Ukraine, to target one another's energy production facilities.
People in Germany have paid their respects to the victims of a car ramming incident in the city of Leipzig. 2 people were killed and 3 others were injured when the car drove into a pedestrian zone on Monday. The driver, a 33-year-old German man, was arrested shortly after the attack. Germany has seen a number of similar car ramming incidents since 2016. At least 26 people have been killed in an explosion at a fireworks factory in central China. The blast happened in the city of Changsha in Hunan province on Monday afternoon. At least 61 others have been injured. Authorities are investigating the cause of the explosion, and they've evacuated people from surrounding areas. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
There was also damage to homes at nearby villages.
footage showing that glass was shattered and some doors also broken at some homes at nearby villages. Also, residents reported that heavy rocks were blown onto the road in the blast. Now, rescue efforts and response efforts are ongoing. Around 480 personnel, including firefighters, rescuers, and medical personnel, they have been on the scene to try to treat the injured and try to find those who have been injured. Rescue robots also being deployed to those efforts. And people within 3 kilometers of the blast have also reportedly been evacuated. There were reports that 2 warehouses used by the company to store gunpowder had posed a risk, but firefighters have been using water cannons to completely soak the scene to help prevent further accidents. The local police department has also reportedly detained the company's senior executives for an investigation into the cause of the accident. As the state broadcaster says that there will be a press conference held by the local authorities later this afternoon, so we'll watch to see what other developments come from that press briefing. President Xi Jinping also has called for proper handling of this, the aftermath. He's called for a prompt investigation, and he's also stressed that those who are involved must be held accountable. Now, he's called for the relevant authorities to draw lessons from this accident and to reinforce responsibility for workplace safety.
The U.S. Secret Service says its officers shot an armed suspect who opened fire in their direction near the White House. Agents say they approached a suspicious individual who fled before turning to shoot at officers. The incident led to a brief lockdown. Security in the U.S. Capitol has been on high alert since a shooting at the annual White House press dinner in late April. The U.S. military says it's carried out another strike on a suspected drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean, killing 2 people. The Trump administration's targeted alleged trafficking vessels since early September, but it's not provided any evidence. At least 188 deaths have been reported since then. Despite the Iran war, the strikes have ramped up in recent weeks. Now, British voters head to the polls Thursday for local elections set to pile more pressure on Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer and cement the rise of right and left-wing politicians. The Green Party is gaining momentum ahead of the vote, attracting voters disillusioned with the major parties. Sonia Gallego reports from London.
Closer to a movement than a traditional party campaign. This is how the Green Party has found an audience at late-night socials, gaining ground where the governing Labour Party is losing trust with young voters. It's led by self-styled eco-populist Zach Polanski.
We're here because we want to get people elected, and we want to get people elected to change our society, to change our communities, to make sure people feel hope and they feel that plan.
He says the party is still focused on the environment, but it has broadened its message. Polanski has put issues such as solidarity with Palestine at the forefront of their campaigning, together with policies such as abolishing private landlords, decriminalizing drugs, and even withdrawing from NATO.
That confidence to say we're a socialist party, we care about working people, we care about people over profit, that's definitely what drew me.
And it's working. Green Party membership has more than tripled since Polanski took over.
It's here on the campaign trail in London where the Greens are working hard to transfer that surge in support into political power. They are a party on the rise, attracting voters who are disillusioned with the bigger, more established parties. But as that support grows, there is also the challenge of keeping together a coalition with very diverse priorities.
Former Deputy Leader Shara Ali says the party has moved away from its principles.
We've become very politically opportunistic. We'll try and grab your vote at all costs. We'll try and shield you from policies that we might think you'll find unpalatable and just emphasize the one that we think you'll like. That's populist in a bad way.
For now, the momentum is with them. The Green Party's appeal is broad, but pulling in different directions.
Can I give you one of our leaflets? No.
Coming under further scrutiny, the closer it moves to power. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Space researchers in Japan have detected an object in the edge of our solar system that's got a thin atmosphere. That's something astronomers had thought impossible. Scientists observed the object while it passed near a bright star 2 years ago. It found the light of the star slightly dimmed when it passed behind the object. And that suggests there's an atmosphere. Until now, Pluto was the only dwarf planet in that region with a detectable atmosphere. The findings are going to help scientists understand how objects beyond Neptune's orbit behave and help them to study how the atmospheres occur and evolve. Anna's going to be here in a couple of minutes with more on all our stories. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us.
The latest news as it breaks.
2 people were killed and 22 people were injured, including 5 children in that strike.
With detailed coverage.
You can definitely see that he was sending the message that the United States needs the United Kingdom as much as the UK needs the US.
From around the world.
A diplomatic spat is unfolding between Ukraine and Israel after Ukraine accused Israel of purchasing stolen grain from Russia.
Come in, sit down. This is a masterclass in how to be a colonizer.
Religion was a means of empire building for the Spanish Empire.
Certainly wanted money, but they really believed, just as it happened in the Crusades, they were bringing light to the people.
Ideology in particular was one of religious warfare.
Take a look inside the colonial playbook.
Sacred scripts of any civilization were lost.
It's a transformation of indigenous culture.
Al Jazeera Untangles, Episode 3, Spain, Sword and Cross.
High-profile interviews, conversations with global leaders, icons, and alternative voices shaping our times. Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera. I'm Anna Burns-Francis. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Coming up.
We're not looking for a fight, but Iran also cannot be allowed to block innocent countries and their goods from an international waterway.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth insists the ceasefire with Iran is still in place despite recent escalation in the Strait of Hormuz. Sudan's army accuses its neighbour, Ethiopia, of allowing UAE drones to be launched from its territory.
You can see I don't have a refrigerator, I don't have a washing machine, my oven is broken.
Struggling to survive in Lebanon in an economy on the brink, now pushed further into crisis by the Israeli-Hezbollah conflict. And Russian drones and missiles target Ukrainian gas plants and rail facilities, killing at least 5 people. The U.S. Secretary of Defense has addressed the media on Washington's plan to help commercial ships leave the Gulf region. Pete Hegseth says the U.S. military is working to end what he described as Iran's illegal blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
By breaking Iran's illegal stranglehold, we're protecting the lives and livelihoods of sailors from dozens of countries, securing global energy routes, and preventing shortages that hit the world's poorest people the hardest. Once again, America is using its strength to lift up others. Iran is trying to subjugate the world. To what remains of Iran's forces, if you attack American troops or innocent commercial shipping, you will face overwhelming and devastating American firepower. To Iran, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control.
Hegseth's comments follow a week-long tension between the US and Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. On Monday, 3 Indian nationals were injured when a fire broke out at a UAE petroleum facility in Fujairah. The UAE government said it intercepted several Iranian missiles. Tehran says the Strait of Hormuz remains under its control. It's released a new map outlining what it claims is its territory over a large part of the waterway. According to the US, 9 ships have passed through the strait under the protection of its navy, which Iran denies. Washington says it destroyed 7 Iranian military boats for trying to interfere. Iran says the US hit 2 civilian boats, killing 5 people. We'll cross live to our correspondent in Tehran in a moment. But first, let's go to Paddy Culhane in Washington. Paddy, the US announcing this is a new operation in the Strait. Will it actually see things moving through that vital waterway, though?
Well, it remains to be seen. And again, as you just mentioned, there's a lot of conflicting messages from the U.S., from Iran, and it's really hard for anyone to get independent visibility on exactly what's happening. But they called this press conference the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, to send the message that the strait is open. And they talked about the military firepower that the U.S. has deployed, more than 15,000 service members, more than 100 aircraft, they said, are patrolling the skies 24/7. They tried to paint a picture of Iran trying desperately to attack these ships, the Navy ships, the cargo ships, and failing because they were shot down, according to the U.S., by the American military. That said, this is really to send a message to not just the shipping companies, perhaps more importantly, the insurance companies, that the strait is open, and they need to see that strait open because it is having a direct impact on the world economy, but also on American voters. They did talk about the numbers. They said there are 22,500 sailors that have been stuck behind that line and 1,150 vessels. And they're really hoping to see that the traffic continues. Pete Hegseth, though, said this was a gift to the world, albeit a temporary one, that they expect that this is just temporary and that the other nations will follow suit, saying that the U.S. doesn't really rely on the Strait of Hormuz, which is something that he often says, but is not, in fact, true. Oil prices are a global commodity. They have shot up since the strait has been closed. Gas prices are the highest they've been in 4 years. And farmers are struggling to get fertilizer, and water treatment plants are struggling to get fluoride. So it is having an impact here in the U.S. Whether or not that these claims will prove true, we'll find out in the coming hours and days.
Paddy, the US has announced this as a new operation in amongst their broader conflict, of which there is still a ceasefire in place. So what did military bosses have to say about that ceasefire, given the renewed action that we've seen in the Strait and in the UAE?
Well, according to the U.S., the ceasefire still holds. That this is a separate operation, Project Freedom, I believe it was called. Yes, Project Freedom, different from Epic Fury, which was the name for the war. And they're really trying to paint this as very separate. They're saying this is defensive, but we will attack if our ships are attacked. And we're sending the message without actually saying it, that if the ships are successfully attacked, it could see a renewal of hostilities. But again, this is a lot of them saying things without actually showing any evidence that the strait is in fact open, or it will continue to be open, or what countries will take over, or exactly how this is going to play out in the days ahead. But it was very clearly trying to send a message to the markets and to the world that they believe the strait is open.
Paddy Culhane joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you. Well, in an interview, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said Tehran had carried out attacks against neighbouring countries because of the US military presence there. But Ismail Baghai insisted Iran does not pursue a hostile approach in the region.
We feel no animosity towards any country of the region. The only reason we have to target their territories was simply because we had to defend ourselves against an act of aggression by the United States and Israel. And now it's an open secret that the United States used its military bases, its military assets, and also used the logistical support provided by some of these countries to further their act of aggression against Iran. So under international law, these countries are regarded as accomplices, as complicit in this act of aggression.
All right, let's bring in Al Jazeera's Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid now in Tehran live for us. Al-Migdad, is there an indication from Iran that, given what we are seeing in the Strait from the US, given what we have seen in the UAE in the past couple of days, that Iran intends to ramp up attacks in the region once again?
Well, what is interesting after that escalatory event from yesterday, that this ceasefire is holding, because that the United States officials nor Iranians, they didn't say that this ceasefire is over, because what we can see right now is that the battlefield right now is confined in that strategic choke point after yesterday events. And after all that escalatory events, there is a lot of message here came from different commanders, from different officials, whether it's diplomat, whether it is parliament. They are speaking clearly and setting a firm message that they are saying we are guardian this strategic choke point. And one of the most strongest message came from Mohammed Baqir Qalibaf, Speaker of the Parliament, wrote on his account on X that there is a new equation in the Strait of Hormuz is being stabilized. The security of shipping and the transit of energy have been engaged by the United States and its allies through the violation of the ceasefire and the imposition of that blockade. However, their evil will diminish. Same message came also from Abbas Araqchi, top diplomat, speak that the event on the Strait of Hormuz described that any political solution will not be solved by military action, and also sent the message to the partner that the regional here is speaking that any making progress with Pakistan gracious effort, the United States should be way of being dragged back into this quagmire, and so should the UAE. Project Freedom is Project Deadlock, referring to the announcement from the United States President to open the Strait of Hormuz by force.
Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid joining us live from Tehran. Thank you. Let's get more now on what the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said in the last hour. He stressed the fact that the Iran ceasefire is still in effect.
This operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression. American forces won't need to enter Iranian waters or airspace. It's not necessary. We're not looking for a fight.
Well, let's bring in our guests now. Here in Doha, we're joined by Alexandru Hudashtanu. He's a military and diplomatic analyst and a maritime security expert. And in Tehran, we are joined by Mohammed Islami, a research fellow at the University of Tehran and a co-author of Second Europe, a study on Iran-European nuclear negotiations. Thank you both for joining me. Alexandru, I'll start with you. The US making a fairly big announcement here to get traffic moving in the Strait, it says, but how effective has it been really?
So far, we know for a fact that they have pushed two ships under escort, or under tight escort, through the strait. Two ships. That's based on their declaration, and at least one of them has confirmed through the mayor's declaration that they have indeed released one of their ships under escort by US, in being safe and sound. So, to that extent, this in itself, it's let's say an important event and an important development in the negotiation track as well, because for the best part of 1 week or so, the table will look very, very squared. And through this operation that US did now, it actually affected Iran's position in two ways. First, it's shown that the strait can be run. And this is also a message somehow parallel to the rest of the world with that timer they placed on the road saying, we're not going to be here forever to do this. But at the same time, they chipped away a little bit regarding the image of control on the strait for Iran. The second component here is a strategic trap of escalation, which I think Iranian military actually bite in. And after they passed the ships to the strait, we've seen those attacks against Oman and UAE being reported. I think this is an escalation trap that US pushed, and Iran basically fell into because it actually affects their image, saying that we are going to here to protect the strait against U.S. usage or whatever that is. I don't think U.S. has ever threatened the traffic of anybody in the strait. But at the same time, I would dare to say in frustration, after they missed the chance to actually attack the U.S. ships passing those two civilian ships through the strait, they resorted to their play that has been to the active phase. That means indiscriminate attacks against countries in the region. So this shows the strategic limitation of Iran under the acceptable or under the status quo of the war so far, while shows some form of, let's say, flexibility on US side regarding options.
Mohammed, I'll bring you in here because Alexander has just referred to, he's used the word frustration that he thinks Iran is showing. The US has said Iran is embarrassed by the fact that these ships are now getting through the blockade. Is this the start of the end of Iran's control over the waterway?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. Americans, when they declared the naval blockade on the Persian Gulf, on the Gulf of Oman, they said that the Iranians will be surrendered in 3 days. After that, Donald Trump stated that the Iranian oil fields are blowing up. None of them happened. And right now, when we are speaking about the Strait of Hormuz, it is about eliminating the risk of passing the Strait of Hormuz. It's not about 1 ship or 2 ships. We're talking about billions of US dollars straight passing from this strait. It's a very, very, very huge amount of money. So the market, I think that the market will not, trust the Americans. We can see what happened for the South Korean ship. They have trusted the Americans, they have trusted the Emirates, and while the Iranians declared a new, new lines for their territory controlling the Strait of Hormuz. So right now, I think that we can wait the same as we waited for the naval blockade's efficacy, which was overestimated by the Americans. We can and we can wait and see if this operation will succeed or not. I think it is another miscalculations by the Americans regarding the Strait of Hormuz. Iranians are open to talk with every country regarding the normal passage of the Strait of Hormuz, but right now, the Americans, by declaring the naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, are trying to other countries to pay the price for their decision. And because of that, Donald Trump asked South Koreans and other countries to join them. They are begging other countries to join their operation. And as far as I know, none of these countries accepted that request.
Alexandra, can I bring up the point there that Mohammed has raised with the South Korean ship and we've seen with the attack on the UAE? Isn't the risk here that the US is actually just continuing to provoke Iran, which will continue to engage in asymmetric warfare, and that this actually puts us no step closer to a peace agreement or to a permanent ceasefire or to resolving the broader issue?
First of all, for the Korean ship, I think the official statements from Korea, from Seoul, are that they will wait to see exactly what is the cause of that. Even under the assumption that this has been attacked by Iran, that doesn't really paint a really good picture. It actually enforces the idea that the bully in the strait is Iran. And it's something that a lot of states around the world are actually already convinced of. So the strait was not closed because of US. US has enforced a counter blockade on Iranian ports and actually on Iranian shipping rather, as a response to not let Iran to actually use the strait, which Iran has denied constantly in more than 40 days and onwards until now for everybody else. Not everybody in the world is part of this war. The belligerent parties are quite clear, regardless of the status of this war. That's not a debate here. I'm not here to debate the legality of this. I'm just saying the parties to this war are very clear to everybody, and most of the world is not. There are 3 parties belligerent here: US, Israel, and Iran. Everybody else is not. The strait is closed for everybody else by Iran, not by US. So I think the strategic trap that US pushed on Iran yesterday actually, Iranian Navy actually bite into it, or Iranian military bite into it and attacked in retaliation of not being able to actually stop the US to pass the strait. And this is the wild card that I was mentioning for a while now. The patience of the world has a limit. When the economic cost of the strait closure will surpass the risk calculus of nations to actually send ships here, you'll have a neutral force in the region, and I'm pretty sure Iran will not have the appetite to start attacking neutral ships which have not been part of this belligerent situation.
Okay. But, Mohammed, if I can come to you for the final word here, Iran has attacked the countries that in the region, its neighbours, that host US bases. And so what concern is there now that if this conflict is not headed towards a peace deal, if the US is going to continue to provoke the ire of Iran and it continues to retaliate, how worried should Gulf neighbours be that they will once again come under attack from Iran?
Iranian attacked every country who have provided territorial and aerial access to the Americans and Israelis to attack Iran. Illegal war on the Iranian people. So right now it is clear from the Iranian point of view, if any other country is trying to help the Americans and the Israelis to attacking Iran again, the Iranians will be very, very, clear about their response to these kind of collaborations. Talking about other countries paying the price for these war of choice by the Americans and Israelis, we should consider that even right now the Iranians offered Americans a three-phase of a diplomatic settlement. The first phase of their offer is stopping the war and guaranteeing they will not again come back to the military confrontation. And right now, the second phase of the Iranian offer is opening the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for stopping the naval blockade. So right now, even the Iranians are open to discuss about the way that they can open the Strait of Hormuz for other countries. So right now, the Americans don't want to accept an Iranian off-ramp for them to go out of the crisis. So we think that we should consider the roots of the crisis, which is not the Iranians, but it's about the Americans withdrawing from JCPOA and then putting more sanctions on the Iranians unilaterally, and now starting campaigns on the Iranian while the Americans were discussing diplomatic settlements with the Iranians. So these are the realities on the ground, and right now the Iranians are fully determined regarding their objectives in the war.
Mohammed Islami, Alexandra, I'll come to you just quickly. Of those points that have been raised about going to other countries that are complicit, I mean, there's no standard measure of what is complicit here. And so where do you see this going with this operation? The US cannot entangle itself forever in the Strait. Even they are already being accused of entangling themselves in what may turn out to be a forever war. What sort of timeline do you put on this latest US operation? So
I think in order for this to actually be believed, to actually have some form of concentrated, so let's say, sense, US has to hold this thing for at least a couple of weeks, and in which some ships will have to pass, and to show what are the limits of Iranians' response whenever this situation happens. So if these things will continue for a specific amount of time, I would say 1 2 weeks, I would say 2 weeks in a conservative meaning minimum, this will increase confidence that they are there to actually do this job proper, and we will see more and more ships picking up. The unknown issue here is the Iranian response, and to what extent Iran will be willing to try to react to US trying to chip away this control of Iran on the Strait.
Yeah, Mohammed, just quickly, I'll give the last word to you because we've got some news in now that UAE Defence Ministry says air defences are dealing with missiles and drone attacks coming from Iran. And so that would imply that Iran has decided to engage in retaliatory action once again. This would seem to other Gulf neighbours deeply destabilising when it is the US that is the issue in the Strait.
When it comes to UAE, the story is fully different. The UAE has decided to be a kind of Israel proxy in Persian Gulf, and the Iranians will not tolerate an Israeli proxy in the Persian Gulf. And right now, the Emiratis are in many different conflicts, not only with the Iranians, but also with Saudis, with Qatar, and also with Oman. None of them are respecting the way that UAE is thinking about their strategic point of view regarding the future. And right now, we know that talking about the Americans didn't consultate and didn't talk with their allies in Europe or in East Asia or even in the region regarding their war on Iran. So right now, Iranians are thinking about diplomatic settlements. It doesn't mean that they are going to think about surrender. They are thinking about diplomatic settlements, and we know that the Americans are trying to put pressure on the global economy. Right now, the global economy is bleeding. This is the fact, and so this is the Americans that should think more about their lack of strategy regarding this war.
Mohammed Islami, thank you. Alexandra Hutastanu, thank you for joining me in studio. Just a reminder to our viewers that the UAE Defence Ministry has just announced its air defences are dealing with missiles and drone attacks it says are coming from Iran. The announcement comes after a press conference at the Pentagon today, where the United States announced it started a new operation in the Strait of Hormuz with its naval vessels accompanying container ships to open up the blockade imposed by Iran. Right, new footage has emerged showing destruction caused by Israeli forces in the town of Mayfadun in southern Lebanon. Several buildings were either destroyed or damaged in Monday's airstrikes. The Israeli army regularly carries out attacks in southern Lebanon, despite agreeing to a US-brokered ceasefire with the Lebanese government. Shortly after the agreement, Israel announced plans to establish a depopulated zone on Lebanese territory along its border. Israel's also ordered more people in southern Lebanon to leave their homes, with the military issuing new forced evacuation threats in Jibshit and Srifa. Both villages lie outside Israel's so-called Yellow Line, a military zone that extends about 10 kilometres into Lebanese territory from the border. Israel continues to occupy the area where towns and villages have been demolished. Now entering its third month, the conflict between Hezbollah and Israel is taking a very heavy toll on Lebanon. Even before more than 1 million people were displaced by the latest Israeli assault, around 80% of the population was living in poverty. The ongoing crisis is now driving many further into economic collapse. Zaina Khoda reports from Beirut.
Lives and livelihoods disrupted by the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Some of these men were farmers. Others had businesses and shops. Now they're displaced and unemployed. Hassan, a street vendor who lived on one day's earnings to the next, now depends on handouts to eat. It's a similar situation for many of the more than 1 million people displaced across Lebanon.
The situation is catastrophic. Already we were struggling before the war because of the bad economic situation. Now it is worse. I can't support my sister and mother. There is no work.
It was a problem before the latest confrontation. Lebanon's economy collapsed in 2019.
And then there's the impact of the U.S.-Iran conflict on supply chains and global energy prices. Lebanon, a country which imports almost everything, is feeling it.
A surge in fuel prices is increasing transportation costs, electricity bills. Almost everything is more expensive.
In these days, it's very hard to survive. There's no work. If there is work, the salary is very less. There are a lot of people like me, they have children and they can't survive.
Sandy lives outside areas that are under attack. But before the latest violence, she was among the 1 million people the United Nations said required food assistance.
As you can see, I don't have a refrigerator. I don't have a washing machine. My oven is broken. My husband earns $600 per month. It's very hard to live this life. And we have 5 months rent we haven't paid.
Buying food was already hard for many. Now the World Food Programme says the situation has deteriorated, with food unaffordable for roughly 1 in 4 people. It's just so expensive, Thomas tells us. A kilo of rice is lunch for 6 people. The current conflict exhausted a population where 80% was poor and facing a continuous struggle. They had yet to recover, not just from the financial collapse, but the last war in 2024, which left reconstruction costs in the billions of dollars. Now losses are estimated at $80 million a day, and that doesn't include the damages caused by Israeli strikes. Zaina Khoda, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Sudan has recalled its ambassador to Ethiopia, accusing the government there of launching drones into its capital, Khartoum. A top army general says an investigation into Monday's incident revealed the drones were supplied by the United Arab Emirates. Brigadier General Asim Awad Abdul Wahab said there's also evidence previous attacks came from the Ethiopian city of Bahir Dar. In the past, the UAE has denied allegations of any involvement in the Sudan conflict.
What Ethiopia and the UAE have done is a direct aggression against Sudan and will not be met with silence. Our armed forces are fully prepared to deal with any threat in a way that preserves the dignity, sovereignty, and security of the nation.
Ethiopia's Foreign Affairs Ministry has released a statement dismissing Sudan's claims as baseless. It's instead accusing officials in Khartoum of supporting what it says are mercenaries from the Tigray People's Liberation Front to fight in the conflict. Ethiopia has classified the TPLF as a terrorist organization. Ethiopia says Sudan has provided weapons and financial support to the group. It adds that Sudan is being used as a hub for several anti-Ethiopian forces. Alan Boswell is Horn of Africa Director at the International Crisis Group and says the escalation between Sudan and Ethiopia risks making their internal challenges worse.
Both countries, as you know, are facing massive internal challenges, and essentially both sides now see the other as supporting their armed opponents and are increasingly openly accusing them of doing so. And that obviously creates a very dangerous dynamic between the two countries. And risks making their own internal challenges much worse, and also makes both of their conflicts even more regionalized. I think when it comes to the Sudan war itself, the outside players are now so deeply involved that some of the de-escalation needs to come from outside within the broader region. And that has been, for instance, a focus of US diplomacy, but that has yet to gain traction. In terms of the relations in this escalation between Sudan and Ethiopia, the leaders, General Burhan and Prime Minister Abiy, they have the ability to de-escalate this themselves. Unfortunately, I think they might be being emboldened and encouraged on this path towards escalation by their outside backers. But they have shown in the past that when they need to, they're able to meet together and to de-escalate things, because really this is a situation that benefits neither if both sides get more deeply involved in the other civil war.
Russia has attacked gas production plants and railway facilities in parts of Ukraine overnight, killing at least 5 people. In Kharkiv, a drone targeted a wagon, and in the Poltava region, a drone hit the tracks near a diesel locomotive and damaged a wagon. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has shown utter cynicism by asking for a ceasefire and then launching missile and drone attacks on his country. Earlier, Audrey McAlpine spoke from Kyiv to my colleague Folly Batibo.
The largest of these overnight attacks, Folly, was in Poltava, a city about 250 kilometers east of the capital here in Kyiv. Multiple missiles as well as drones hit this state-run energy facility. 2 workers were killed, as well as 2 rescue workers. Now, after 4 years of war, it's easy for these numbers to feel abstract, but one of these rescue workers was a man named Viktor Kuzmenko, who has responded to over 50 attacks in Poltava, one notably in 2024, where he saved over 17 people. But it wasn't the only location that was hit overnight. Also, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Nikopol, Dnipro, Zaporizhia all came under attack. The alarm first sounding just before midnight on Monday, and then around 3 a.m., ballistic threats were noted across Ukraine. Now, President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that these attacks were aimed at Ukraine's energy infrastructure. And Naftogaz, who owned the facility in Poltava, has noted that over last year, there were more strikes on its facilities than the previous years of the war combined, which really speaks to this tactic, both by Russia and Ukraine, to target one another's energy production facilities.
The US military says it's carried out another strike on a suspected drug trafficking boat in the Caribbean, killing 2 people. The Trump administration's targeted alleged trafficking vessels since early September, but not provided any evidence. At least 188 deaths have been reported since. The strikes have ramped up in recent weeks. At least 26 people have been killed in an explosion at a fireworks factory in central China. The blast happened in the city of Changsha in Hunan province on Monday afternoon. At least 61 others were injured. Space researchers in Japan have detected an object on the edge of our solar system that has a thin atmosphere. Scientists observed the object while it passed near a bright star 2 years ago. It found the light of the star slightly dimmed when it passed behind the object. That suggests there's an atmosphere. Pluto was, until now, the only dwarf planet in the region with a detectable atmosphere. That's it from me. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after Al Jazeera untangles.
A weekly look at the world's top business stories.
Who wins, who loses, in terms of countries at least to begin with.
From global markets and economies.
A number of rate cuts were priced in for the year. Now we are potentially looking at rate hikes.
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Picture it. Europe 1490s, a kingdom hungry for purpose and profit. The Spanish crown drafts a divine business plan.
It's about the conquest of the New World by Spain.
The church signs on as a moral sponsor. The motto? Gold, glory, and God.
Wealth was part of it, wealth in the sense of gaining control over land, but also ideology. And the ideology in particular was one of religious warfare.
Across cathedrals and courtrooms, the crown's mission spreads like the gospel. Expand the realm, enlighten the heathen, and send a cut to Madrid.
There were conquistadores who certainly wanted money, but they really believed, just as it happened in the Crusades, they were bringing light to the people.
With Spain's favorite multi-tool, the humble seashell, the crown launched the world's first faith-based multinational. One dip for holy water, another for holy treasure.
Religion was a means of empire building for the Spanish Empire. It was the only part of indigenous culture that the rulers were really keen to change.
Pop quiz. If faith built empires, what did empires build faith in?
Progress.
The innocence of youth. Welcome to Lesson 3, Conquest and Conversion. Reality check. The Spanish Empire was one of history's biggest world shapers. It joined faith to force and turned the Americas into the epicenter of a new global economy. If you're wondering why the modern world looks the way it does, start here. Before the sword came the signature. In 1513, the Spanish crown issued the requerimiento, a legal proclamation meant to justify conquest.
They would read a document saying their intentions and demanding that people cede their rights to the Spanish kingdom.
It offered peace and protection if indigenous communities accepted Christianity and the authority of the crown. Refuse and you were said to authorize war, enslavement, and dispossession.
Pizarro and his people, the priest, read this to people who didn't understand a word of Spanish. So it often had a certain absurdity to it, but it was a ritual to begin some sort of conquest.
The crown of Spain signed contracts with these individuals, signed contracts with Columbus, with Cortés, with Pizarro, who were kind of entrepreneurs, raiders, who were of commoners' origins.
And those guys, you have to understand, they were desperados. They were all social outsiders. They all came from the dregs of society. And their ambition was to ascend, to escape from the socially restrictive acceptance world of home.
When Hernán Cortés landed on the coast of Mexico in 1519, he brought ambition that outweighed his resources. A few hundred soldiers, a handful of horses, and a flag of royal sanction. What he lacked in numbers, he gained in alliances.
The Spanish moved from Veracruz up towards Tenochtitlan, what is today Mexico City, and they recruited. Many of these civilizations despised the Aztecs,
Ultimately, a small number of people managed to conquer these great empires, in part also because both the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire were heavily divided both within the ruling elites, but also because the Aztecs and the Incas had only recently conquered subject peoples, and these peoples were willing to cooperate with the Spaniards against their new imperial masters.
Spanish steel and gunpowder didn't conquer alone. They amplified an existing rebellion.
Wait, so technically the Aztecs were defeated by other indigenous groups?
Ooh, history loves a single hero. Reality prefers a coalition. Moctezuma II sent gifts of gold, hoping to negotiate peace.
He thought he would satisfy them, maybe buy them off. Moctezuma underestimated the Spanish.
Gold to the Spanish crown only confirmed prophecy. It didn't cool ambition, it ignited it.
And to send gold as a possible bribe or a peaceful gesture was the worst thing they could have done, because there are many, many sayings in the archives about how the Spanish lust for gold.
Diplomacy quickly collapses into war. By 1521, the indigenous Spanish coalition advances on Tenochtitlan, a city built on water and sustained by causeways, a marvel turned battlefield. The siege drags on for months. Famine spreads, canals fill with debris, and resistance hardens.
Part of it was microbes, particularly smallpox, but other diseases as well, like influenza, which the native people had no immunity to because they'd had no previous exposure.
At one point, Aztec forces capture Cortez himself, a brief reversal in a brutal campaign. With the combined weight of foreign weapons, local alliances, and relentless tactics pushes the balance back toward the crown's conquest. By August 13th, 1521, after nearly 3 months of fighting, Tenochtitlan falls. Chroniclers describe a city leveled, not a single stone left standing. Contemporary estimates suggest tens of thousands of indigenous deaths against roughly 100 Spanish casualties. Within weeks, Cortez orders construction of Mexico City atop the ruins, turning the former Aztec capital into the new administrative center of the Spanish crown. If Cortez staged conquest as theater, Pizarro turned it into an ambush in costume.
Cortez and Pizarro master political spectacle.
The mind-boggling moment, the Pizarro capture of Cajamarca in 1532, it's really a key moment in global history. It's the world changed that day, I think quite literally, although at that moment we wouldn't have known.
In 1532, Pizarro invites the Inca Emperor Atahualpa to what's billed as a friendly meeting. The emperor agrees and allows him in.
He's got tens of thousands, some accounts say hundreds of thousands of very well-trained Inca soldiers. And he invites Pizarro into the town of Cajamarca, into this enclosure patio structure, almost a classic medieval city, if you will.
The audience, fewer than 200 Spaniards, hiding muskets behind the curtains. A friar steps forward, reciting a demand for submission to the crown and the cross. A ceremony scripted more for justification than dialogue. Atahualpa refuses. The curtain falls, and cannons fire.
The Inca soldiers are outside. They cannot get into town quick enough. The Spanish, who are brilliant at using their formation, using advantage of their horses, their dogs, above all their firearms, their cannons, which they treated with great care and, took up the Andes.
By the end of the scene, over 1,000 of Inca attendants are dead. Atahualpa is captured and forced into baptism, not by faith, but by fear.
Then we have weeks of negotiations, which are just very painful.
He offers a ransom beyond imagination.
Atahualpa calls to bring all the gold and silver to fill up a room. There's a room you can visit in Cajamarca. There's a mark, and they fill this with gold and silver.
But freedom isn't part of the contract. Pizarro takes the gold, then orders Atahualpa's execution.
Wait, so they staged a friendly meeting, demanded conversion, took his gold, and then killed him anyway?
Correct. A public relations miracle. They conquered, converted, and still called it consent.
That's impressive in a horrifying way.
Welcome to the original masterclass in moral spin. From the Crown's perspective, conquest didn't just redraw borders. It rebuilt them in its image.
People don't realize that the Spanish monarchy created literally thousands of hospitals, which served the elites by looking after their workers and peasants and slaves, and the monarchy paid the cost of that.
The Incas had a work program where the empire guaranteed you food, distributed things, made sure that lowlands got highland product.
A shared language, Spanish, spread across the continent, eventually linking millions under a single tongue, one of the widest cultural spheres on Earth today. Across the Atlantic, exchange moved in every direction. Wheat, horses, and citrus one way, maize, tomatoes, and chocolate the other.
These early empires of the 1500s and 1600s of the Iberian empires, namely Portuguese and Spanish, definitely engineered modernity in more ways than one. Modernity as globalization, modernity as connectivity, modernity as trade, global trade that is.
But if everything we eat, speak, and build comes from it, can we ever separate what was taken from what was made?
That's the question every empire leaves behind when the ruins start to look like home. Conquest graduates from chaos to paperwork. No more ad hoc plunder. This version comes with a royal seal. The Spanish crown introduces the encomienda system.
Encomiendas are these systems in which entire communities are given to these conquistador lords for them to pay tribute to these conquistador lords.
Their duties, at least on paper, were clear. Protect the people, instruct them in faith, and manage their labor for the crown. In practice, protection looked a lot like coercion.
It was a game almost to justify conquering and becoming very, very rich potentially, or bringing honor to their family.
Those entrusted paid tribute in gold, food, and labor, often under impossible quotas. Mines filled faster than promises, and faith became the fine print of empire.
The mines of Potosí or the mines of Mexico that created the wealth of the Indies were by and large the result of mobilization of free paid labor, not encomiendas and not rotational labor, mitas. There is forced rotational labor.
Enter Bartolomé de las Casas, a Spanish friar who witnessed the system up close and called it what it was.
Some Spanish commentators in the 16th century, like the Casas, were very angry about the treatment of local society, and they bitterly denounced it.
In 1542, he publishes a short account of the destruction of the Indies, a moral audit of empire, documenting massacres, forced labor, and the collapse of entire communities under the weight of civilization.
This certainly affected attitudes in metropolitan Spain, because the argument among reformers was that the Spaniards should treat the local people not as slaves, but as peasants or subjects.
Las Casas turned to the crown, urging King Charles V to act. In 1542, the monarch issued the new laws of the Indies, banning the enslavement of indigenous people and limiting the inheritance of encomiendas, an early attempt to curb abuses written into law.
The reality was that it was very hard to implement that, and that often on the ground in the Spanish colonies, the situation was much harsher.
The colonial response? What we might call a legal jailbreak. Revolts break out, petitions flood Madrid, and officials on the ground invent new titles to mask old practices. Missions become engines of empire. Part chapel, part classroom, part clock. Bells mark the rhythm of prayer, labor, and rest. In the Crown's view, they brought order where none existed.
It was missionaries who formed the kind of spiritual garrisons of the frontier. They didn't have armies, they didn't have weapons, but they created a pretty secure and impermeable frontier.
In reality, they built a new kind of town, one where salvation shared walls with supervision. Schools taught literacy, farming, and European music, giving rise to hybrid cultures. Indigenous artisans, choirs, and architects blending old worlds with new forms.
Indigenous people typically loved Spanish music. Some of the best composers of Spanish-style music in the 16th century were Native American in Mexico.
I think, as is entirely as to be expected, some of the mission settlements were quite benign, some less so.
Indigenous groups were saying, no, they controlled us. They broke us they separated us from our language. They separated families. They gave us Christian names. This was a form of conquest.
By the late 1500s, Spanish missions stretched from Florida and New Mexico, eventually reaching California by 1769, forming a chain of faith, labor, and empire along the edges of the New World.
It's strange. The missions built progress, but only by dismantling the people who built the land.
That's the paradox of empire. Progress that cost you your past. In 1562, Franciscan friar Diego de Landa discovers that some Maya converts in Mani, Yucatan are still practicing traditional rites. His response becomes one of history's most infamous acts of cultural destruction, an auto de fe. Over several days, he orders the burning of 27 Maya codices, handmade records of astronomy, history, and ritual, and the destruction of more than 5,000 sacred objects. Landa later wrote, "We found a large number of books, and as they contained nothing but superstitions and lies of the devil, we burned them all." The result? Entire libraries reduced to ash. Of the hundreds that once existed, estimates are only 3 or 4 Maya codices survive today.
You could argue in modern terms it's imposing what now we would call cultural amnesia, and that is definitely the case in religious terms.
This one moment was just a desperate, horrible cultural genocide, if you will, trying to literally getting rid of the key book of memory for a vast civilization.
What began with aqueducts and armies evolved into infrastructure and influence, pipelines of power disguised as progress.
The worst thing you can do if you want to keep your empire going is to start a war. You know, the British, French, Spanish, Portuguese empires, all the early empires collapsed in wars. Nowadays, you really want to keep an empire going. Look at the 2 great modern examples of successful empire, and those are China and the United States.
China and the United States should be partners and friends. This is what history has taught us.
Today, nations don't cut rivers, they cut routes, supply chains, sanctions, and blockades.
100% tariff on all chips and semiconductors coming into the United States.
Governments restrict access to critical technologies. Semiconductors, rare earth minerals, lithium, cobalt, and advanced manufacturing tools. These controls don't need to declare war. They define dependency. In 2023, the US, Japan, and the Netherlands limited the export of advanced chip-making equipment, not to cripple, but to control who can compute the future. At the same time, rare earth magnets, an estimate of 90% of which are refined in a handful of nations, remind the world that resource power never really ended. It just got digitized.
You're saying no one needs armies anymore, just patents and pipelines?
Correct. Power isn't who invades, it's who supplies.
So empire became logistics.
And influence became inventory management.
As it were, different systems of economic control or exploitation of labor, and that one could argue that forms of work today and new technologies.
In the colonial era, tribute flowed upward from colony to crown. Now it flows outward from debtor to creditor.
People often think that managing an empire is all about maximizing resources. But actually, most empires don't work like that. They don't tend to manage resources directly. They tax and extract tribute from the productivity of others, usually of private enterprises.
Critics describe sovereign debt as a quieter chain, repayments that keep nations solvent but dependent. Take Ghana, which defaulted on its external debt in 2022 after years of structural loans. Or Zambia, whose debt repayments were already absorbing such a large share of the budget that it left limited fiscal space for health and other essential services. Critics argue such cycles mirror the old colonial logic. Wealth flows north, risk stays south. Supporters counter that these loans, often backed by the IMF or World Bank, can stabilize currencies and attract investment if reforms take root. In Pakistan, IMF bailouts have repeatedly restored fiscal order, but at the cost of subsidy cuts that raise energy and food prices. In Argentina, a $44 billion IMF loan remains both lifeline and leash, sparking protests over austerity.
Wait, if debt replaced tribute, does that mean independence was just deferred payment?
Freedom's an expensive subscription model. Cancel anytime and lose your credit line. Labor quotas didn't disappear, they just migrated. From colonial plantations to global production lines, from rubber trees to microchips, extraction still runs on human hands.
What you see over the course of years in the Indies is the origins of capitalism. Free labor, salary labor of individuals that are detached from their communities and have no property except their labor.
Reports find indigenous Peruvians, especially in remote mining fronts, at higher risk of coercion and trafficking. Field studies flag debt bondage and false recruitment in illegal camps, while Peru's anti-trafficking plan and partnership programs work to counter those risks. The ILO estimates nearly 28 million people remain trapped in forced labor, much of it hidden deep in supply chains. A 2024 Human Rights Watch investigation linked aluminum for electric vehicles to alleged forced labor among Turkic minorities in Xinjiang. Governments and companies say they're reforming, tightening audits, enforcing due diligence, and tracing raw materials. But complex chains make accountability a maze. The colonial bonfires burned books. Today, the fires are invisible. Algorithms, data sets, and digital platforms quietly ingest, repurpose, and often overwrite indigenous knowledge without consent, context, or compensation.
That attack on local culture includes the destruction of local archival material, sort of local knowledge systems.
Some scholars are now naming this phenomenon algorithmic colonialism, when indigenous knowledge is extracted, indexed, and repackaged by data systems that mistake harvesting for preservation. Facial recognition systems misclassify indigenous faces, while translation tools flatten sacred languages into syntax. But resistance exists. Across the world, indigenous technologists are building new firewalls under the banner of indigenous data sovereignty, reclaiming ownership of story, sound, and code. Because the lesson still stands. If you don't control how you're seen, you risk disappearing. This time, not in flames, but in files. Empires never die. They evolve. They move from maps to markets, from weapons to words, from words to code. Every age writes its conquest in a different language, and every update leaves the same glitch. the human need to remember, to resist, to rewrite the script in their own voice. Because history doesn't just live in books or borders. It lives in stories, in whose truth gets told and whose gets erased.
The lesson is the story. Tell a good story. Because the story, as it spreads, becomes memory and becomes history.
Because even after 500 years of conquest, someone, somewhere, is still speaking the unsanctioned version. And that is the one history can't overwrite. You think you can answer the question now? If faith builds empires, what did empires build faith in?
A narrative.
A+. You've passed lesson 3 and mastered selective morality, labor outsourcing, and historical spin. You are now qualified to run a colony or a corporation. But remember, power lives in the story we repeat, and stories die the moment we stop repeating them.
Come in, sit down. This is a masterclass in how to be a colonizer.
Portugal did not have a large manpower. It wasn't like most empires.
They developed a creative system that played to their strengths.
Take a look inside the colonial playbook.
Empire works best when you can gain commercial benefit without having to put troops on the ground.
Al Jazeera Untangles. Episode 4, Portugal, Ports and Profits.
Standoff between Iran and the US over the Strait of Hormuz is complicating efforts to extend the ceasefire.
They quickly turned right back around after the reports of 2 Indian vessels being forced by fire to return.
All the preparations are underway, suggesting that the second round of talks will indeed take place in Islamabad.
Israel's made it clear that it wants to continue occupying this, what it calls a buffer zone.
The Israeli military announcing on Sunday morning that 2 soldiers had died since the ceasefire was announced. Another 13 had been wounded.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes.
We prefer this to be a peaceful operation, but are locked and loaded to defend our people, our ships, our aircraft, and this mission without hesitation.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says the Iran ceasefire is still in place, but warns against any Iranian aggression. The UN Refugee Agency says the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon is getting worse despite last month's ceasefire. Sudan's army accuses its neighbor Ethiopia of allowing what it says are UAE drones to be launched from its territory. And Russian drones and missiles target Ukrainian gas plants and rail facilities, killing at least 5 people. Now, the U.S. Secretary of Defense has warned Iran that more strikes will result in the use of devastating firepower. It's the latest escalation in the rhetoric between the two sides over control of the Strait of Hormuz. It's a vital waterway for global energy supplies. Speaking to media earlier in Washington, D.C., Hegseth said the U.S. would retaliate against any Iranian attacks with strikes of its own.
To what remains of Iran's forces, if you attack American troops or innocent commercial shipping, you will face overwhelming and devastating American firepower. The president has been very clear about this. We prefer this to be a peaceful operation, but are locked and loaded to defend our people, our ships, our aircraft, and this mission without hesitation. This is a temporary mission for us. As I've said before, the world needs this waterway a lot more than we do. We're stabilizing the situation so commerce can flow again, but we expect the world to step up. At the appropriate time and soon, we will hand responsibility back to you.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, says the blockade in the Strait has stranded tens of thousands of sailors and left more than 1,500 ships waiting for safe passage.
There are currently 22,500 mariners embarked on more than 1,550 commercial vessels trapped in the Arabian Gulf, unable to transit. In addition to shipping, Iran has continued to deliberately attack its neighbors. Just yesterday, Iran attacked Oman once and the UAE 3 times, including an attack on Fujairah oil terminal, which was successfully defeated. They also launched cruise missiles, drones, small boats at U.S. forces defending commercial shipping in the Straits, and United States Navy MH-60 helicopters and Army AH-64 Apache helicopters successfully defeated those threats.
Well, earlier, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi responded to the U.S. military operation in the Strait. He said there's no military solution to a political crisis and that the U.S. should be, quote, wary of being dragged back into a quagmire by ill-wishers. Now, the comments come as the United Arab Emirates strongly condemns what it called Iranian attacks on its shores. On Monday, 3 Indian nationals were injured when a fire broke out at a UAE petroleum facility in Fujairah. The UAE government said it intercepted several Iranian missiles. Tehran has released a map outlining a large part of the Strait of Hormuz, which it says it controls. And according to the US, a number of ships have passed through the strait under the protection of the Navy, which Iran denies. Washington says it's destroyed 7 Iranian military boats for trying to interfere. Iran says the US hit 2 civilian boats, killing 5 people. And we're going to be live in Doha, in Tehran, and in Washington, D.C. And we're going to find our U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, there. Alan, so Pete Hegseth making it very clear that the tensions in the Strait, very separate an operation from Epic Fury, the attacks on Iran by Israel and the U.S. Are we getting an indication from the White House that diplomacy may still be possible?
Interesting line when he said that they didn't think it would reach the level of a breach of the ceasefire. So clearly they have a point where they could restart what they call kinetic action, which means to you and I, they're going to restart the bombing. Certainly we know there are discussions between Washington, D.C., Islamabad and Tehran. Proposals are being passed to and fro. Certainly red lines are being discussed by each side. The Americans stick to their position that they have to talk about the nuclear program now before anything else happens. The Iranians obviously want to see the blockade being lifted. Pete Hegseth said that simply isn't going to happen. The idea of reopening the strait is to put more economic pressure on Iran. We heard that from Pete Hegseth. The idea, of course, is that they cannot charge a toll for companies pushing through their shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So yes, there is the potential of talks, but Donald Trump said in an interview on Monday, if the Iranians attack U.S. shipping, obviously in some concerted way, then he will wipe Iran off the face of the earth. So there is always that potential that there could be an incident that leads to a huge spark that reignites the conflict. There are also reports circulating here in Washington, D.C., but also in Israel as well, saying that Donald Trump is considering the prospect of a 2 to 3 week war to try and force Iran back to the negotiating table. The Iranians will tell you that simply won't work, but it's one of the options that he has been briefed on. But for the moment, it seems that diplomacy is what he wants to pursue along with the blockade. But we are in that limbo of there being not a full ceasefire, but also we're not back at war yet.
Alan, thanks very much. That's our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, outside the White House. We're going to speak to Al-Mikdad Al-Ruhaid. He's live for us in Tehran. What can Monday's escalation tell us about the position that Iran has and the control over the waterway?
Well, actually, after the yesterday events, there are a lot of message and a lot of stance came here from different level of leadership when it comes to diplomat, parliament members, and also commanders from the IRGC Navy and the Army. They are speaking clearly and setting firmly and outlined geographically the area that they're under control in the Strait of Hormuz. And also they are speaking that we will not allow any United States linked vessel or flying flags or linked to the Israel to pass through this strategic choke point, and also said firmly that if you don't coordinate with the IRGC Navy, we will not let you pass through that strategic choke point. The top diplomat Abbas Araqji stated clearly that the yesterday event led to what he described that there is no solution for political crisis came by force or by military action, and also sent a message to United Arab Emirates, whether he did not confirm that the attack toward the country. And also we have at the same time the denial of that the Iranian attack UAE from senior military leadership spoke yesterday to state TV. So the whole thing here today is that whether United States or Iran does not say that the ceasefire is over, and this is what leads us to interesting that the battlefield right now is confined to that strategic choke point, and the escalation back and forth between the United States and Iranian is also there. And also they are speaking about their diplomacy, their openness to going further with any kind of talk and easing the gap between the United States and Iranian, especially when it comes to the Pakistan, the mediator, the key mediator in the region, when they spoke about confidence building measures yesterday after transferring the crew member of that seized vessels by the United States earlier in April. So the situation is uncertain and clear because yesterday we are very close to war rather than peace or rather than this fragile ceasefire. But overall, we are seeing that Abbas Araqji and diplomacy is open, even from the United States. They are saying that we don't preach the ceasefire. The ceasefire is holding, but we are trying to open the strait for stranded vessels there. So the situation is very escalatory, is very fragile, and at the same time, any of the side does not confirm that this is a ceasefire. The ceasefire is over.
Amjad, are there any signs on Iran's side that, given the circumstances we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz, that Iran may take steps itself towards a resolution? Or is there an indication or a perception that Iran feels it is capable of just simply sitting back and waiting for the US to make the first move?
Well, what Iranians have been saying for the past weeks, they are saying that we have a double track for this confrontation with the United States and Israel, because they are saying whether it comes to militarily, we are ready. We are ready for any confrontation. We are ready for any resumption of this war, especially when it comes to the blockade by the United States in the Strait of Hormuz and also in the Iranian ports. And a lot of the officials here saying that this blockade is unacceptable to go forward. Any round of negotiations must condition that, must link to lifting that blockade, and also any further progress with the diplomacy linked to the what they called ending the war, an agreement to ending the war. And we know that in the past few days the Iranian have send their message. They're conveying their stance about 14-point plan to the United States president and officials, and right now they are reviewing the response from the United States. So it's clear that they are open to diplomacy, but they are very cautious because they are saying that we do not trust the American. We have been attacked in the past months and year, 2 times in less than a year, in the middle of negotiation. So the diplomacy, the door of diplomacy is open, but at the same time, there is no clear breakthrough until this moment.
Amigdad Al-Wahid in Tehran, thank you very much indeed. Well, as we mentioned earlier, a fire broke out at a UAE petroleum facility in Fujairah. The government has said it intercepted several Iranian missiles. Malik Trainer is joining us now from Doha. What are you hearing about that today, Malik?
Well, just in the last hour, the alarm sounded once again in the UAE, with the Ministry of Defense there saying that any sounds that were heard across the country were coming from these interceptions. You know, nobody wants to go back to that 40-day war before this ceasefire. I mean, this is the second day in a row that the UAE has been targeted. You mentioned the Fujairah oil facility. That is an extremely important facility for the UAE because it circumvents the Strait of Hormuz. It's able to get through the Iranian blockade. But, you know, the Gulf in particular, we've seen strong condemnation from here in Qatar, from Saudi Arabia, from Bahrain, from Kuwait, all calling this Iranian aggression, condemning the Iranian attacks on the UAE. But they're also, from the very beginning, Gulf countries have consistently called for de-escalation. Nobody believes there's a military solution here. They all want to, you know, we saw statements earlier today from Saudi Arabia and from Qatar saying that they will help the Pakistani mediation efforts. From the Gulf's perspective, they want to see an end to any military escalation. They want to bring both sides back to the negotiating table. They'll be helping the Pakistanis do that. And because nobody wants this to go on, the Gulf depends on the Strait of Hormuz to get their energy supplies out to the world. And we know now, when we look at the international markets, the world depends on their resources from the Gulf through that Strait of Hormuz. So people here on edge, but hoping that diplomacy can prevail and that the U.S. and Iran, through Pakistan, will come back to the negotiating table as soon as possible.
Bringing us up to speed there from Doha, that's Malik Trainer. Thanks very much indeed. Well, in an interview, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson has said Tehran has carried out attacks against neighboring countries because of the U.S. military presence there. But Ismail Baghai insisted that Iran does not pursue a hostile approach in the region.
We feel no animosity towards any country of the region. The only reason we have to target their territories was simply because we had to defend ourselves against an act of aggression by the United States and Israel. And now it's an open secret that the United States used its military bases, its military assets, and also used the logistical support provided by some of these countries to further their act of aggression against Iran. So under international law, these countries are regarded as accomplices, as complicit in this act of aggression.
Well, joining me in the studio is retired U.S. General Mark Himmett, also a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs, and Sultan Al-Khulaifi. He's a senior researcher at the Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Sultan, I'd like to start with you. We just heard there Ismail Baghai saying that Iran had carried out attacks against neighboring countries because of the presence of U.S. bases there. At the same time, Iran, he says, does not pursue a hostile approach in the region. Now, as someone who specializes in diplomacy, how do you square that circle when it comes to the negotiations that we're seeing over the Strait of Hormuz and the broader negotiations about Iran's nuclear deal? How would one approach an interlocutor who is essentially saying what appears to be two different things at once?
That's the problem with the Iranian perspective, because they have two layers of narratives. You have the IRGC, which is having its own narrative, and then the foreign ministry. In the beginning, they said we didn't attack, the U.S. attack. Then they're claiming the attack now. I think for the Gulf states, the reality is already happening, seeing the attacks on their countries that are not targeting U.S. forces, but are targeting economic and civilian facilities. So in terms of the Pakistani mediation and what wants to achieve right now, I think what we've seen right now in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, that the ceasefire cannot last if there are no direct negotiations that are happening face-to-face, because these direct negotiations allows each actor to renew their perspectives on the other actor, and opens new venues of confidence during the negotiations. So as long as these direct negotiations are not happening, the potential for miscalculation on the Iranian side is too big. The naval blockade is hurting the economy. It's not destroying the regime yet, but still there is a timeline that the Iranians are pacing against to try to get out of this naval blockade. So there is a need to go back to the mediation solution that the Pakistanis are offering.
General Kimmett, we heard from U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth earlier on. Now, it was, to a certain degree, it was a different kind of tone that we're used to hearing from Defense Secretary Hegseth at these meetings. He was more measured. He was saying that Operation Project Freedom, the one in the Strait of Hormuz, is separate from Epic Fury. Those were the attacks on Iran. He said, we're not looking for a fight. The U.S. won't need to enter Iranian airspace or waters. And General Dan Kane said the Iranian attacks had been below the threshold of restarting a major combat operations. Now, that was, of course, interspersed with other strong language directed towards Iran. Is there an indication amongst those statements, do you think, that the U.S. is trying to control the situation, given the fact it claims that it has been able to get shipping to some degree through the Strait?
I think you're exactly right. It not only controls the situation on the water, but it also controls the situation in the U.S. Congress. One of the arguments that Pete Hegseth has been using is that we don't have to abide by the War Powers Act after 60 days because we're not at war. So as he can characterize what's happening on the Gulf, non-combat operations, not war operations, he can continue to make the argument that the ceasefire is holding. We don't have a requirement to report to Congress, and the clock ticks over again.
Sultan Abbas Araghchi has said in an earlier statement that a military solution isn't right for a political problem. And yet, just in the last hour or so, we've heard the United Arab Emirates reporting that they are defending themselves against incoming missiles and drone attacks. Is there any credence, therefore, in the suggestion that that gives us an idea that there is a split of some sort in the leadership in Iran in terms of how they should approach this? Or is it the IRGC dealing with an immediate problem in the Strait, whereas the negotiators are dealing with a broader problem?
I think it's more on the part of the IRGC working on the military field, while the political arm is given the way that they can, explain the situation to the international community. I don't think that's taken with appreciation by the international community. I think the issue right now is that the Strait of Hormuz for Iran, it wants to create a new status quo in that strait. And that's why the US is pushing back against the Iranians, because as a superpower, as a hegemon in the international community, the continuation of navigation through waterways is very important for your status as a great power. And the US is willing to defend that status.
In general, the US Navy, as we were mentioning, escorting ships through the Strait. Now, we've talked before about the fact they did this before back in the 1980s in the so-called tanker wars. In your estimation, what is different to what we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz now compared to what we saw back in the 1980s?
First and foremost, in this case, the United States is a belligerent. It's a party to the conflict. It is in the conflict. Back when the war was between Iraq and Iran, we were a non-belligerent. And at that point, both sides had to decide if they were going to attack the Americans, would they be brought in on the side of their opponent? So if Iran attacked the American ships, the Americans would have joined Iraq in the fight. So they understood that that this was not something they wanted to start. They didn't want to start a larger fight. In this case, there's no lack of clarity here. There are two enemies fighting each other. So the way the Iranians characterize this is that they are in combat, having combat operations with the Americans. So anything the Americans can do in the water, even if it's international water, they're legitimate targets.
How long do you think the U.S. would be able to sustain this convoy process, this escort rather process?
Oh, I think it can sustain it for months, or I would hate to think we're doing this for years, but this is not a new Navy tactic. We've had our troops on the water for months and months and months. So I think the only thing that I can't imagine, other than a political solution or an all-out war, that would cause the Americans to change the status that they have of this blockade.
And Sultan, if the US continues to to be able to bring ships through the Strait of Hormuz and to some degree is seen to gain the upper hand in the strait, how worried do you think the Gulf nations should be from a response from Iran?
I think the problem is that, you know, the lack of a verification mechanism within the ceasefire that allows the disentanglement of the Hormuz process away from the war is the one that might lead to miscalculation, because the Iranians are staking their status over the control of the Strait of Hormuz. The Americans are doing the same. So there is the potential always of, you know, mistakes, miscalculations. I think this could bring an all-out war.
Yeah, but I would make the distinction that the United States is not declaring control of the strait from a sovereign status. They're just trying to keep it open, clear for international waters. So, but the Iranians are clearly saying they have sovereign control over the strait. So I'm not sure you can compare the two.
I'm not talking about the comparison. I'm talking about the political ramifications of the military effects on the Strait of Hormuz for the continuation of the war or for the end of the war. For the Iranians, of course, when they packaged their political proposal to the Americans, they created a big package. They know that this is not accepted, but still, for their own domestic audience, for the unity of the regime as a whole, they wanted to bring everything on the table so that any actor could not accuse the foreign ministry of going alone on the mediation. But in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, if the Iranians allowed the opening of the Strait of Hormuz without any attack on the American forces, I think for them, that's the end of the war, because they used the Strait of Hormuz from the beginning as a political bargaining tool, which is not accepted by the whole world. But in terms of war and peace, I think this is a major center of attention right now. The role of a mediator could try through the continuation of the ceasefire, and we've seen positive remarks from the Americans that the ceasefire is still continuing, but there are miscalculations. The attacks on the UAE, of course, are a flagrant violation of the ceasefire. But still, if the Pakistani mediator can come up, the Iranian foreign minister is going to China now. I think he might hear some perspective from the Chinese that there is a need to go back to the negotiating table with lower demands from the Iranians.
And obviously, of course, China is a big customer of Iranian oil as well. General, US forces so far have been shooting down cruise missiles and drones. They've apparently destroyed Iranian speedboats as well. And nevertheless, as we were mentioning, General Kane saying these have been below the threshold. What would it take, do you think, to move above that threshold and for US forces to start taking the fight to the Iranians?
I think it would be either quality or quantity. Quantity, if we started seeing large-scale attacks again, more than just 5 or 6 cruise missiles or 5 or 6 ballistic missiles at a time, if we were starting to talk about 50, if we're starting to talk about 150, that would clearly take us above the threshold. If not quantity, then the quality. If one of those speedboats came through, shot at an American vessel, certainly wouldn't knock it out, but created casualties or damage, that would do it. So it's either quality or quantity, either or both.
General Mark Himmet, former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs, and Sultan Al Khalifa, Senior Researcher at the Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies. Gentlemen, I'm very grateful to you. Thank you very much indeed. Now, South Korea says it's going to review its position on joining US operations in the Strait of Hormuz. And it comes after an explosion on board a South Korean commercial vessel while transiting the strait. Barnaby Lowe has more from Seoul.
Well, the South Korean government says it is carefully reviewing its position on joining the U.S. mission in the Strait of Hormuz, that its stance will be based on international law, the safety of international maritime routes, its long-standing alliance with the United States, as well as the security situation on the Korean Peninsula. The Ministry of Defense here adding that it has been in discussions with other partners led by France and Britain to support the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but that sending a warship would be a last resort and that would require the approval of the National Assembly, as the Strait of Hormuz is an active war zone. So essentially, What Seoul is saying is that it is not committing, it is not giving a hard no at the moment, but that it is a complicated decision to make. Now, the damaged ship will be towed to the port of Dubai. That's according to the operator. And we are learning that it was hit by an explosion just outside the Iranian-controlled part of the Strait of Hormuz in the territorial waters of the United Arab Emirates. Local media here also reporting that other South Korean vessels in the territorial waters of the United Arab Emirates will be moved closer to Qatari waters. And while US President Donald Trump has said that the South Korean vessel was struck by an Iranian projectile, the South Korean government has been more measured with its statement, saying only that it can confirm that there was an explosion, that the fire began at the port side of the engine room, but it is still investigating the cause of the explosion, whether it was caused by an external attack or was because of some trouble in the engine. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Israeli forces are carrying out more strikes in several towns and villages across southern Lebanon. There are reports of raids in the border town of Tevlin in Binjbel district. The Israeli army says it's acting strongly against what it describes as Hezbollah sites. Israeli forces have launched expanded strikes in Lebanon since early March, killing more than 2,700 people. Meanwhile, Hezbollah says it struck an Israeli tank with a guided missile in the town of Biada. The group also said it destroyed Israeli bulldozers in other strategic towns. These attacks continue despite a ceasefire in place between Israel and Lebanon. And Israel has ordered more people in southern Lebanon to leave their homes, with the military issuing new forced evacuation threats in Jibshit and Shrifa. Both villages lie outside Israel's so-called Yellow Line. It's a military zone that extends about 10 kilometers into Lebanese territory from the border. Israel continues to occupy the area where towns and villages have been demolished. And the UN Refugee Agency has warned that the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon is worsening despite the ceasefire. The agency says the situation is deeply fragile, with continued airstrikes, restrictions on movement, and repeated displacement of civilians. The UN says widespread destruction has left homes and infrastructure unusable, preventing families from returning. We're going to go to Rory Challenge, who's in Beirut for us. It's quite clear there's a lot happening. Talk to us about what the latest is, Rory. As I say, you're in Beirut. The bulk of the action seems to be happening in southern Lebanon.
Yeah, there's plenty of airstrikes still going on in the south of the country, and that has been going on all day, been going on for numerous days, of course. We have seen two main areas that have been targeted over the last 24 hours or so. One of them is just north of the Litani River. The other one is down in Binjbel, where you were talking about there. Displaced people being pushed away from their homes still, and one of the places that these displaced people have been coming to over the last few weeks is where I'm standing at the moment. This is actually the National Theatre in central Beirut. There is very little theatre actually going on here at the moment. Why? Because it is being some sort of shelter for displaced people, but there is plenty of life at the moment, because tonight and for the next few nights, this is also being an exhibition space for art created by some of the children who've been displaced. And I can bring in now Kasim Istanbuli, who is the director of this theatre, the founder of this theatre. First of all, Kasim, take me through your decision to open these spaces up to displaced people. Why did you think that was necessary?
I mean, what means to have theatre, and it's a close and people need the space. And arts is always to support people. And since 2024, we opened the spaces in Tyre, Tripoli, and Beirut, in the three spaces as home for people. Everyone welcome to be on stage. And here we host families. We have more than 150 people, like they live in the space. And it's a beautiful experience for us. It's very important. And arts is always, it's a humanity language. And today also we have exhibition for drawing and for children and youth, also from displaced children and youth in Tyre and Tripoli and Beirut. For us, it's important to have voice for children and for everyone, also by theater, by drawing, by screening movies every day. This space for everyone, and this is why arts is important now. Theater should remain open for people in peace and war. And we screen movies also for the families. It's important they come also from the shelter. It's become, for them, it's prison. And when they come here, they feel joy. They come as family again. For us, it's important that also to record the stories of the people. War is not, it's not only how many buildings destroyed. The memory of the people, the story of the people, and the supporting to the people of each other. Everyone has story in the war, and to record this story, it's important for the new generation. And for us, it's very important now to do these workshops. It's like psychodrama by puppets, by theater, by handicraft, by theater, for everyone in Lebanon.
Kasim, show us some of this art then. You can see it behind you. Take us through.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. You see, I mean, the children, they draw their home because many of them, they lose their home in this war. And you see how much they believe in the roots. They believe they will come back to the south, to the borders, to all these villages. They believe in this day, and we know that they will be back. I mean, many of them, you see that they draw the homes, and also you see that many of them, they draw freedom, they solidarity, they draw also some politicals, because they see what happened here in this business in the war, how much, I mean, they are not numbers. They are people who's living here, and they believe in this country, and they want freedom for Lebanon. And you see how much they draw the planes, how much these planes, they destroyed Lebanon, they destroyed South and Beirut and Dahi and Bekaa. For us, only way to fight this war is by solidarity and by keep doing arts and to record all this drawing. We know that these children, they will come back to the south again, and you see like how much beautiful the homes, how much beautiful. I mean, I have Yusuf, he's from Daira and the border. He lose his house, but he draw the mosque, the yellow mosque in his villages in Daira, and you see that Daira destroyed, all Daira destroyed. But they believe that they will build again the country. And for us, it's today, it's day of voice to the children, to show the stories of them, and they see the colors. You see how much they draw Lebanon. They feel sad, suffering, but they have hope inside themselves, and they believe that they will go back to the country, to the villages in south.
And do you think that the art that these children are doing is helping them to express these feelings, helping them to deal with those sentiments as well?
It's very important to express themselves and to speak about the pain through theater. I mean, we have 2 performances now in this week, and now this exhibition. And many of them, they tell their stories when they draw. Many of them, they speak, they cry, they suffer a lot. It's really, for them, it's big war. And many of them, they still 3 years live in the shelters, imagine. But I mean, we know that at least this space, they forget a little bit the war, and they come here as a joy, as space for everyone. It's not only for Lebanese. We have Syrian, we have Palestinian, we have Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Egyptian, Sudan, all the community. And this means that theater destroyed all the borders and build humanity language. Because when you sit with anyone beside you, you will not ask about his nationality or religions. You share the pain, the beauty, and when you enjoy, you clap together. We need this solidarity in Lebanon, because I mean, also we see that now in Lebanon, the speech of hate in the TVs is ugly. We need to build bridges between South and North and Beirut, between everyone in Lebanon, because this is way that we can make resistance. And for us, this cultural resistance is very important, to send message to everywhere that we are under war and we are under fascists, that they make this business. They don't care about the people. They want to make more power and more money against the people who's in suffering in Lebanon or in Palestine or everywhere. For us, we need justice. We cannot build peace without justice. That all this country, all the United Nations, they should know that they should work to stop this war, and they need to give rights to the Lebanese people. We will not accept to live under occupation and under dictatorship and fascism. We need the freedom for Lebanon, and we are very sad. Also, we have member of Tiro, Amal Khalil. She's a journalist. She killed in the south. And we have the picture of Amal today because Amal is the voice of freedom of Lebanon. Imagine we have all the people who go to support or to go to record what happened and to send the freedom and the reality to everywhere they killed. We need this freedom through this exhibition.
Thank you so much, Kassam. That was Kassam Istanbuli there, the founder of the National Theatre in Beirut. A reminder, of course, also that with all these children displaced from their homes and so many schools being used as shelters for those displaced, education for kids is being massively disrupted in Lebanon. And that has huge impacts for the future.
Rory, thank you very much indeed. Rory Challenge there, talking to us from Beirut. You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. The U.S. Secretary of Defense has warned that more strikes will result in the use of devastating firepower. It's the latest escalation in rhetoric between the U.S. and Iran over the control of the Strait of Hormuz. Israeli forces have carried out strikes in the border town of Tadnin in southern Lebanon. The army says it's acting strongly against what it describes as Hezbollah sites. These attacks continue despite a ceasefire in place between Israel and Lebanon. Sudan has accused neighboring Ethiopia and the United Arab Emirates of orchestrating drone strikes on its airport in Khartoum. Ethiopia says the accusations are baseless. The UAE has not yet commented, but has previously denied involvement in the Sudan conflict. Concerns that tensions may turn to conflict in the Gulf are being fueled by the latest strikes in the United Arab Emirates. U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth stressed the fact that the Iran ceasefire is still in effect.
This operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression. American forces won't need to enter Iranian waters or airspace. It's not necessary. We're not looking for a fight.
Iran's parliament speaker has blamed the U.S. for the situation in the Strait. In a post on social media, he said the security in shipping and energy transit has been jeopardized by the U.S. and its allies through the violation of the ceasefire and the imposition of a blockade. He goes on to say the continuation of the status quo is intolerable for America, while we have not yet begun. Mohammed Islami is a research fellow at the University of Tehran. He's also co-author of Second Europe, a study on Iran-European nuclear negotiations. He's joining us live from Tehran. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. So we just heard Iran's parliament speaker there blaming the U.S. for the situation in the Strait of Hormuz in a post on social media. But the critics of Iran would say, of course, that it was Iran's actions in the Strait of Hormuz that are creating the greatest amount of tension. How is Iran likely to respond to what is happening by the U.S. at the moment?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. When you're considering the recent happenings in the region, this war was started by the Americans and Israelis and the Iranian people. It was a war of choice. The Iranians didn't have any kind of imminent threat on the Americans, but the Americans and Trump team decided to ignite a kind of conflict in a region that is very, very critical. They can start the war, but nobody can think about the future of the war. Talking about the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians didn't want the Strait of Hormuz to be closed. A closed Strait of Hormuz would not mean anything for the Iranians. The Iranians were in discussions with East Asian countries and also with European countries in order to find some kind of solutions based on bilateral interests between each two countries, in order to pass the Strait of Hormuz. And because of that, the Americans declared a naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. But right now, talking about the recent operations, I honestly am thinking if this operation is about the Strait of Hormuz or not, because this strait would not be opened by another military operation. The question is, when we are considering the logistics and the way...
And Gary, the ship stopped very quickly. They hit the engine with one shot. It wasn't a missile. They don't want to waste a missile on it. It's too easy. And we had another one, a 2000, one of the biggest ships in the world. They were warned And he said, go back now, go back right now. You will be shot at within 10 seconds. Yes, yes, I am going back to Iran. I am going back. And that was the end of that, right? He went. It took him 10 miles to turn. The ship was so big, but they respect us. They didn't used to respect us, but they respect us more than we've ever been respected. Our country now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We had a country that was dead when we had that group of people that ran this country with their open borders, letting anybody come in from the Congo, from countries all over the world. They came in from prisons and mental institutions. We had a country that would have been a dead. If they won the election, this country would have been a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said recently that if Iranians were armed, they could take over their regime. Do you plan to arm them soon?
Well, I don't want to say that, but yeah, I mean, people say, why aren't they protesting? They want to protest, but they don't have any guns. So you could have 200,000 people protesting and have 5 or 6 sick people with guns. And when they start shooting them right between the eyes and you see a guy fall and another one fall and you have no guns, very few people would be able to stand there and do it. I mean, I understand it. I tell them not to. Don't forget, they killed 42,000 people last month, 42,000 unarmed protesters. They had no guns. So they had a 250,000 people crowd, and they had snipers. They had like 4 or 5 snipers in buildings up high. And you're standing there, and all of a sudden the guy on your left goes down, and somebody. That's what happened with the women protest. They had 200,000 women protesting a year ago, and everyone thought that was the end of Iran. And then all of a sudden, a woman dropped dead with a bullet right there, always right there. Then another woman dropped, and then the word started to spread, and then there was panic, and then they ran, and so I don't want that to happen. We don't need that, we don't need it. But the only reason that they want to protest so badly, but they don't have weapons. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next week, you have a very important meeting with President Xi in Beijing. Secretary Bessent has said that a top priority on the agenda will be Iran. What do you hope to achieve with President Xi as it relates to Iran?
Well, I have a very good relationship with President Xi. I find him to be a tremendous guy, and we get along well. And you see how we do. We're doing a lot of business with China and making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money. It's different than it used to be. But I'll be talking about that'll be one subject. But he's been very nice about this. In all fairness, he gets like 60% of his oil from Hormuz, and I think he's been very respectful. We haven't been challenged by China. They don't challenge us, and he wouldn't do that. I don't think he'd do that because of me. But I think he's been very respectful. And we've offered, if he wants to send the ships to the United States. I think one of the big things that's happened is I made a statement, send your ships to Texas. It's not that much further. Send your ships to Louisiana, send your ships to Alaska. Alaska is actually very close to a lot of the Asian countries. People don't realize it, Japan is back and forth. It's like, it doesn't seem it, but it's a very short route, 2 days shorter than almost any other route. We're making tremendous big deals with South Korea and with Japan. But I said, send your ships. All of a sudden, I don't know if you saw the graph today. This is Space Force, which I created. Space Force has, they just sent out some photos of the ships that are lined up all the way down the ocean, like it's a highway. It looks like the Long Island Expressway for ships. And they're all heading to Texas, Louisiana. We've made up this land, and that's why. When I decided that I have to do this for the good of the world, not just the United States, in a way, we would have been in less trouble than a lot of other places. Certainly the Middle East would have been blown up. There wouldn't be a Middle East anymore. They would have taken over the Middle East. Now they're trying to survive, and they won't be successful unless they make a deal. Oh, if they don't make a deal, they won't be successful. They'll go very quickly and methodically. Believe me, it'll be very easy. But we have so many alternatives. It's amazing. And nobody knew this, because as an example, Japan got 90% of their oil, most of their energy, but most of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. South Korea got 43% of it. By the way, their ship was shot at. They were not in the cavalcade of ships. They had they decided to go it alone, and their ship got the hell knocked out of it yesterday. But they didn't shoot the ships that were guarded by us. I'll tell you that. We knocked down a lot of missiles. So what happens is that we have a situation where we have total control. As you know, the blockade's been amazing. It's like a piece of steel. Nobody's going to challenge the blockade. And I think it's working out very well. We're going to see. I can say this. Iran wants to make a deal. What I don't like about Iran is they'll talk to me with such great respect, and then they'll go on television. They'll say, we did not speak to the president. We did not. I just spoke to, we did not speak to the president. So they play games. But let me just tell you, they want to make a deal. And who wouldn't when your military is totally gone? We could do anything we want to them. Who wouldn't? Please.
On the filibuster, Mr. President, you posted a lot about wanting to eliminate the filibuster. It hasn't happened. Are you disappointed in leader?
Yeah, no, I'm disappointed. I like John a lot, but he has a couple of Republicans that are foolish people. A couple of them I like, a couple of them I can't stand, actually, if you want to know the truth. Although I am, according to CNN, 100% approval within the Republican Party. That's better than your record, Gary. I'm at 100% approval. Did you see the CNN poll? Nobody talks about it. CNN, I think the people that did that poll probably got fired. But within the Republican Party and MAGA, which is basically 100% of the party, I think, but 100%. No, I think that you're going to see some very interesting things. The filibuster, if you had it, we should have the Save America Act. We should have voter identification, voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. We should have mail-in voting for the military and people that need it, but not for everybody. Because anytime you have mail-in voting, they're going to cheat. And they cheat like dogs. And they have to cheat. In all fairness to the Democrats, when you have men and women sports, when you have open borders, when you have transgender mutilization, don't listen to this, kids, of your children, transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. When you have policies like that, you have to cheat. It's the only way they can win. And we shouldn't allow them to cheat. And we should terminate the filibuster, because if they get the chance, they'll do it in the first hour back.
Mr. President, thank you. When Iran is seeing 50% inflation, they've moved money from their
Their economy is crashed.
Would you allow their financial system then to fail?
Well, I guess so, because we're making it fail, right?
Is that what it takes?
I hope it fails.
Is that what it takes?
You know why? Because I want to win. It takes getting pounded on by the military, I think, for more. But in addition to that, it is failing. We have sanctions on them, tremendous sanctions. Scott Bessent's done a great job. We have sanctions that nobody's ever seen before. No, they're failing. Their currency is worthless. Their inflation is probably 150%. The real number is 150%. They aren't paying their soldiers. They can't pay their soldiers. The money is worthless. No, they should do the smart thing, They should do the smart thing. And because we don't want to go in and kill people. We really don't. I don't want to. It's too tough. Great people. I know the people. I have so many Iranian friends from New York and from other places over the years. They're great people. I don't want to kill those.
Gas prices in the United States are.
Is it possible that you can talk about that?
Oh, wait, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, gas prices in the United States are $1.48 cents a gallon. You said they would come back down.
They'll drop lower than they were before.
Will Project Freedom, supporting those ships, make that happen?
Well, it will, because so people don't realize some of these tankers hold 2 million barrels. One of them holds 4. I think it's the largest one in the world. That sucker is big. I've never seen anything like it. A ship, it's bigger than aircraft carriers. And it has a big impact. It's so much. There are like 400 ships in there, 400. That in itself. Now, the best is when it ends and just neutralizes. But what's happening is people are learning to buy oil from the United States. I mean, they're making the trip, and they have safer. Probably it's a better product too, by the way. But they're learning to buy. They're changing their habits. So when I did this, I thought the market would go down 25%. And I thought that was a great deal if it did. If it went down 25%, I was satisfied. I said, because we cannot let these people have a nuclear weapon. They'll use it. We can't. I also thought oil would go up to 200, 250, maybe 300. And I knew it would be short term, but I thought it would go. I looked today, it's like at 102. And that's a very small price to pay for getting rid of a nuclear weapon from people that are really mentally deranged. Yeah.
President, just on politics.
The world is like, by the way, other presidents should have done this. 47 years they've been toying with these stupid people. In many cases, stupid people. This should have been done by Obama. He went the other way. He was giving them cash. He sent plane loads of Boeing 757, took the seats out and put green cash, 1.7 billion in the plane. Every bank in Virginia, DC, and Maryland was stripped of their cash. They took out all the cash from the banks. They put it into a plane, a Boeing 757 packed with cash, and they flew it to Iran, and they let these guys just, I don't know what the hell they did with it, but they took it and then gave them billions and billions of dollars and bribed them basically to be friends. And after giving them tens of billions of dollars, they screwed Obama, okay? That's not the way we play. No, we do it the old-fashioned way. And they should wave. They're very proud. Maybe you won't see a white flag, but essentially that's already what they are. They should wave the white flag of surrender. In hockey, they say, uncle, right? When are they gonna cry uncle? And they have another expression. If this were a fight, they would stop it. But you know, we have to go out and we have to do it. And it's very sad to see. Even shooting those boats, they've got 3, 4 guys. They got a little machine gun in front. They're shooting at one of our ships that's meant for it. It bounces, they don't even know they're being shot at. And then they take it out with an Apache helicopter in about 2 seconds. They go, Apache ship, northwest 10 degrees, turns around, boom. I don't like that, you know? You lose people, all these people, it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. One thing we have the greatest military in the world. I built it because I built it in my first term. I didn't think I'd be using it at least so much in my second term. But we have the greatest military, the best equipment in the world. We had 111 missiles shot at one of our assets, one of the aircraft carriers, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Think of this, 111 sophisticated missiles shot at one of our aircraft carriers. And every single one of those missiles was shot down with no problem whatsoever. If you would have said that 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it would have been an impossibility. You would have had to take those shots. Every single missile was laying in the water far away. I mean, they weren't even upset. And they're the coolest people. If you ever see them, you know, Pete, when they do the missile, right? They say, missile coming, and these guys go, it's like almost like, I'm just, blah, blah, blah. You know, they're very smart. These are extremely smart people. They go to very good schools, but they shot down, who would think they're like a needle in a haystack. 111 missiles shot, 111 missiles were knocked down into the water. Didn't even get close to the aircraft carrier. No, nobody has a military like us. Okay, a couple of more, and then I want to go out and watch these great athletes. I'm not talking about him and him and him. I'm talking about these kids, because I think you're going to be far better as an athlete than anybody behind you, okay? Do you agree? I think you're going to be a better athlete. What sport do you play?
I play football.
Oh, thank you, girl. Do you think you're going to be better than him? You'll be faster. You're going to be so much faster than him. He's going to be like lightning. He was known for his speed, by the way. I don't know. I think pretty good. What sport do you play?
I don't play sport because my mom didn't sign me up, but I'm trying to play gymnastics.
Gymnastics? Oh, that's a good sport. It's a great sport. What do you play?
I do dance, but I also do volleyball.
Nice. Hey. Nice and tall to be a volleyball player. What about you? Look at this guy. He's a big guy.
Me, I'm doing football right now, and next year I'm going to be trying to do powerlifting.
Oh, whoa.
Yes,
Wow.
already. Let's go.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
And you'll never compete against women in powerlifting. Did you see that they had a man powerlifter? He decided to go the opposite direction. Took a record, stood for 18 years. He beat it by 119 pounds. Okay? They put the little quarter of an ounce. For 18 years it stood. This guy came, he was a failed powerlifter. But he went on the other side and he decided that he wanted to go into women's sports, and he broke the record by 118 pounds. Think that's fair? So I don't think we'll have to worry about you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to do good. Are you a strong person?
Yes, sir.
Good. You think you can take me in a fight? I think you could. Hey, that would be embarrassing. How about you? What sport do you play?
I play volleyball, and in the summer I'm trying to get into soccer.
Wow. Wow. And with your height, do you smash the ball, the volleyball?
You're watching Al Jazeera. It is 15:57 GMT. We've been bringing you coverage of an event that's been happening in the White House. Donald Trump has been speaking and taking questions off the back of that event with regard to Iran. Many of the same themes that were coming out before. He was saying that U.S. has total control of the Strait of Hormuz. He said that he carried out the attacks on Iran for the good of the world. He said Iran wants to make a deal, but they play games. He said Iran should wear the white flag. He says that Iran knows what not to do, but now Iran is trying to survive. He said, as I mentioned, that the U.S. had total control of the Strait of Hormuz, something, of course, that Iran would deny. And he said that they play games, but they want a deal. This all follows a defense briefing that was made by the U.S. Secretary of Defense, who had warned Iran that more strikes would result in the use of devastating firepower. It's the latest escalation in rhetoric between the two sides over control of the Strait of Hormuz, a vital waterway for global energy supplies. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, has said the U.S. would retaliate against any Iranian attacks with strikes of its own. I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes with more on all these stories. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us.
Everything centering around the Strait of Hormuz.
Maritime transport crucial to the global economy.
Diesel up by more than 50%.
The real casualty will be the yield of the next harvest.
A 2-week ceasefire. If Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz, what more are we hearing from the Iranians?
The Strait of Hormuz will be open for transit of energy supplies.
What matters are the prices, and the key questions now going forward are going to be economic.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
On counting the cost, interest rates are on hold. Major central banks are choosing to wait on raising borrowing costs. But the energy shock from the Iran war could push inflation higher. People around the world are already feeling the impact, but not equally. So how should policymakers respond? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
They want to get clicks. They want to put it on social media.
The role of the media is supposed to be to hold the White House to account.
Most of U.S. media is owned by oligarchs.
The Iranian regime is tapping into something so universal.
What Israelis are allowed to see of this war, that is being tightly controlled.
You know that you're not getting the full picture. That tells you that it's something that the state doesn't want you to know about.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up,
We prefer this to be a peaceful operation, but are locked and loaded to defend our people, our ships, our aircraft, and this mission without hesitation.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says the Iran ceasefire is still in place, but warns against any Iranian aggression. The UN Refugee Agency says the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon is getting worse despite last month's ceasefire. Sudan's army accuses its neighbor Ethiopia of allowing what it says are UAE drones to be launched from its territory. Russian drones and missiles target Ukrainian gas plants and rail facilities, killing at least 5 people. The U.S. Secretary of Defense has warned Iran that more strikes will result in the use of devastating firepower. It's the latest escalation between the two sides over control of the Strait of Hormuz, a vital waterway for global energy supplies. On Monday, 3 Indian nationals were injured when a fire broke out at a UAE petroleum facility in Fujairah. The UAE government said it intercepted several Iranian missiles. Earlier, Iran's foreign minister said there's no military solution to the political crisis and that the U.S. should be, quote, wary of being dragged back into a quagmire by ill-wishers. Speaking to media in Washington, D.C., Hexeth said the U.S. will retaliate against any Iranian attacks on civilian ships with strikes of its own.
To what remains of Iran's forces, if you attack American troops or innocent commercial shipping, you will face overwhelming and devastating American firepower. The president has been very clear about this. We prefer this to be a peaceful operation, but are locked and loaded to defend our people, our ships, our aircraft, and this mission without hesitation. This is a temporary mission for us. As I've said before, the world needs this waterway a lot more than we do. We're stabilizing the situation so commerce can flow again, but we expect the world to step up. At the appropriate time and soon, we will hand responsibility back to you.
There are currently 22,500 mariners embarked on more than 1,550 commercial vessels trapped in the Arabian Gulf, unable to transit. In addition to shipping, Iran has continued to deliberately attack its neighbors. Just yesterday, Iran attacked Oman once and the UAE 3 times, including an attack on Fujairah oil terminal, which was successfully defeated. They also launched cruise missiles, drones, small boats at U.S. forces defending commercial shipping in the Straits, and United States Navy MH-60 helicopters and Army AH-64 Apache helicopters successfully defeated those threats.
Well, the comments come as the United Arab Emirates strongly condemns what it called Iranian attacks on its shores. On Monday, 3 Indian nationals were injured when a fire broke out at a UAE petroleum facility in Fujairah. The UAE government said it intercepted several Iranian missiles. Tehran has released a map outlining a large part of the Strait of Hormuz, which it says it controls. According to the U.S., a number of ships have passed through the strait under the protection of its navy, which Iran denies. Washington says it's destroyed 7 Iranian military boats for trying to interfere. Iran says the U.S. hit 2 civilian boats, killing 5 people. Malik Train is joining us now from Doha. What are you hearing today? We've had these attacks that we were just talking about at the UAE.
Well, just in the last 2 hours or so, the Ministry of Defense in the UAE said that it sounded the alarms and for people to seek a safe place, and that any sounds they heard were from successful interceptions. This is the 2nd day in a row that the UAE has been targeted, and this is a dangerous escalation for people here. People are on edge because we know back when in this 40-odd-some day war, the Gulf was targeted by Iran with more than 6,000 ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. More than, according to the International Energy Agency, more than 80 oil facilities were damaged in those attacks. You talked about Fujairah. Fujairah is extremely important for the UAE. They have a pipeline that reaches the Fujairah oil, and they're able to export their oil, circumvent the Iranian blockade, and export their oil, circumventing the Strait of Hormuz. And we've also seen, Gulf countries condemning the Iranian attacks yesterday. Statements from the Saudi Arabia, here in Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody wants a return to hostilities. The call from the Gulf has been consistent. They've been calling for de-escalation. Nobody believes that there's a military solution. We've seen numerous statements in the last 12 to 24 hours saying that Gulf countries will be helping the Pakistanis in their mediation efforts to de-escalate, to bring both the U.S. and Iran back to the negotiating table. People here on edge, but are hoping that diplomacy can prevail and a comprehensive solution that brings stability to this region will take effect as soon as possible.
Malik, thank you very much indeed. Malik Trainer there talking to us from Doha. US President Donald Trump's been addressing media at the White House. He said despite what Iranian officials say publicly, negotiations are going well behind the scenes.
Iran wants to make a deal. What I don't like about Iran is they'll talk to me with such great respect, and then they'll go on television, they'll say, we did not speak to the president. We did not, I just spoke to, we did not speak to the president. So they play games, but let me just tell you, they want to make a deal. And who wouldn't? When your military is totally gone, we could do anything we want to them. Who wouldn't?
I'm going to bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's at the White House. So we did hear similar themes from Donald Trump there. But at the same time, there was a sense of frustration, particularly with regard to the negotiations.
Or perhaps even an acceptance of the realism of the situation. Certainly the White House has said in the past, and Donald Trump has said in the past, that the Iranians say one thing for domestic consumption and international consumption, and they tell them something different on the phone when they are negotiating. Donald Trump says there is no breach of the ceasefire at the moment. He was asked whether or not the attacks by some of the Iranian small boats, as they call them, would be a breach. He said not at the moment, and then asked what would a breach be. He said you'll find out, and they know. The Iranians know what a breach would be. And so that's a concern going forward, given that this could blow up very quickly from a very small incident. But he says the Iranians don't have any guns, so they don't seem to be a threat at the moment. Donald Trump really just kind of marking time in the situation with a lot of the things he talked about. He was asked again about the price of oil here, how much it costs to fill up a car. He said it's a small price to pay. We've heard that before, to stop Iran getting a nuclear weapon. And he says Iran wants to make a deal. Who wouldn't, given the situation that they're in? It's interesting that Donald Trump, backing up what Pete Hegseth was saying in a news conference at the Pentagon a couple of hours ago, that the incidents on the Strait of Hormuz don't raise to the level of there being a breach of the ceasefire. But clearly it's something that the United States is keeping under review. Clearly, with all the military there is something that they could spark again, kinetic activity, bombing essentially, could restart very quickly again. And there's reports here in Washington, D.C. and also in Israel that Donald Trump is considering a short 2 to 3 week resumption of attacks to try and force Iran into negotiating. But it's clear he believes that Iran wants to get a deal. He thinks it's moving in the right direction. We know there's back and forth going on using the Pakistanis as mediators. So Donald Trump just essentially marking the situation where we are at the moment, that there is a ceasefire of sorts, there is no peace of sorts, there is no war of sorts. This is really at a stalemate, and many people here will tell you that that's not something that continue. There has to be a breakthrough, either with peace or a new attack from the Americans at some point soon.
It's our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, outside the White House. Well, joining me in the studio is retired U.S. General Mark Emmett. He's also a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. I appreciate you being with us, General. Thank you very much indeed. Alan was saying that one of the things, and I would imagine there are several options that Donald Trump has been briefed on, would be the possibility of a 2 to 3 week option to take some sort of action inside, military action inside Iran in order to force Iran into making a deal. Given the way that we have seen both sides operate in the run-up to the situation we have now in the Strait of Hormuz, do you think that option would work?
You know, I've seen two other wars in this region, first Gulf War, second Gulf War. Both talked about shock and awe, that somehow we could stun an enemy into either surrendering, or in this case, it would be to compel the Iranians back to the negotiating table. I wouldn't put money on it.
Alan referred to there is what we were hearing from Donald Trump is essentially marking time, and we are getting a sense now that because there is very little movement other than the military activity that we've seen in the Strait of Hormuz, and certainly in terms of the diplomacy, both sides seem bedded in. Does that make the possibility of a misjudgment greater or weaker or lesser, particularly when it comes to the very crowded Strait of Hormuz?
Well, first of all, I would comment on one thing you said, that there's very little movement and nothing is happening. It's clear in the backdrop, Operation Economic Fury is happening. It's clear the United States is continuing to drag out the Iranian economy. You want to buy a loaf of bread, you have to carry a wheelbarrow full of Iranian money to do so. So I think they're counting on this multi-pronged operation. We call it DIME: diplomatic, information, military, and economic, to sort of, you play one part at one point, you play another part at another point. Right now, the military is not at the front of the effort. Miscalculation, you and I have talked about that for weeks now. There's always that chance. And for example, if those 6 speedboats that had come after the American ships had been successful, or as the president said, they've been firing rockets at our aircraft carriers in the dozens, if any one of those had been successful, defined as either American casualties or significant damage, I think that would kick things off again. Now, the danger is the Iranians talk about the mosaic theory. What they mean when they distributed their chain of command. So if you lost the Ayatollah, if you lost any other significant leader, they would still have nodes of chain of command. They also use mosaic theory for the military chain of command. So you could have some knucklehead speedboat commander of 15 or 20 decide that he's going to show everybody how tough he is. And that's the kind of miscalculation I'm concerned about, because they have such a distributed military chain of command that they really let those guys on the ground make their own decisions.
On that basis, then, given what we've just been discussing, that, as you were saying, that there is an assumption that there is a diplomatic effort that's ongoing at the moment between the US and Iran in some form or another. Nevertheless, we're seeing Iran carrying out attacks on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, but also the UAE saying that it's being trying to defend itself against attacks from missiles and from drones. Does that lend itself to the suggestion that there is a split in the leadership, or at least the control structure within Iran, that, as you suggest, there are the negotiators on one side who are trying to make a deal, but there are people who are acting independently who want to take a completely different path?
I think we'll have to wait and see. That's been one of the great debates as well for the last couple of weeks, since Mujtaba is no longer on the scene. They don't have that head that makes the final decision. I think that's one of our great worries, because it would bring around that miscalculation you talked about.
General, thank you very much indeed. General Mark Kermit, former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. Thank you very much. Well, as tensions rise in the Strait of Hormuz, the consequences continue to be felt globally. The International Monetary Fund's chief, Kristalina Georgieva, is warning that if the war continues into 2027, it's likely to see growth slow while inflation rises. This is all having devastating consequences for the world's poorest people. Laura Khan takes a look.
There are conflicting accounts between the US and Iran as tensions flare again in the Strait of Hormuz, both sides trying to control this critical waterway. Now, the US said on Monday that 9 ships were able to get through that strait, and they were being supported by US naval vessels. It also said it destroyed some of Iran's attack vessels, and it's likely referring to these. They are armed speedboats known as its Mosquito fleet. Now, Iran denies this, saying the US attacked civilian vessels. And it released a new map claiming control of more of that strait. But the longer this drags on for, the greater the global impact. The head of the International Monetary Fund says if this continues into 2027 and we have oil prices of around $125, then you can expect a much worse outcome. And the World Bank says energy prices could soar this year by around 24% and commodity prices around 16%. And that feeds through, meaning everyone from families to farmers are paying higher prices for fertilizer, food, fuel, and also transport. Now, Asia took the first hit as its economy relies on around 85% of Middle East crude oil. Now, the Philippines had declared a state of energy emergency. Vietnam is highly dependent on that fuel, and Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand are paying subsidies to absorb the shock. Now, China says it has a buffer. It says it has around 225 discoveries of oil and gas fields in the past 5 years. But in Africa, the crisis is worsening a humanitarian crisis. In Somalia, 6.5 million people face acute hunger, with aid shipments still stuck in the strait. Now, the World Bank says it's the poorest people who are paying essentially the highest share of income on food and fuels, and they're going to be hit the hardest. And the World Bank has a reminder that as the conflict continues in Hormuz during this ceasefire, that war only serves to push development back while fueling further instability.
Alexander Hideshanu is a military and diplomatic analyst as well as a maritime security expert. He's joining us here in the studio. Very good to have you with us again on Al Jazeera. We were just talking with General Kimmitt earlier about the apparent hiatus that we're in at the moment with regards to the Strait of Hormuz and the Iran war. Generally, our correspondent Alan Fisher described it as the president essentially marking time in the statements that he was making just a few minutes ago, coming out with the same lines all the time, but a level of frustration with the diplomatic process. What's your assessment of this? And is there a chance, do you think, that this marking time, this pause or hiatus or whatever, can actually increase the risks of miscalculation, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz? Or does it actually act as some sort of buffer?
I think since yesterday, since US started Project Freedom, the chance of miscalculation on both sides increased considerably. And I think it increased in an uneven manner. I think on the Iran side, the chance of miscalculation is actually higher because if we look at the situation yesterday where US actually managed to push two ships through the strait, effectively showing that there is a way to push these ships out, and if there's enough coordination for the military assets, also the military assets and the ships themselves will go out unscathed, which was the case. By doing so, US trapped Iran in an escalation situation where Iran, out there to say out of frustration, the Iranian military out of frustration, attacked third-party targets, Oman and UAE. Those attacks are actually in response of the ineffectiveness of Iran to actually attack the actual convoy that went through the strait. So this was a trap. This was actually a double trap that the US set, and Iran stepped in both. First of all, it allowed US to assess what would be the type of response Iran would do when they will start basically leading ships through the strait. And I think for every situation where US will manage to push ships in this manner through the strait, it will chip away at this image of monolithic control over the strait that Iran has tried to build in its narratives. At the same time, if the response, whenever Iran will not be able to actually attack or damage US assets there, if the response will be to target again third parties, which will just show to the world that Iran doesn't really have honest intention regarding this negotiation. And I will dare to say, because for as long as the Iranian exerts some form of control on the Strait of Hormuz, they will just place this in the front of the negotiation while trying to protect the nuclear file discussion. Once the Strait of Hormuz control is chipped away, then they have to deal with the fact that US wants a permanent resolution to the nuclear file. That would be, I don't know, maybe drop the idea of having a nuclear program that could eventually lead up to a weapon, have some form of control of that higher enriched uranium and so on and so forth. So this hide and seek around the Strait of Hormuz control, I think US had enough. And even though we are in a hiatus, and US said we don't consider the ceasefire to be broken, because in the end, US didn't go into the Iranian territorial waters and didn't started an offensive against Iranian positions. It's Iran who responded.
Yeah. We're going to have to leave it there for the moment. Alexandru Hideshanu, thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Thank you.
Israeli forces are carrying out more strikes in several towns and villages across southern Lebanon. There are reports of raids in the border town of Tadmin in Bin Jbeil district. The Israeli army says it's acting strongly against what it describes as Hezbollah sites. Israeli forces have launched expanded strikes in Lebanon since early March, killing more than 2,700 people. Meanwhile, Hezbollah says it struck an Israeli tank with a guided missile in the town of Biada. The group also said it destroyed Israeli bulldozers in other strategic towns. And these attacks continue despite a ceasefire in place between Israel and Lebanon. Israel has ordered more people in southern Lebanon to leave their homes, with the military issuing new forced evacuation threats in Jibshit and Shrifa. Both villages lie outside Israel's so-called Yellow Line. It's a military zone that extends about 10 kilometers into Lebanese territory from the border. Israel continues to occupy the area where towns and villages have been demolished. The UN Refugee Agency has warned the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon is worsening despite the ceasefire. The agency says the situation is deeply fragile, with continued airstrikes, restrictions on movement, and repeated displacement of civilians. The UN says widespread destruction has left homes and infrastructure unusable, preventing families from returning. At least 2 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza City after an Israeli airstrike targeted a police checkpoint. A number of injured have been taken to Al-Shifa hospital. Palestinians say this is just the latest Israeli attack targeting police infrastructure. Tarek Abozoum reports from Gaza City.
It's been a grim period of escalation across Gaza, and we saw that recently Israel has intensified its attacks on police structures across the territory. In its latest airstrike, an Israeli drone targeted a police checkpoint west of Gaza City, just only a few kilometers away from our location here. And we've got reports from Gaza's health ministry that 2 Palestinians have been killed and several others were wounded. And among the victims, a 15-year-old boy who was passing by the targeted area once the attack took place. So apparently, these attacks continue to unfold amid the ongoing negotiations that are taking place in Cairo between the representatives of Hamas and the Israeli government regarding the transition to the phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement and make the US President Donald Trump's plan more applicable on the ground. But the gaps remain vast between both sides, and these attacks signal an operational shift in Israel's strategy to exert more pressure on the ground on armed factions in order to extract more political concessions on the table of negotiations. But civilians are still paying the heavy price, and people on the ground are still quite skeptical about the military approach towards Gaza adopted by the Israeli Echelon. We saw how the Israeli military and also Israeli officials delivered and pushed hardline demands previously regarding the militarization issue, and how it made it clear that Israel will continue to go after leftover Hamas forces, and they will not allow for the reconstruction process to take place in Gaza unless there is a concrete change in this file.
Sudan has recalled its ambassador to Ethiopia, accusing the government there of allowing its territory to be used to launch drones on the Sudanese capital, Khartoum. The top army general says an investigation into Monday's incident revealed the drones were supplied by the United Arab Emirates. Brigadier General Asim Awad Abdawaham also said there's evidence that previous attacks came from the Ethiopian city of Bahir Dar. The UAE has previously denied allegations of any involvement in the Sudan conflict.
What Ethiopia and the UAE have done is a direct aggression against Sudan and will not be met with silence. Our armed forces are fully prepared to deal with any threat in a way that preserves the dignity, sovereignty, and security of the nation.
Ethiopia's Foreign Affairs Ministry has released a statement dismissing Sudan's claims as baseless. It's instead accusing officials in Khartoum of supporting what it says are mercenaries from the Tigray People's Liberation Front to fight in the conflict. Ethiopia has designated the TPLF as a terrorist organization. Ethiopia says Sudan has provided weapons and financial support to the group. It adds that Sudan is being used as a hub for several anti-Ethiopian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused Russia of utter cynicism, and that's after Moscow declared a unilateral ceasefire to coincide with its Victory Day celebrations on Friday, and then launched missile and drone attacks on Ukraine. Russian strikes on gas production plants and railway facilities killed at least 5 people overnight. In Kharkiv, a drone targeted a wagon, while in Poltava region, a drone hit tracks near a diesel locomotive. The Ukrainian president said his country plans to observe its own ceasefire beginning at midnight on Tuesday, adding that human life is more valuable than marking an anniversary. As Russia approaches its Victory Day celebrations, the ongoing war in Ukraine is reshaping what is usually a powerful display of military might. And that's raising doubts about whether even a brief pause in fighting can hold, or if the war is entering a more volatile phase. Audrey McAlpine reports from Kyiv.
These are the kind of tanks you'd expect to see rolling through Red Square on May 9th. Victory Day. It's when Russia celebrates the end of World War II, and it's also one of its biggest shows of military might. But this year, things will be different. There won't be the usual show and pageantry of military hardware. Instead, Russia has unilaterally declared a ceasefire surrounding the parade. The Kremlin has said that it expects Ukraine to follow suit, and if not, Russia's defense ministry has warned that missiles could fall right here in the center of Kyiv. Now, late Monday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky responded, instead proposing a broader ceasefire, not just for the parade. Immediately following the announcement, both sides launched fresh waves of attacks on one another's energy and military infrastructure. So while the words may point to a pause, the actions suggest escalation. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
A UN report has ranked a landfill in Chile as one of the largest single sources of methane gas emissions in the world. This is Lomas Los Colorados on the outskirts of the capital, Santiago. The site receives waste from around 7 million residents in the region. Scientists say it releases more than 100,000 tons of methane per year. Methane is a greenhouse gas that's one of the main contributors to global warming. The World Health Organization says some human-to-human transmission may have taken place on board a cruise ship hit by cases of hantavirus. But the UN's health agency says such cases are rare and the public health risk remains low. A Dutch couple and one German national on board the MV Hondius died after catching the virus, which causes severe respiratory symptoms. A British national evacuated from the vessel is in intensive care in South Africa. 3 more people with suspected cases remain on board the ship, which is anchored off Cape Verde. Romania's pro-European coalition government has collapsed after Prime Minister Ilie Borlean lost a no-confidence vote in Parliament. The government struggled to rein in rampant inflation and a soaring budget deficit since it was formed less than a year ago. Division over austerity measures led to the withdrawal of the leftist Social Democratic Party from the coalition. Counting the Cost is next. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us.
Hello, everybody. I'm Rashad Salamat. This is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera. You look at the world of business and economics. Interest rates are on hold. Major central banks are keeping borrowing costs right where they are. They're all weighing the risk of an inflation surge against slowing economies. But the energy shock from the Iran war is piling on the pressure. So how long can they wait? From the US to Ghana, consumers and businesses around the world are facing higher energy bills and food prices, but that impact is not equal. So how do governments and central banks respond without deepening the strain? Caught between rising inflation and slowing growth, the US Federal Reserve, the European Central Bank, and the Bank of England, among others, have all made the same call. Now is not the time to act. Interest rates and borrowing costs remain unchanged. That's despite rising energy bills, fuel and food costs squeezing businesses and households worldwide. But the International Monetary Fund is warning of a global slowdown, and no one knows how long the energy shock set off by the Iran war will last. The impact will be felt hardest in emerging markets and developing nations. Central banks face a tough choice, fighting rising prices or supporting a weakening economy. Can they strike the right balance? Fintan Monahan explains in this report.
Major central banks, including the US Federal Reserve, have reached the same decision. No cuts or hikes to interest rates.
Developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook, and we will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate.
Where we go from here will depend on the size and duration of the shock to energy prices.
The economic outlook is highly uncertain and will depend on how long the war in the Middle East lasts and how strongly it affects energy and other commodity markets, as well as global supply chains.
Central banks control the rate at which commercial banks can borrow money. And setting those rates is a balancing act between growth and inflation. Lowering rates makes borrowing cheaper, reducing the costs of loans and mortgages, which encourages consumers and businesses to spend more. This can boost economic growth, but it can also increase inflation. Raising rates makes borrowing more expensive, reducing economic activity. This can help control inflation, but it might also dampen growth. Interest rates were ramped up in 2022 as central banks moved to control rising inflation in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But those rates have been steadily decreasing over the past 2 years as central bankers grew more confident that inflation was under control. More rate cuts were expected. But that changed when the US and Israel began their war on Iran. The conflict is causing massive disruption at the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's key shipping lanes. 20% of the world's oil and gas passes through here, and the impact has been felt worldwide. Oil prices have soared, averaging at more than $100 a barrel since the war began. This is having a knock-on effect on the price of petrol and other consumer products. The IMF has revised its forecast for this year, predicting higher inflation and slower growth as a result of the energy shock. And this combination has raised the specter of stagflation. That's when three things come together: high inflation, high unemployment, and slow economic growth. It means people paying higher prices, having a greater risk of losing their job, and it might prove harder to build up savings. If stagflation takes hold, there's limits to what central banks can do to control it. So for now, they're signaling caution. Not so long ago, rates looked set to continue dropping. But in the coming months, they may be just as likely to go up again. Fintan Monahan, Al Jazeera, for Counting the Cost.
Now, inflation stemming from the energy crisis could have a range of effects on the average consumer. You're already seeing an impact on petrol prices. They're soaring because, of course, they're closely linked to the price of oil. Now, as energy prices go up, this will raise costs for businesses. They'll be paying more for transport and electricity, and these costs may end up being passed on to the consumer. If central banks raise interest rates to control inflation, that'll mean higher repayments on loans and mortgages. For households already squeezed by energy bills, it'll hit their wallets and hit them hard. For small businesses borrowing to stay afloat, it can push them under. It'll also encourage people to keep their money in the bank where they're earning more interest. That slows spending and can reduce economic activity, which can tip growth lower. Now, the energy crisis is expected to hit some economies a lot harder than others. The International Monetary Fund has downgraded growth expectations for emerging markets from 4.2 to 3.9%. Compare that to advanced economies, which remain largely unchanged at 1.8%. Emerging markets and developing nations are also expected to suffer from higher inflation, and forecasts have been revised up by around about 0.7%. US monetary policy also has a major impact on emerging markets. If the Fed increases rates, this could strengthen the dollar. Then currencies in emerging markets would become relatively weaker, making food and fuel imports even more expensive, which could, of course, stoke inflation. But some emerging economies who are energy exporters have some room to maneuver. Higher oil and gas prices boost their revenues. Brazil is a good example. After the Fed held steady this past week, Brazil's central bank made a cut from 15% to 14.75%. Right, well, let's discuss all this further with our panelists. Joining us from Montreal is Julian Karagesian. He's the co-founder of Age of Economics, a global economic advisory firm and former special advisor in Canada's Ministry of Finance. In Bristol, in the UK, is Joe Mitchell. He's a professor of economics at the University of the West of England and a member of the Progressive Economy Forum Council. And from Accra in Ghana is Theophilus Achiampong. He's a technical advisor to Ghana's Ministry of Finance and an expert in emerging markets. Theophilus, let's start off with you. How do you frame what is going on right now? Also looking at it through the lens of emerging markets. Of course, you can't categorize them as one, but certainly where you are.
Yes, thank you, and pleasure to be here. It's a very difficult balancing act for a number of governments in emerging markets, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, given the recovery that we had actually seen the year before, and also the shocks that we've had to deal with from the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. And what this really new energy shock has done is to further exacerbate some of the risks that these economies are having to deal with, whether it's having to deal with inflation, and we've seen that go across the board, and then also having to deal with the impact on growth prospects, and then subsequently its impact on poverty and inequality across the market. But I must also say that the response actually has been quite nuanced as well. So we've seen a multi-layered response from different economies and markets, where in some places you're having the central banks, intermediate in the foreign exchange market. We also have had to manage capital flows, and for the Treasury, really providing some targeted fiscal cushions to those that are most vulnerable. And that really is helping to sort of anchor some of those expectations. In Ghana's case, what we have had to do from the central bank side is to really cut rates. So in the last cycle, given that we had actually built quite significant buffers and reserves, the central bank actually was in a position to cut the policy rate by another 150 basis points to 14%. But of course, that's not going to be the same going forward, given the issue about how long this conflict would last, and then also the impact of that conflict in terms of energy supplies, and then also food and fuel supplies.
Yeah, I think that's what we hear all the time. It depends on the length of this conflict. And Julian, I mean, it's a head scratcher for central banks, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's, I don't want to repeat the boilerplate speaking points of two of the three central bank governors that you had on, but it does depend on the length of the war. And of course, the easiest way to make this problem go away would be to shut down this war by the United States to Israel. Failing that, it looks like we're looking right into the barrel of an intensifying conflict. And this conflict would have a much bigger impact, I think, on oil prices than the 1970s, because we're talking about the catastrophic damage that could be done to the oil infrastructure in the Gulf countries. And so that would take years to repair. And so what we're facing is not a short-term problem if there's an intensification of the war. And so the question is, what do central banks do? They could, right now, it's the right thing. They're being cautious. They're not doing anything. But if there's an intensification and oil prices go to 130, 150 and higher, and those are foreseeable scenarios, then the question becomes, what do they do? Growth coming out of COVID the last few years has been very slow in Europe, and it's been slow in Canada. It's been more robust in the United States. And on top of that, you've got the political business cycle in the United States and some European countries. So it makes the problem, despite the fact that we have independent central bankers, it makes the problem of what to do with interest rates all the more prickly. And so they are definitely in a difficult situation right now. They do have some options, though.
Yeah, and you look at it, Joe, and I'm sure I can see you nodding, so you're probably agreeing here. I mean, do you then kick it out away from central banks? Do we need some sort of fiscal response, or do we need a response at all?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I think that the current crisis, as well as the post-pandemic inflation, and even the post-2008 situation where we had interest rates at zero and weak growth and quantitative easing, do demonstrate the fact that our current framework for organizing economic policy, which is constructed around independent central banks using interest rates to try and target inflation, with fiscal policy subordinated to the role of managing public finances. This is in rich countries, of course. Emerging market economies, as Mr. Acheampong pointed out, face a very different set of challenges to do with exchange rate management and capital flows. But this consensus in rich economies, I think, is really hitting its limits with the sequence of crises that we've seen, because ultimately there is a problem of distribution when we see these terms of trade shocks. And what that means is that effectively, aside from a small number of oil corporations and a small number of oil exporting nations, the rest of the world is worse off. It has less available resources, less available consumption. And so the question is, how do we distribute that? Who reduces their consumption by most? And I think most would agree that the poorest in society need to be protected. They already consume relatively little. They should be able to continue feeding themselves and transport and so on. So it's a case of redistribution, and that means fiscal policy. And so we need the fiscal policy and monetary policy to work together to manage the situation. And that leaves open the question of then how does monetary policy respond? And as other guests have pointed out, it's a very difficult choice. There are reasons to raise rates. There are also reasons, in my view, I think better reasons to lower interest rates, because ultimately higher interest rates do very little to reduce inflation caused by a global supply shock.
Joe, especially this type of inflation, which is not demand pull ultimately, it's cost push.
Absolutely. The way interest rates are understood to work in rich economies primarily is that by reducing economic activity, as your package said, you reduce employment. Higher unemployment effectively reduces workers' bargaining power, and that reduces the probability that they will push for wage increases, because central bankers do primarily see inflation, I think, as deriving from two things: pressure from wage price conflict between employers and workers, and international factors such as commodity prices, exchange rates, and so on. But interest rates in a domestic sense can only really affect that labor market demand pull inflation. And as you say, that is not the inflation we currently see. As central bankers are worried about so-called second round effects, the commodity shock feeding into that wage price domestic pressure. And that's really the only justification they have for raising rates. And that's highly uncertain whether that will happen. Labor markets, particularly in European countries, are quite a lot looser than they were after the pandemic, when we saw lots of movements between jobs, lots of people trying to find new employment opportunities and so on.
Theophilus, when you're looking at the emerging markets, and you've got consumers there with a much higher marginal propensity to spend, these things are even more acute, aren't they? And let's not forget, it's not just energy, and we have to remind ourselves about the food aspect, fertilizer prices, urea prices, and all of this whole gamut of things which are going to be going up in price. So the thing is, what is the special need there for emerging markets? And again, it depends if you are an exporter of oil or if you're a net importer.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, if you look at the data, for the household consumption basket in many emerging markets, certainly in my country, Ghana, you're looking at between 50 to 70% of them spending every dollar that they have on food, fuel, and then all those sort of basic essentials. And this compares to about 15 to 20% in the advanced economy. So basically, when you have these sort of major supply related shocks, such as the crude oil price increment, then that actually translates into a much bigger impact in terms of inflation and really the response from the central bank, but importantly, and to turn the point that was made, from also the fiscal side, has been how you actually manage and tame that inflation to reduce the potential second round effects of that into labor, related prices. And sort of the lesson really that is coming across for many emerging markets is that you need to be able to have enough buffers, you need to be able to have enough reserves to be able to control really the exchange rate channel. And then also when it comes to the food and then fuel price, dimension. And the response that we've seen across the board has been rather nuanced. So in the major commodity exporters, your Nigerians or Angolas of this world, they're benefiting more from their current account, balances. But if you're, for example, a Zambia or a Kenya that is importing, a lot of these petroleum products, including the derivatives like fertilizer, into your markets, then you're going to be hit a little bit, harder. But what really also coming through quite clearly is that the central banks are responding quite in different ways, depending on the position that you're in when it comes to the reserves that have been built up over the last, 2 or 3 years. In Ghana's case, the central bank has room to actually even cut rates, even further. But I think in the next round, possibly they may stay the rate cut because of the uncertainties occasioning the war.
Now, Julian, I mean, again, it's different strokes for different folks, but in Western Europe and in the US, it's been a case of, as the producer of this program, was suggesting, is this prudent caution that these banks, the central banks, are employing right now? And she asked this lovely question, which is, or are they just simply paralyzed?
I would tend towards the latter. I don't think anyone except, there are 2 or 3 people that were mentioning this as a risk, people like Professor Jeffrey Sachs at Columbia University, and, maybe a couple of others, but I don't think anyone was expecting this shock at this time. And so I would say this is more a case of policy paralysis. And you could see that in those little snippets you played, at least of the 2 of the 3 governors for Europe and the UK, where they said obviously they had to do this. They kind of kicked the ball down the road and said, we're going to see. I think people also want to see a plan. If the war is prolonged, what are you going to do? And one of the things that they could do it actually now, instead of talking about raising rates, because I think it's far too early to talk about raising rates. One of the things they could do now would be to reduce taxes on gasoline, on petrol, and get ahead of the curve. Because once inflation, as that German central banker once said, Karl Otto Paul, once the toothpaste gets out of the tube, it's very hard to stuff back in again. It gets built into wages, and that's understandable. So one way to get ahead would be to use fiscal policy on the tax side and reduce those gasoline taxes. And then there's also other measures that they could put in place. But as I agree with you and the rest of the panel, monetary policy tightening to deal with the supply shock, it just magnifies it. You end up with stagflation. And this would come on top of the deindustrialization of the West, the financial crisis, the pandemic and post-pandemic inflation, and now this oil shock. And all of those events played out in terms of income distribution on the poorest elements of society and the middle class. And so you're just wondering how long it's going to take for this to lead to a generalized discontent among the people.
Joe, I mean, again, it's different countries. The US has a different set of problems, given that it is producing 13 million barrels of oil a day. So they are probably cushioned. But you look at the UK, you can't see Rachel Reeves, the UK Chancellor, cutting fuel duties, can you? Because they're already in hock for so much. Then again, you look at perhaps the most affected country, which is Japan, importing something like 95% of their energy needs. So, how do they deal with it? And do they perhaps go back to the playbook we had after the GFC, which is perhaps going into quantitative easing?
Yes, and interestingly, even though the US is a big exporter, that doesn't really mean that it is cushioned, because it means that the big energy exporting corporations will do well, but consumers are still facing global prices at the pump. And because taxes in the US are already relatively low on fuel compared to other countries, that means that the increase in prices being seen at the pumps in the US is actually greater than we're seeing in Europe, for example, because we're effectively starting from a higher level because of those taxes. Now, I don't think that cutting fuel taxes is the right approach, because we do need to see a response from at least well-off consumers to the global shortage. Prices do transmit crucial information, and the information they're currently transmitting is that we've lost 10, 15 million barrels of oil at the moment, which is a significant reduction in supply. So I would favor instead, in terms of a fiscal response, targeted support to those on the lowest incomes to spend on additional fuel costs, but also heating, food, other petrochemical inputs and so on are also going to increase in price. So there's going to be a range of spending priorities. But I don't think we should, across the board, either subsidize fuel or reduce taxes, because there are plenty of people, with large vehicles who don't need to use those vehicles so much and, can afford to spend the additional income on fuel. And one reason not to do that is because if we subsidize fuel for Western consumers, for rich economies, that effectively increases the competition globally, and then poorer countries, emerging market economies, face an even more severe situation. And in those economies, we'll see rationing, and we're already seeing rationing in some of those economies. So I think from a sort of global equity point of view, blanket subsidies to households for fuel or tax cuts on fuel are probably not the right approach in rich economies.
Julian, then, okay, brings us to, I think Joe didn't address that. Would quantitative easing be something that could be used as a tool once again, or is that playbook tired and worn out and not fit for purpose?
I mean, it could be used. Economies, even in the United States, but in Europe, in Canada, generally across the West, they're not at capacity. And so you could have a situation where it's in place of, or in addition to actually reducing rates, you could have a graded increase in quantitative easing and in money supply growth, literally in printing money to purchase government bonds. To be crude about it, the problem is that in some, as you said, not everyone's equal, and that may cause inflation in some quarters of the West, but that is possible. It is one other measure up the sleeve of central bankers. But generally, as Western countries become more indebted, options start to run out as interest rates are close to 0, 2%, 3%. You start to run out of the policy ammunition that you would normally have in previous cycles in the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s. And I agree with my colleague from the University of Bristol. There's other options. I forgot to say, I would have targeted reductions in fuel taxes and put them back up as soon as the situation normalizes, if it normalizes. But quantitative easing is absolutely another one. And as two of us have alluded to, there's oil, there's gas, and then there's fertilizers. And 1/3 of the world's fertilizers come out of the Persian Gulf region, and it's planting season. So that would be another major hit to inflation.
Theophilus, I want to get a sense of the sort of bind that Ghana may find itself in, because they're kind of trapped as well, because their currency is so attached to the dollar. But I want to get a sense of, over 2 months into this conflict now, what are you seeing on the streets of the capital there? How are you seeing how prices are, whether this is all feeding through, and how the central bank looks at it?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, we are in a much better position this time around to respond to this conflict. And what the Treasury and then the fiscal authorities really are doing is to deploy a range of instruments. So to the point that my other colleagues made, what we actually have done is, one, to sort of cushion the immediate pump price impact through a reduction in the taxes on some of the products, so on petrol and then on diesel. However, we actually removed more taxes on diesel than on petrol. Reason being that diesel is used more for transportation and has a much bigger impact on inflation than on petrol, which, the middle class consumers tend to use, a lot more. Secondly, what we also have done through the monetary side is actually hold the currency or the CD very stable even during this period, of the crisis. And the reason for that is that we actually had built up considerable reserves over the last year when gold prices actually went up. So if you look at the numbers, we're sitting on close to about 6 months, of import cover, or around $15 billion of reserves. And that really allows the central bank, to be in a position to support or intermediate on the forex, market. The third thing that we're also doing on the agri side of things, given that the planting season is coming up, is really to see how we can support, farmers through some of the fertilizer programs that we've got in a targeted manner, and to ensure that this actually gets to them as and when, needed. And this is really all targeted to ensure that, you deploy a range of instruments to help address, the crisis, and not forgetting that from the fiscal side, we're very much staying on course in terms of the fiscal consolidation effort that we're doing now under the IMF program. So we have a bit more room to breathe for us as Ghana relative to some of the, other emerging market economies.
Theophilus, Joe, Julian, thank you so much. Julian, can I guess you end there? Theophilus, Achimpong, and Joe Mitchell, our thanks to you. Thank you for joining us. And that's it for our show. You can get in touch with us on X at RichardTV, and make sure you use the hashtag AJCTC when you do. Or drop us an email. countingthecost@aljazeera.net is our address. But there's more for you online at aljazeera.com/CTC. That'll take you straight to our page, which has individual reports, links, and entire episodes for you to catch up on. That's it for this edition of Counting the Cost. I'm Rashad Salamat, and from the whole team in Doha, thanks for joining us. The news on Al Jazeera is next.
President Trump said the whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again.
Iranians form human chains at bridges and power plants to protect infrastructure that Trump has threatened to target.
The deadline is just over an hour or so away from now, and Israel seems to be ready to go.
The level of anxiety around the region was extraordinary in the last few hours.
We understand that Donald Trump has agreed to suspend bombing.
Israel has said Lebanon is not included in the two-week truce between the U.S. and Iran.
Donald Trump was the only man who could defuse it, because he's the one who lit the fuse in the first place.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
How can there be such a fundamental discrepancy on such a core issue?
Each side will stick to the deal.
That's our program for the day. Keep watching Morning Mic Drop on at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. We are here daily from 6 a.m. to noon with unfiltered breaking world news coverage. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. See you tomorrow.